Chapter 288. Birds flew over the lake. The blue waves of the Lake of Dragons and Snakes at dusk were dyed red and yellow. On Contention Island, the examination had already begun in the night. Chi practitioners did not need to eat and sleep on time like mortals. Not sleeping for a night was nothing. The lunch at noon was more of a benefit provided by the 100 schools of thought. They could taste delicacies that were on par with spiritual medicines for free. Everyone boarded the ship once again and sailed towards a small island in the east. The island was not as big as Contention Island, but it was much larger than the other islands. In the rising night mist, a dignified Daoist temple stood high up on the island's mountain. It was not quiet and serene. Instead, it displayed a spirit of looking down on the various schools of thought. It was rumored that most ancient cultivators were Taoists. They were the source of all techniques and mental cultivation methods. Most of the cultivation methods that the 100 schools of thought practiced now originated from the school of Taoism. Although the school of Taoism was no longer the only cradle for cultivators now, there was still a saying that the schools of thought were the greatest. Its influence was evident. The examination of the 100 schools of thought was carried out one after another, so all the Chi practitioners would move together every time. They could use this opportunity to understand the locations and features of the various islands. Regardless of which school they belonged to in the future, they would definitely visit these islands. The spirit of the 100 schools was about the 100 schools resonating with one another and being inclusive. Every single disciple of the academy could go to other schools to learn. Of course, if they wanted to learn the core parts, they would have to spend some effort and spiritual stones, but it was not impossible. They would not be like those cultivation sects, where they would threaten to kill or cripple their cultivations. This was also what Li Qingshan admired the most. It was not without reason that the great Xia Empire could suppress the cultivation sects of the world with the help of the 100 schools of thought. The Chi practitioners disembarked from the ship. They followed a small path and passed through a forest, arriving before the mountain. An instructor said, "Those who have registered for the school of Taoism, follow me up the mountain. Those who haven't, wait at the foot of the mountain. Don't go too far." Li Qingshan discovered that most of the Chi practitioners followed him up the mountain. Not only was the school of Taoism the greatest school of thought, but they also had no requirements for talent in yin, yang, or the 5 elements. Taoism was known as the 3,000 great Taos and the countless minor Taos. No matter who it was, they would be able to find a suitable path for themselves. As a result, basically every single person filled in the 5 spots with the word Taoism and made it their first target. Li Qingshan was no different. His target was only between the school of Taoism and the school of the military, but the school of Taoism was a little more suitable. Halfway up the mountain, Zhongxian was surrounded by clouds. Li Qingshan realized that everyone had disappeared. He was the only one left on the mountain path. He knew that he had fallen into a formation. "The exam has begun," a voice boomed. Li Qingshan roused himself and took a step forward. As soon as he took a step forward, his body suddenly became several times heavier. His true energy was also completely suppressed by the invisible formation. He couldn't even open his 100 treasures pouch, let alone use any magical techniques. At this moment, all the Chi practitioners ascending the mountain became ordinary people. This Taoism's mountain guarding formation began to display its astonishing power. Li Qingshan didn't think much of it. He took another step forward, and the originally wide stone steps suddenly became an extremely narrow path. On both sides were cliffs that were tens of thousands of feet high. He couldn't see the bottom at a glance. It could be imagined that if he fell down, even if he didn't die from the fall, he would lose the right to enter the school of Taoism. But at this moment, a strong wind surged, moving east and west without any direction. Ah! With a scream, a Chi practitioner fell from the mountain path and spun down the cliff. Even though he knew that he would be fine, he couldn't help but be scared out of his wits. Just as he was about to fall to the bottom of the cliff, the scenery around him suddenly twisted and changed. When he looked again, he was back at the foot of the mountain. A group of Chi practitioners waiting at the foot of the mountain looked at him with contempt. He called out, "I refuse to accept this. I was blown down by the wind. With my cultivation at the third layer, how can I fend off the protective formation of the school of Taoism? The more chaotic your mind is, the stronger the wind, and the narrower the path. You can't even control your fear when you know it's all an illusion, so what's the point of cultivating? Piss off. A voice boomed out. It was the slovenly Daoist priest's voice. Hua Chenglu curled her lip. You're clearly the one who's useless. My brother said that if you can calm your mind, even ordinary people can reach the end of this path. Sigh, I wonder if Zijian is fine or not. The Qi practitioner finally became dejected. He came from a small clan. With his cultivation, he could already be regarded as a genius in his clan. He was protected like a treasure, so he had never experienced any danger. Only now did his legs give way from fright, which was why he lost his footing and fell. However, this principle did not seem to apply to Li Qingshan. His gaze was calm, and his steps were steady. After experiencing so many battles of life and death, a path like this did not inspire any fear in him. However, the path just happened to become thinner and thinner, and the wind became stronger and stronger, more and more chaotic. He remained unfazed. His body swayed with the wind each time, but his footsteps remained steady the entire time. He admired the rare sights on both sides, as leisurely as a tourist climbing a mountain. Towards the end, he basically felt like he was walking on a narrow wall that was over 10,000 meters tall, but he still had the spare time to look around. He thought to himself, the tests of the school of Taoism sure are a little difficult. The slovenly Daoist priest saw this and snorted coldly. Kid, I'd like to see how long you can last. With a thought, rain began to fall from above Li Qingshan. The path became even more slippery and difficult to walk on. Suddenly, there was a clap of thunder, so close that it seemed to be right above him. Even if regular people stood on flat ground, they would fall over in fright. The slovenly Daoist priest sniggered and shifted his gaze, looking at someone else. Sweat dripped from the tip of Yu Zijian's nose as she remembered Hua Chenglu's warning. She stared at the path ahead, afraid to look to the sides. Suddenly, a violent gust of wind blew over, and her body swayed. Because she was holding a sword, she lost her balance. She was about to fall off the cliff. The slovenly Daoist priest curled his finger, and a gentle gust of wind blew over from the other side, supporting her gently. Only then did she stabilize herself. Master, that's not a good idea. A young Daoist priest with thin eyebrows and eyes had been watching on from one side the entire time. He could not help but speak up when he saw how the slovenly Daoist priest treated one over the other. He wore green clothes and a Daoist crown. Silk wrapped around his waist, and a tablet hung from his waist. It was engraved with the number 1, the symbol of a primary disciple. His cultivation was at the 10th layer as well. The slovenly Daoist priest reddened. He did not behave as rudely to his beloved disciple as he did to the leaders of the various schools. Instead, he explained himself, Jukenzi, she's a girl. It's very normal for her to be afraid of heights. No one is born fearless. Temperament was something that could be slowly honed. When it comes to men, you have to be a little more vicious. The edge of a treasured sword can only be sharpened. Master, this treasured sword is still here. Jukenzi pointed out. The slovenly Daoist priest looked over. Neither the wind, frost, nor the waterfall could make Li Qingshan's gaze waver. Instead, he sped up, rushing through the wind and rain. Chapter 289. The slovenly Daoist priest was surprised. He admired people with such great willpower as well, and his talent was impressive as well. If it were in the past, he definitely would have tried to persuade him to stay in the school of Taoism. If Li Qingshan had told little and to go to another school, then so be it, but he just had to go to the school of Buddhism. That darn Baldy was pleased with himself, which was intolerable. Suddenly, an idea came to him. With a wave of his sleeve, the wind and rain were swept away. Moonlight landed on Li Qingshan. To his surprise, the path before him had recovered its original width, and his true qi was no longer suppressed. The stars flickered in the sky, and the Daoist temple was nearby. He dared not be careless. He slowed down and arrived before the temple. He saw a young Daoist with thin eyebrows and eyes waiting there. He nodded. Congratulations, fellow. You're the first. Li Qingshan looked back. Only 200 or 300 Qi practitioners advanced with difficulty on the mountain path. Some swayed, while others staggered. As long as they lost their balance, they would be sent to the foot of the mountain immediately. Someone's broken out of the formation. It's that Li Qingshan, a Qi practitioner, called out. Hua Chenglu asked in confusion, how did he break out of the formation midway? Qian Rongji sat in a pavilion nearby and looked at him indifferently. She smiled. He's probably in trouble this time. She was the same as Hua Chenglu, only registering for the School of Legalism. Long before the entrance examination, she had studied the personalities of the various school leaders in detail through Wu Zhen and Fang Inshang. The leader of the School of Taoism was the strongest. He was at late foundation establishment and close to condensing a golden core. He was also the most unruly. He had never liked the school of Buddhism. Even if the other school leaders were slightly displeased with Li Qingshan's choice, they would probably not lose their temper, perhaps because of their status, or because they cared about little Anne, or because they valued talent. However, this old Daoist was different. When he lost his temper, he was even bold enough to curse at the other school leaders. For Li Qingshan to be able to break out of the formation halfway through, there must be something strange about it. My name is Li Qingshan. May I know how to address you? Li Qingshan turned around and cupped his hands. Even though his aura was calm, the cultivation of the 10th layer of Qi refining was clearly not to be underestimated. I am Jukenzi. Please come with me, fellow. Jukenzi led Li Qingshan to the main hall. When they arrived at the front of the hall, Jukenzi gave Li Qingshan a look that told him to take care of himself before letting him in. The large hall was empty except for the formation diagram on the ground, which gave off a faint glow. An unkempt Taoist was sitting in front of the statue of a god. His hair had already turned white, but his spirit was hale and hearty. His eyes were bright, and he said slowly, Li Qingshan, do you still recognize me? As soon as the words left his mouth, it was like a thunderous roar, rolling and reverberating. Of course. Among the various patriarchs, the one who gave Li Qingshan the most powerful and terrifying feeling was this sloppy Daoist priest. Please remember, the sloppy Daoist priest said, then why did you still dare to come? Li Qingshan asked, why wouldn't I dare? In what way is the school of Taoism inferior to the school of Buddhism? Tell me clearly. Li Qingshan was stunned. He finally understood why it had been so difficult for him to walk that mountain path. It was clearly this sloppy Daoist priest who had done something to it. He was secretly furious. What, you can't answer? Li Qingshan shrugged. I didn't expect a great patriarch to be so narrow-minded. If you don't want me to join the school of Taoism, I'll immediately leave the mountain. There's no need to say anything else. With that, he turned around to leave. Staying in the school of Taoism meant constantly making things difficult for others. Who could stand it? In any case, the school of the military wasn't bad. At the very least, there were still the school of agriculture and the school of nobility. Jukenzi stood outside the hall with his hands in his sleeves. He gazed at the bright moon in the sky, smiling as he shook his head. Stop right there. Freeze. The unkempt Daoist priest said. Li Qingshan immediately felt his body stiffen. He was unable to move. His right leg was still suspended in midair, and he did not have time to pull it back. This was a curse. The unkempt Daoist priest said, are you blaming me for being unfair? Li Qingshan did not answer. He glared at the unkempt Daoist priest and gathered all the true qi in his body. His sea of qi surged, and his veins and muscles bulged. His right leg, which was suspended in midair, slowly descended. With a boom, it landed on the ground. He turned around and said, yes. His eyes shone like a wolf's. The unkempt Daoist priest was shocked. He was not particularly skilled in curses, and he had only cast the freeze curse casually. However, with Li Qingshan's cultivation at the 6th layer of qi refinement, he was actually able to forcefully break through. This was truly inconceivable. He had not only relied on his strength, but also his extraordinary willpower. All right, then I'll give you a chance. Let's make a bet. Li Qingshan asked, what are we betting on? Naturally, on what you're skilled in. drinking wine. A jar of wine suddenly appeared in the unkempt Daoist priest's hand. He removed the clay seal, and a streak of spiritual light shot out. The fragrance of wine filled the entire hall. What are the stakes? If you drink this jar of wine and don't get drunk, then I'll accept you into the school of Taoism. Furthermore, I won't hold you accountable for what happened in the past. If you get drunk, then you can scram down the mountain. What if I don't bet? It's fine if you don't want to bet. I'll take it that you've passed the examination. However, don't even think about joining my school of Taoism. I have plenty of ways to deal with you, brat. Li Qingshan said, all right, I'll bet with you. With the strength of his demon body and the fact that he could use his true qi to neutralize the smell of the wine, he did not believe that he would get drunk. The effects of this jar of spiritual wine were probably worth more than 1,000 qi-gathering pills. The unkempt Daoist priest tossed the jar of wine. Li Qingshan caught it and took a sip. He felt like he was drinking fire, but it was also very carefree. Then, he tilted his head back and downed the entire jar of wine, leaving not a single drop behind. He then tossed the jar to the ground. How's that? The unkempt Daoist priest laughed. Suddenly, 1 turned into 2, 2 turned into 4, and 4 turned into 8. Li Qingshan immediately felt the world spinning around him. He thought to himself, this is bad. Who would have thought that the after effects of the wine would be so strong? The entire hall was warping and changing. Fall. The unkempt Daoist priest dragged his voice and chanted. With a loud crash, Li Qingshan collapsed to the ground, drunk and snoring loudly. The unkempt Daoist priest walked forward and gave Li Qingshan a kick. He smiled and said, no matter how crafty you are, you've drunk my 1,000 days drunkenness. The unkempt Daoist priest loved to drink his entire life. However, with his cultivation, it was not easy for him to get drunk. Following the philosophy of drinking without getting drunk is not considered drinking, he flipped through the ancient books and brewed this 1,000 days drunkenness himself. Even he would get drunk after drinking it, let alone a mere qi practitioner. The unkempt Daoist priest waved his hand again. A golden-armored deity appeared and carried Li Qingshan to the back of the hall. Just as he was feeling pleased with himself, he suddenly thought of something and said, oh no. He looked at the mountain path in a hurry, only to see that Chu Tian, who possessed the 5 elements constitution, had already fallen off the mountain path. He could not help but feel great regret. However, when he saw that Yu Zijian was still walking on the path, he stopped worrying. The pure yang constitution was even more important to him than the 5 elements constitution. Yu Zijian no longer gripped the hilt of her sword tightly. Instead, she carried it on her back. The scene of her father teaching her movement techniques when she was young appeared in her head once again. Don't be afraid. Keep it together. When she raised her head again, a sturdy figure appeared before her. If Niu Juxia were here, he definitely would not be afraid. She had never seen him show such emotions before, even when he turned around and made his way underground where diamonds ran amok. I'm really useless. If you're useless, why would I save you? I want to lend you a hand. Let's talk about it when you achieve great accomplishment. Her gaze gradually became determined. The person she had risked her life to save was not a useless person. If she failed here, how was she supposed to assist him? How was she supposed to avenge him? Her footsteps gradually sped up. She ignored the bottomless chasm on the 2 sides. She only stared ahead, chasing after a figure. The slovenly Daoist priest's face was filled with praise. He said to Jukenzi, see? I was right. She just needs to be given a chance. All Jukenzi could say was, you're wise, master. In the end, less than 200 people made it to the top of the mountain. The further they went, the harsher the tests became, especially for those with insufficient talent. There was no need for them to complain about the unfairness. Since they lacked supreme talent, they needed supreme willpower. Otherwise, how were they supposed to compete with these geniuses? As soon as everyone made it to the top of the mountain, they saw the slovenly Daoist priest. After greeting the patriarch, the slovenly Daoist priest cut right to the chase. You've passed the tests. I've already left behind a record. You can leave the mountain and take the tests of other schools. Suddenly, He said to Yu Zijian amicably, "You're Yu Zijian, right?" Yu Zijian said in a hurry, "Yes." The slovenly Daoist priest said, "You can stay." Yu Zijian said, "But I still have other tests." The slovenly Daoist priest waved his hand. "There's no need for you to take them." As long as she did not take the tests of other schools, Yu Zijian could only join his school of Taoism. Jukenzi said softly, "Master, that's against the rules." The slovenly Daoist priest bellowed, "My ass. Just because of that damned baldy, he can directly take someone away. He doesn't even need to take a test, so why can't I keep someone away?" Jukenzi thought, "You'll be the ones taking her away too." Seeing how Yu Zijian hesitated, the slovenly Daoist priest said, "With your pure young body, there's no place more suitable than my school of Taoism. Only here can you unleash the full potential of your talent. As for the pills and spiritual medicines, although I refer to myself as a poor Daoist, I'm still slightly wealthier than a poor monk. I can see how you like swords, so I'll give you the 9-yang sword as a greeting gift." A shining sword was tossed out, stabbing into the ground before Yu Zijian. It was a supreme-grade spiritual artifact as well. It was impossible for talented disciples to be directly bestowed with a spiritual artifact like that as soon as they joined the school of Taoism. This was mostly for the sake of standing up to the school of Buddhism. Yu Zijian closed her eyes and sucked in a deep breath. Without any more hesitation, she grabbed the hilt of the 9-yang sword under everyone's envious gazes. The slovenly Daoist priest smiled in satisfaction. One of the 3 most dazzling geniuses from the entrance examination had already fallen into his hands. As long as he taught her well, he refused to believe she would be any worse than that damned baldy's disciple. As a result, many Qi practitioners expressed their willingness to stay behind. Apart from a few Qi practitioners who had only applied for the school of Taoism, the others were all chased off the mountain by the slovenly Daoist priest. If they really were to remain here, they would probably incur the wrath of the masses. The ship set sail once again. No one noticed Li Qingshan. Even if they did, they would just treat him as someone who had directly remained behind in the school of Taoism. That night, Li Qingshan had an absurd dream. He dreamed that he had returned to his past life and had become a student. He had overslept and missed an important test. "Wake up." Jukenzi shoved a pill into Li Qingshan's mouth. Li Qingshan let out a breath that reeked of alcohol and slowly woke up. The sky outside the window was bright, and birds sang in the morning. Chapter 290. Li Qingshan leapt up. "Now! What time is it now?" As if Jukenzi had been expecting him to ask this, he said, "The examinations for the various schools have already ended." Li Qingshan collapsed on the ground again. He had been fooled by the ox nose. The alcohol was far too strange. If that was the case, there would be no place for him in the academy anymore. Jukenzi said, "You don't have to worry too much, fellow. There's still another school you can go to." "Where?" Jukenzi pointed below his feet. "Here." Li Qingshan was mildly surprised. "But I've already lost the bet, and your master doesn't like me either." Jukenzi smiled. "You've basically passed the school of Taoism's examination. My master has a fiery temper, but he still appreciates talent. Do you know how much that jar of 1,000 days intoxication you drank is worth? Normally, he doesn't even have enough for himself. If it were just to harm you, why would he take it out? As long as you beg him properly and get him to regain his dignity, he'll definitely accept you." Li Qingshan said, "Beg? How do I beg? Is he the only one who has dignity, and I don't?" Jukenzi said, "What do you think?" Li Qingshan let out a heavy sigh and stood up. Dignity was earned with strength, not with words. Just what right did a Qi practitioner have to be mentioned in the same breath as a foundation establishment cultivator? Jukenzi said, "Come with me. Master is explaining the Tao to the new disciples up ahead." With no other choice, Li Qingshan could only follow along. Along the way, Jukenzi taught him, no matter how master humiliates you, just endure it. On the mountain path, you have to overcome your fear. Right now, you have to overcome your pride. Only by enduring 100 times can you achieve greatness. Li Qingshan said nothing. He arrived at the front hall. The slovenly Daoist priest sat high up, while the new disciples sat in the hall. Yu Zijian sat the closest to him. When they saw Li Qingshan, everyone looked over. The slovenly Daoist priest continued to explain the Tao, as if he did not hear him at all. Li Qingshan went up reluctantly. "I've lost this bet." The sloppy Taoist said, "Since you know you've lost, why don't you scram down the mountain?" Li Qingshan suddenly raised his head. He saw Jukenzi standing behind the slovenly Daoist priest, saying the word endure and clenching his fists. The slovenly Taoist sneered and said, "What? Do you have anything else to say?" Thus, he scolded and mocked Li Qingshan in front of everyone. Everyone revealed looks of disdain. Since you're in the limelight, there will naturally be people who will take care of you. Yu Zijian could not help but say, "Master." Jukenzi looked at him and said, "Zijian." He understood his master's temper. The more people tried to dissuade him, the more he refused. The more the slovenly Taoist scolded, the more pleased he became. "I see that you're just a piece of trash who managed to climb up the mountain by luck. Now kneel down and kowtow 3 times. I'll shut up," Li Qingshan yelled, interrupting the slovenly Daoist. The hall was silent. He actually dared to speak to a patriarch like this, and it was the patriarch of the Daoist school who was the most powerful. The slovenly Daoist priest's face changed. He needed to teach this kid a good lesson so that he would understand who had the final say in the school of Taoism. Li Qingshan said loudly, "If I've lost, then I've lost. I, Li Qingshan, admit that I've lost the bet. Why do you have to keep harping on, you oxnose? Your words are like farts. It's so smelly. So what if it's the school of Taoism? I won't join it." With that, he left. Jukenzi said sternly, "Fellow, don't speak nonsense." "Master." The slovenly Daoist priest's face darkened. "Make him piss off." Li Qingshan was not obstructed. He made his way down the mountain in a single breath, and his anger subsided slightly. He leapt into the air and took off on a cloud, flying towards the lake of dragons and snakes. However, he was rather lost for a moment. He had no idea where he should go. If he were alone, it would be easier. Perhaps he could find a sect to join, or he could just run off to another prefecture and enroll in the other 100 schools of thought. The world was so big, so would there still be a place for him to stay? However, Little An had already joined the school of Buddhism, so he could not stray far from it. Otherwise, he could go beg the One Thought Master and just become a monk. His destiny with Buddhism had come far too quickly. However, upon further thought, let alone the fact that he was unwilling to beg, even if he was willing to beg, they might not necessarily accept him. If he accepted him, he would really be offending the slovenly Daoist priest. At this moment, he suddenly thought of something. Perhaps there was a school whose examination had not ended yet. On the ship last night, the instructor had basically explained the order in which each school would take their examinations. The school of Taoism was the first stop, and then they toured the various islands in a clockwise fashion. They did not specifically place everyone first. Li Qingshan could not help but ask, "Did we miss one school?" "Which one?" "The School of Novels." "You've signed up for the School of Novels?" The instructor looked at him in disbelief. The other Qi practitioners were no different. "Yeah." The instructor pointed at the mental map. "Here it is. It's the last stop. You can go there yourself when the time comes. Shouldn't it be the 4th stop according to the order? And why am I going there myself?" Li Qingshan did not think too deeply about these questions. He had never taken the School of Novels to heart. A while later, Li Qingshan set foot on the quiet, rather desolate island. This was the Cloud Wisp Island where the School of Novels resided. Although an entire night had passed, the examination for the School of Novels, who was ranked last, might not have ended just yet. However, he had guessed wrong. Li Qingshan walked along the cobblestone path and passed through a bamboo forest. He saw a simple and unadorned courtyard. The courtyard was covered in fallen leaves, as if no one had cleaned it for a long time. It was as if no one lived there at all. There seemed to be the moaning of a woman coming from there. He frowned, knocked on the door, and called out, "Is anyone there?" A lazy voice came from the depths of the courtyard. "Who is it?" Li Qingshan said, I'm here for the examination. As soon as he finished speaking, a strong gust of wind blew up the fallen leaves. A middle-aged man rushed out of the courtyard and came before Li Qingshan. He could not be considered handsome. He had a mustache, and his clothes were disheveled. There was also a faint fragrance of cosmetics on his body. There were quite a few lipstick marks on his face, and there were even clear bite marks on his neck. Combined with the moaning just now, it was obvious what he was doing. It's you. Li Qingshan suddenly remembered that he had met this person in the tower the day before yesterday. It's you. The middle-aged man also thought of Li Qingshan. All kinds of information appeared in his mind. Water element A+, 17 years old, 6th layer Qi practitioner. Genius, genius. He thought excitedly, senior brother really didn't lie to me. Senior brother really didn't lie to me. You're the instructor of the School of Novels? Judging from his age, Li Qingshan was definitely not a disciple. As for the possibility of him being the head of the school, he did not even consider it. He had met all the heads of the schools before, and they all had their own temperaments. Even that sloppy daoist who made his teeth itch had his own style of a head of the school. The middle-aged man hurriedly tidied up his clothes and wiped off the lipstick marks. He coughed lightly and stood with his hands behind his back. I am the head of the School of Novels, Liu Chuanfeng. Li Qingshan was taken aback. He turned around and wanted to leave. No wonder no one had applied for the School of Novels. He then thought about how the most important thing right now was to find a place to stay. He asked patiently, may I ask how the exam will be? Don't tell me it's composition. Liu Chuanfeng scratched his head. He seemed to be even more confused than Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan felt more and more unreliable. Could it be that the examination had already ended? Liu Chuanfeng's eyes suddenly lit up. He grabbed Li Qingshan's shoulders and said, You passed. You passed. What? Li Qingshan had indeed guessed wrongly. It was not that the examination for the School of Novels had not ended. Rather, it had not even started. Liu Chuanfeng's next words made Li Qingshan feel as if he had been struck by lightning. From today onwards, you are the top disciple of my School of Novels. As he said this, he took out a token with the word 1 from his 100 treasures pouch and personally hung it on Li Qingshan's waist. He did not even ask which school Li Qingshan was going to choose and just wanted to confusedly decide on his status. Li Qingshan took a deep breath and asked softly, It can't be that I'm the only disciple in the School of Novels, right? It couldn't be like this. It definitely couldn't be like this. Yes, it was indeed like this. Li Qingshan expressionlessly took off his token and threw it with force. With a whoosh, the token disappeared into the bamboo forest. He turned around and left. Behind him, Liu Chuanfeng shouted, Stop right there. Li Qingshan was instantly on guard. However, he saw that Liu Chuanfeng did not make a move. Instead, he took out an item from his 100 treasures pouch and threw it in front of Li Qingshan. As long as you join my School of Novels, this cloud wisp brush that I specially made will be yours. Li Qingshan did not expect that he would be hit by a spirit artifact one day. His heart trembled slightly. He looked down and saw that it was a middle-grade spirit artifact. Instantly, his heart sank. Even if 100 of these items were added together, they would not be able to exchange for one supreme-grade spirit artifact. Rather than calling it a bribe, it would be more accurate to call it a humiliation. Li Qingshan did not say much. He only silently took out 10 middle-grade spirit artifacts from his 100 treasures pouch and put them away. He cupped his hands and was about to leave. Liu Chuanfeng cried out, Fellow cultivator, I'm begging you. Li Qingshan stood still. He raised his head and let out a long sigh. Forget it. It was better to be begged than begged. Most importantly, he had a place to stay. This place was so cold and quiet. Perhaps it was suitable for him to cultivate. He turned around and stretched out his hand. What? A token. Li Qingshan heard that the head disciple would have many privileges when he traveled among the 100 clans. He could freely enter places that normal disciples could not. This would make it convenient for Li Qingshan to study in the various clans in the future. Liu Chuanfeng was overjoyed. He did not expect Li Qingshan to really agree. Suddenly, he waved his hand. A small dog appeared out of nowhere. It barked and ran into the depths of the bamboo forest. After a while, it came back with a token in its mouth. Li Qingshan took it. The small dog disappeared as if it had never appeared. He could not help but ask in surprise, "This is?" Liu Chuanfeng said proudly, "The secret technique of our school of novels. It is not something ordinary people can imagine." Li Qingshan keenly noticed that the hickeys on Liu Chuanfeng's face had disappeared. Even the fragrance of the cosmetics had disappeared. Perhaps the school of novels really did have some extraordinary abilities. Liu Chuanfeng invited Li Qingshan into a room. It was a bamboo house that was suspended in the air. The smell of ink floated in the dark room. The short table that was covered in papers was messy. There were many words written on it. Liu Chuanfeng pushed the papers aside and revealed the table. He invited Li Qingshan to sit down and poured him a cup of tea. Li Qingshan then picked up a piece of paper and asked, "You wrote all these?" Liu Chuanfeng said proudly, "Yes. You can call me Mistress Breeze. That is my pen name." It sounded familiar. It really sounded familiar. He must have heard it somewhere before. A thought suddenly flashed in Li Qingshan's mind. The book that Sun Fubai secretly gave him had the author's name. Wasn't it Mistress Breeze? He suddenly understood why Sun Fubai had that kind of performance and why no one applied for the School of Novels. He suddenly stood up and kicked the short table in front of him. Chapter 291. Liu Chuanfeng also slammed the table and stood up. "Brat, I see that you're a talent, that's why I'm giving you some leeway. Don't go overboard. You can insult me, but you can't insult my novels. The one I'm insulting is you. Your novels are trash, trash." Li Qingshan clenched his fist and cursed. You. Liu Chuanfeng pointed at Li Qingshan, unable to restrain his anger. Outside the sky, the clouds covered the sky. Sunlight no longer shone into the room, and the bamboo house became a little dark. Li Qingshan felt a strange true qi rising from Liu Chuanfeng's body. The pressure from a 10th layer qi practitioner was only starting to show now. "Come, let me see what a novelist is capable of. Li Qingshan, you'll be shackled and torn apart by hundreds of beasts. It's not too late to admit your mistakes." Liu Chuanfeng released his true qi, and the ink fragrance became even thicker. Li Qingshan said, "You are trash, traitorous disciple." Liu Chuanfeng was furious. He held a brush in his hand and waved it forcefully. With a clatter, long chains flew up and tightly wrapped around Li Qingshan's body. With a crack, a wooden shackle wrapped around Li Qingshan's neck. "100 beasts roar," Liu Chuanfeng said. Ferocious tigers, bears, lions, wolves, snakes, all kinds of ferocious beasts rushed out bravely, letting out terrifying roars and pouncing towards Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan frowned, not out of fear, but out of disappointment. His body shook, and he spread his arms, breaking the iron chains. He grabbed the wooden shackle and casually crushed it. At this moment, the ferocious beasts pounced in front of him. With a thought, he let out a clear cry, and the clear stream sword flew up. Whoosh, 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 it turned into a ray of green light and turned around in the room, killing all the beasts. The shackles were just normal shackles, and the beasts were just normal beasts. They might work against ordinary people, but against qi practitioners, especially a battle-hardened warrior like him, it was just a pipe dream. Even if he just stood there and let these wild beasts tear at him, would they be able to break through his protective Jin qi and bite through his skin? Using his fingers like a sword, he pointed at Liu Chuanfeng. Not enough. In the blink of an eye, the clear stream sword was right in front of Liu Chuanfeng. Liu Chuanfeng hurriedly said, "Bigfoot monk, come out." Li Qingshan felt a chill in his heart, because he had read about this name in the book that Sun Fubai gave him. It was a character with an extremely mystical ability, and according to the description in the book, he would definitely not be able to win. To be able to summon a character from a novel, the School of Novels seemed to have some understanding of the School of Novels. Were they finally going to show their true strength? A big fat monk with his chest exposed appeared out of thin air, and the most eye-catching part was the pair of big feet below him. With one foot, He sent the clear stream sword flying, and with the other foot, he stomped towards Li Qingshan's chest. The momentum was vast, and it could destroy monuments and split stones. It was far from what the beasts just now could compare to. Li Qingshan was just about to dodge the strange peak, when his feet suddenly slowed. He didn't know when, but the floor had become a swamp. This small swamp naturally couldn't trap him, and instead, it aroused his fighting spirit. Fine, I'll test your strength. Steeling his heart, he threw out a punch, striking the sole of the Bigfoot monk's foot. However, the result was unexpected. With a loud bang, the Bigfoot monk flew back at a speed even faster than when he had arrived, and disappeared in the air. Liu Chuanfeng felt a chill on the back of his neck. The clear stream sword was flying towards him, and he hurriedly circulated his Jin Qi to protect his body. However, this was just Li Qingshan's diversion. Killing intent erupted from all over his body, and he took a step in front of Liu Chuanfeng. Using his palm like a blade, he forcefully broke through his protective Jin Qi. Please remember this. Liu Chuanfeng cried out, spare me, hero. Only to see the palm blade come to a steady stop in front of him. Li Qingshan withdrew his hand and called back the clear stream sword. He put down the short table that he had kicked over and sat down. Picking up the teapot, he poured a cup of tea for himself and another for Liu Chuanfeng. Clouds passed by in the sky, and the sun shone down, shining on the dense tea mist. It was a scene of tranquility. Liu Chuanfeng was stunned for a moment, then he also came to the short table and sat down cross-legged. Li Qingshan reached out a hand. Although there was no etiquette for shaking hands in this world, Liu Chuanfeng was stunned for a while before he came to his senses and shook his hand. Li Qingshan waved his hand. Let's get along well in the future. There are only the two of us on this island, and I doubt anyone will come here in the future. Just now, in the battle, if Liu Chuanfeng did not use the power of the School of Novels and only used his identity as a 10th layer Qi practitioner to cast some normal spells. If Li Qingshan did not use the cursive sword calligraphy, it would be very difficult for him to win. Even if he had a strong body, it would be very difficult to make up for the difference if his opponent had no will to fight. He wanted to see the power of the School of Novels, while Liu Chuanfeng wanted to show off the power of the School of Novels, but the result was not very optimistic. No, it was directly wiping away the last bit of hope for Li Qingshan. At this time, he was actually more open-minded and no longer felt any anger. In any case, he did not lack cultivation methods. The gooey water condensation method was enough to support him until the foundation building realm. When that time came, he did not have to worry about not being able to find a better cultivation method. The most important thing in coming to the 100 schools of thought was to learn alchemy, smithing, formations, and the like. These could be learned at any school. The identity of the chief disciple also provided many conveniences. One of them was that he could freely enter and leave the 100 schools of thought without anyone's permission. In the other schools, in order to fight for such an identity, who knew how much competition there would be? How could it be as easy as it was in the School of Novels? Not being valued and not being paid attention to was not necessarily a bad thing. He just needed to cultivate in peace. Liu Chuanfeng sat in front of Li Qingshan, acting very carefully. This time, the School of Novels had really accepted an incredible disciple. Seeing that Li Qingshan was deep in thought, he did not dare to disturb him. After a while, he heard Li Qingshan sigh and ask, "When will we start cultivating?" "You've seen the methods of the school just now. It can be said that there are endless changes." Li Qingshan listened quietly and did not interrupt. The ability of the School of Novels was very special. They could make fake into reality, create something out of nothing, and turn fantasy into reality. According to the origin of the school, there was a cultivator in ancient times who traveled to a place and heard that there was a local ghost that specialized in absorbing the vitality of children. The children that were absorbed by the ghost would shrivel up and die, causing the entire city to be in a state of panic. However, the cultivator had never heard of the existence of such a monster. After careful investigation, he realized that it was not a monster that was causing trouble, but a strange disease. The reason was that all the wells in the city had been polluted by a special spirit stone mine. The children's bodies were weak and could not resist it, but the adults were fine. He used his magic power to purify the water and cure the children. Everything was resolved. Then, just as he was about to leave, he saw the monster with his own eyes. It was exactly the same as the legend had said. A monster that did not exist had actually appeared in this world. Because people believed in its existence, a powerful belief gathered into a force. However, this alone was not enough. He still needed some kind of opportunity. He discovered that the spirit stone mine underground that polluted the water had formed a strange loop. It was similar to some kind of runic spell formation that provided the existence of this opportunity. He began to think, could his magic power provide that kind of opportunity? A brand new path of cultivation was opened. At first, it only recorded the gossip of the people on the streets and strange legends, turning them into stories and rumors that were passed on by word of mouth. After generations of inheritance and innovation, especially when the school of Moism created the mechanism to print books, it finally became the school of novels of today. A lie told 1,000 times would become the truth. They used pen and ink to create legends, turning themselves into an opportunity. The illusory could be resurrected in their hands. It could be all-encompassing and all-encompassing. In terms of interest, there was probably no school that could compare to the school of novels. However, Li Qingshan had already witnessed the effects of the actual battle earlier. Unfortunately, it was only interesting. Being interesting was not enough to defeat the enemy. Writing a novel that people believed, making them laugh and cry for the characters in the novel, was probably much more difficult than governing an entire city. It was not like cultivators lacked money. All they needed to do was hire a few advisors who knew how to govern and pour millions of taels of silver into it, and they would be able to govern a region until it prospered. Although Li Qingshan had read quite a few decent novels in his past life, and he did not mind being a plagiarist, over a decade had passed. He had already forgotten about it. Compared to that, he was better off practicing his gooey water method of condensing qi obediently. Facing Liu Chuanfeng's expectant gaze, Li Qingshan shook his head and refused. "Thank you, but there's no need. Where is my room?" Liu Chuanfeng's face was full of disappointment. He forced a smile and said, "This place is very big. Feel free to stay." Li Qingshan bowed slightly and walked out. He walked around the courtyard and realized that although it was not as big as the Taoist palace, it was not small either. The bamboo and wood buildings were built in the air, forming winding corridors. Stepping on the ground would give off hollow echoes. The spring breeze caressed his face and the bamboo forest swayed, bringing with it a trace of coolness. As he walked, the bottom of the bamboo building gradually rippled and deepened. He came to the backyard and parted the bamboo door. A small green lake reflected the blue sky and green bamboo. The scenery was beautiful. A bamboo rocking chair lay quietly in the corridor. Li Qingshan lay on it. With a creak, he gently rocked it, as if he could spend the rest of his life and wash away his worldly thoughts. After lying down for a while, he stood up and smiled. Finally, he had a place to rest. Here, he did not need to worry about being harmed or thinking about killing people. He could slowly cultivate. Now, it was time to see little Anne. When he came to the front hall, Liu Chuanfeng was nowhere to be seen. A set of green robes was neatly folded in front of the door. There was even a cloud illusionary brush on it. Li Qingshan changed his clothes, picked up the brush, and put on his waist token. He rode the clouds and flew toward the Buddhist Ansrava Island. Its full name was Sansrava Island. It was a Buddhist term for the three studies of precepts, concentration, and wisdom. The Buddhist scriptures said, controlling the heart as precepts. Through precepts comes concentration, and through concentration comes wisdom. This is called the Sansrava Island. It was also known as the Sansrava Island or the Island of Precepts, Concentration, and Wisdom. When he came to the sky above the island, he could see a forest of Buddhist pagodas from afar. They looked dignified, and there were faint sounds of Buddhist chanting. Its scale was no smaller than the Daoist Wuwei Island. Little Anne was among them. In the Sea of Books bookstore in Flowing Cloud Workshop, Liu Chuanfeng entered and bowed to the ground. Sun Fubai's heart sank. Junior brother, What are you doing? Don't tell me. The School of Novels has been crippled. The 100 schools of the 100 schools of thought were not fixed. Every prefecture would be slightly different. Apart from the 10 schools of the 9th rate that were permanent, there were many places that did not have the smaller schools like the School of Music and the School of Medicine. The 100 schools were the same. It had been many years since the School of Novels had a disciple. The various school leaders had already written a petition to the 100 schools of thought of the Rui Commandery, wiping away the stain on the 100 schools of the Clear River Prefecture. If it were not for the fact that the founding emperor had appointed the School of Novels as one of the 10 schools of the 9th rate, the higher-ups would have agreed to it a long time ago. Even with that being the case, they still issued an ultimatum. If the leader of the school, Liu Chuanfeng, could not become a foundation establishment cultivator or accept a disciple, they would cripple the School of Novels of the Clear River Prefecture and take back Cloud Wisp Island so that other schools could use it. Sun Fubai came from the School of Novels, so he could not bear to see something like that happen. Left with no other choice, he would try every chi practitioner he saw who had some talent. It was just a chance, but there was actually no hope at all. Liu Chuanfeng shook his head violently. Thank you, senior brother. Thank you, senior brother. The school has a successor now. I don't have to worry about crippling it. Who is it? Sun Fubai widened his eyes. Just who was so unlucky? Li Qingshan. Although he had a bad temper and refused to learn the secrets of the School of Novels, he was still the primary disciple of the School of Novels through and through. Sun Fubai was taken aback for quite a while. The rims of his eyes reddened slightly too. His efforts had finally paid off. Junior brother. Senior brother. Boss, what cultivation methods do you have here? A while later, a chi practitioner walked in. He just happened to see Liu Chuanfeng and Sun Fubai holding hands and looking at each other with tears in their eyes. He was actually rendered speechless. He leapt in fright and backed out in a hurry. After Li Qingshan left, the slovenly Daoist priest continued to talk about cultivation methods in order to show his magnanimity. Then, he dismissed everyone and asked Jukenzi, "Where did that bastard go?" Jukenzi said, "Master, it seems, what are you hesitating for? Spit it out if you have something to say. Did he go to beg that darn baldy, one thought? Or did he go to find Liu Changqing to take a makeup test?" Jukenzi said, "Neither. He went to Cloud Wisp Island." The slovenly Daoist priest said, "What? Why didn't you tell me earlier?" Jukenzi said, "I was about to tell you just now, but as soon as I mentioned the name Li Qingshan, you told me to shut up." The slovenly Daoist priest slapped his thigh. "Oh my. He might as well become a monk with that darn baldy. Go and tell him to scram back here. I'll take him into the school of Taoism." Jukenzi said, "It's already too late." Master Liu handed in the name list as soon as he could. Li Qingshan is already a disciple of the School of Novels, and is even the first seat. The 100 schools of thought had their own rules. No matter how the 100 schools of thought fought over it during the academy examinations, anyone who entered would be a disciple of that school. This was something that no one could change. Otherwise, the 100 schools of thought would have descended into chaos a long time ago. The slovenly Daoist priest was filled with regret. Li Qingshan's determination and staunchness had always been to his liking. Others might think that Li Qingshan was being rude for scolding a foundation establishment cultivator and the head of a school. Other people might think that Li Qingshan was being rude, but he also felt some admiration for Li Qingshan. When he was young, he was known for his arrogance and disrespect for his elders. Who knew how much suffering he had suffered because of his bad temper? "Master, you could have let it go if you scolded him a little, but what you said after that was too humiliating." No wonder he was so angry. "Are you saying that Master is in the wrong? I wouldn't dare." Chapter 292. That kid joined the School of Novels? Wang Pushi was shocked, wondering if he had heard wrong. Hua Sungzon smiled bitterly and explained the whole story. Jiyu Yangying had wanted him to take care of her, but he had taken care of the School of Novels instead. He did not know how he was going to explain himself the next time they met. Wang Pushi exhaled deeply. Ju Tong has gone too far this time. Forget it, This is his fate. Tell the kid that if he's bold enough to copy Liu Chuanfeng and write those obscene things, I'll expel him from the Hawkwolf Guard. Hua Sungzon said, Liu family head has already invited all the family heads to Contention Island to discuss this matter. You should go quickly, you should go quickly. After Wang Pushi left, Hua Sungzon turned around and walked through the door. Nearly 100 new disciples of legalism sat upright in the hall. Hua Sungzon pressed his hands against the air several times. Everyone, there is no need to be nervous. This isn't the Confucian school, so there aren't many rules and etiquette. From now on, we will all be fellow apprentices, and I will be your elder apprentice brother, Hua Sungzon. He bowed slightly. His demeanor was easygoing, his demeanor elegant, and his demeanor charming. Everyone returned the greeting in a hurry and felt much more at ease. Hua Chenglu's eyes even lit up. This was her elder brother. Hua Sungzon said solemnly, although the school of legalism doesn't have so many elaborate and over-elaborate rituals, we do have rules, and these rules are the law. In the Confucian school, your words and actions are not in accordance with etiquette, and you will be criticized and corrected, but here, there is only punishment. There's no harm in telling everyone that I've tried the legalists' punishments a few times. There's caning, rod, whipping, and lashing. There's also the water prison, black prison, and fire prison. It feels pretty good. Among them, I seriously recommend whipping. If a female disciple breaks the law, I'll consider personally executing it. Hua Sungzon winked, causing the entire hall to roar with laughter. The oppressive atmosphere was swept away, and the men smiled knowingly. Although the women were shy, they also felt a little annoyed. Who asked this famous playboy to be so elegant and romantic? The chief disciple played an extremely important role in the various clans. Most of the time, he was the replacement of the clan head. Book C Pavilion, Net. Li Qingshan descended and arrived outside the pagoda forest. 2 grey-robed monks flashed out. Who are you? What are you doing here? Li Qingshan introduced himself and stated the purpose of his visit. However, when he referred to himself as the chief disciple of the School of Novels, the 2 monks first looked at each other, then at him, as if they were looking at a rare animal. Strange smiles appeared on their faces. It wasn't until they heard Little An's name that they immediately became solemn. Although they hadn't left Ansrava Island, they had heard about what had happened on Contention Island from the new disciples. That junior sister Little An had an extraordinary position in their master's heart. Perhaps even their eldest senior brother couldn't compare. Please come with me, sir. The older monk on the left brought his palms together. The monk led Li Qingshan through the pagoda forest and arrived outside a meditation hall. Afterwards, he told Li Qingshan to wait outside. He entered the meditation hall and said softly, "First senior brother, there's a fellow called Li Qingshan outside. He claims to be the primary disciple of the School of Novels. He's come to see junior sister Little Anne. No matter how terrible the reputation of the School of Novels was, they could not treat the primary disciple lightly. Apart from the one-thought master, only the primary disciple of the School of Buddhism had the right to receive him." The door to the meditation hall opened, and a large, fat monk emerged. He smiled like the Maitreya Buddha, but when he heard the 2 words Little Anne, a cold light flashed through his eyes. He ignored the monk and made his way out of the meditation hall. He saw Li Qingshan waiting outside and asked, "Are you Li Qingshan?" Li Qingshan bowed. "I am. May I ask for senior brother's Dharma name?" Mind enlightenment studied Li Qingshan. When he saw that he was only a 6th layer Qi practitioner, he showed some contempt. "You're bold enough to claim to be the primary disciple with your measly cultivation and stand on equal footing with me?" He said coldly, "Mind enlightenment. Book C Pavilion. Book C Pavilion. Book C Pavilion." Li Qingshan frowned slightly. He had no idea how he had offended him. He said patiently, "May I ask where Little An is? Please take me to her, senior brother. Master has gone to Contention Island to discuss matters with the various school leaders. Before he left, he told me that junior sister Little Anne is currently cultivating in seclusion and that no one is to disturb her. Please return, sir." When Mind Enlightenment heard the 2 words Little Anne, the nameless anger in his chest flared up again. He became even more rude with his words. Yesterday, he had heard that not only had the One Thought Master bestowed him with the supreme grade spiritual artifact, the Guardian King's Pearl, but he had even personally taught him the Guardian King's scripture of demon subdual. Mind Enlightenment felt rather indignant. The Guardian King's Pearl was something he had been looking forward to for a very long time. Even as the primary disciple, he did not possess a single supreme grade spiritual artifact. Originally, only he, the primary disciple, had the right to practice the Guardian King's scripture of demon subdual, which made him feel even more threatened. He could not help but say a few things to the One Thought Master, but he was scolded by the One Thought Master instead. He told him to be a role model for the first senior brother and not rely on external items or become jealous. He was not bold enough to argue back. He expressed his deep regret on the surface and punished himself by facing a wall and reflecting on his mistakes. Only then did he gain the One Thought Master's recognition. However, he became even more furious inside. He knew it was impossible for him to take revenge on little Anne, or even the One Thought Master would not spare him. Now that Li Qingshan had delivered himself to him, and he seemed to be very familiar with little Anne, he obviously would not let this opportunity slip by. He wanted to vent his anger. "If you won't take me with you, I'll go find her myself." Li Qingshan could not be bothered with talking to him. Even if little Anne had something major to attend to, it was impossible for her not to see him. Even if she was about to enter secluded cultivation, she still had to let him know. Mind Enlightenment's face sank. He blocked Li Qingshan with a flash. "Didn't you hear what I said? How can you trespass on the holy land of Buddhism?" Li Qingshan was annoyed. "As the primary disciple, I can move about freely even if I'm on the various islands of the various schools. How am I trespassing? Baldy, I'll give you some face for the sake of the One Thought Master, but don't you dare turn me down." Mind Enlightenment had never seen a new disciple act so arrogantly towards him. As the primary disciple of the school of Buddhism, he possessed great authority. In terms of status, he was no weaker than someone like Wasungzon, so how could he tolerate the disobedience of a person of lower status? Let alone the primary disciple of the School of Novels, even if the leader of the School of Novels, Liu Chuanfeng, came in person, he would not take him seriously. "I've never heard of someone like you in the 100 schools of thought. Who knows if you've stolen these clothes and come to our school of Buddhism with ill intentions? As the primary disciple of the school of Buddhism, I obviously have to follow my master's orders and watch over junior sister little Anne. If you want to see her, you'll have to get past me first." He took out a shining monk's spade and placed it before him. Among the 100 schools of thought, the school of Buddhism had many body practitioners apart from the school of the military. They practiced both the body and the qi, known as warrior monks. His stance was extremely methodical. It was heavy and forceful, kicking up fierce winds and rustling leaves. Li Qingshan immediately felt a great pressure, even greater than Wei Zhongyuan's. Although the school of Buddhism focused on benevolence, they did not lack methods for purging demons and daimons. They were both at the 10th layer, but their battle prowess was incomparable to the schools of Buddhism, which did not focus on combat. However, the thing that Li Qingshan feared the least was pressure. He raised an eyebrow and was about to lose his temper, but on second thought, this is the territory of the school of Buddhism after all. Little Anne would still need to cultivate here in the future. Offending this primary disciple of the school of Buddhism would probably be detrimental to her, so he withdrew his true qi again. When Mind Enlightenment saw that Li Qingshan was afraid, he became even more contemptuous. "I thought you would really dare to fight me, but it turns out you're just a pretentious coward. The Pure Lands of the School of Buddhism are not a place where a lowly novelist like you can behave atrociously. If you know what's good for you, leave quickly and don't come back." Li Qingshan clenched his teeth, raised his hand, and lightly knocked on his thumb ring. He said, "Little Anne, where are you?" Little Anne's surprised voice immediately came from within. The two exchanged a few words. It turned out that little Anne was not in the Anusrava temple. Temples were all places for monks to cultivate. To the south of the Anusrava temple was the Pure Moon Nunnery. There was an old nun with the identity of a professor who was in charge of teaching nuns. Li Qingshan said, "If you want to cultivate, go ahead. I'll come find you in a few days. Little An only said, wait for me. Li Qingshan said to Mind Enlightenment, if you don't let me go find her, you can't say anything if she comes looking for me, right? Mind Enlightenment's eyebrows stood up. His plump and chubby face immediately revealed a hint of savagery. He swung down the heavy monk's spade in his hand. Vile spawn, get out of here. On Contention Island, the heads of the various schools temporarily put down whatever they were doing and gathered once more to discuss the School of Novels. It was the same room as last time. The lighting seemed to have become even darker, and the atmosphere was a little gloomy. Liu Changqing was the most vexed. The Confucian school pursued the cultivation of one's moral character, family, governance, and peace of the world. The 100 schools of thought in the various lands all tacitly agreed that the Confucian school's head was in charge of various matters. They had jointly submitted a petition to abolish the School of Novels, and he was the one who had taken the lead. Liu Chuanfeng's vulgar novels had long since reached the end of his tolerance. The School of Novels had declined to a point where they could not even accept a primary disciple. Obviously, he had put in a lot of effort as well. He thought the School of Novels would definitely be abolished after the entrance examination, but who would have thought something like this would happen? He had already promised Cloud Wisp Island to someone else, along with his identity as the leader of the School of Painting. The future leader of the School of Painting had already promised him many benefits that even tempted him. Now, all of his plans had come to nothing. He felt indescribably vexed. He could not help but grumble a little about the slovenly Daoist priest. The various school leaders had already voiced their dissatisfaction with the slovenly Daoist priest's words and actions. They used this opportunity to erupt, all criticizing him. The slovenly Daoist priest was not one to be mistreated. He immediately launched into a verbal attack, turning the meeting into a mess. When he became excited, he stepped on the table and rolled up his sleeves. Come, come, come. Who's not convinced? Come at me together. If I'm afraid of you, I'm a bald donkey. A mitba. Ox nose, I didn't say anything this time. You better stop provoking me. The one-thought master said nothing during the discussion this time. He did not care about the fate of the School of Novels. All he cared about right now was little Anne. At this moment, a voice rang out from the one-thought master's tablet. Abbot, bad news. They've started fighting. Who's fighting? First senior brother and Li Qingshan. Chapter 293. Liu Changqing immediately took out the water mirror disc, and it conjured a figure. The monk's spade in Mind Enlightenment's hand was imbued with true qi, turning into a raging wave that forced Li Qingshan back step by step. However, Li Qingshan was like a rowboat in the storm, rising and falling with the waves without capsizing. Wang Pushi frowned. This kid really is a troublemaker. After listening to what had happened, the one-thought master was displeased as well. Little Anne is currently practicing the Guardian King's scripture of demon subdual, so how can she be disturbed? This Li Qingshan is far too insensible. As a Buddhist secret technique, the Guardian King's scripture of demon subdual was originally only practiced by the primary disciple of the school of Buddhism, Mind Enlightenment. This was not because he was unfair and biased towards Mind Enlightenment, but because the Guardian King's scripture of demon subdual was just too profound. It required a very high foundation and ability to comprehend. This was no longer achievable through talent alone. It required an extremely deep foundation in cultivation and a comprehension of Buddhism. It was never something a new disciple could practice. There were plenty of Buddhist disciples with established foundations who would spend several years practicing this cultivation method. The reason why the one-thought master had made this arrangement was to separate Li Qingshan from little Anne, especially after he learnt that she had only known Li Qingshan for a year and that they were not related by blood. This was also for little Anne's own good. As a Buddhist disciple, if she had too many distracting thoughts, it would definitely affect her cultivation. As long as she was separated for a while, time would naturally dilute everything. His other objective was to erase little Anne's arrogance so that she would understand her own inadequacies before this wondrous Buddhist art that she could not control. Even if she was a prodigy, She would not be able to succeed if she did not comprehend the essence of Buddhism and sever her mortal ties and cultivate in peace. Yesterday, dusk, outside the Ansrava temple in the Pure Moon Nunnery. Little Ant had changed into grey monk's robes and knelt before the Buddha quietly. The one-thought master picked up his blade, wanting to personally shave her and complete this ancient ceremony. When the shiny shaving knife fell on her long black hair, the quiet Moon Nunnery's abbess Iya, who was standing beside her, felt that her heart had long since become as calm as an ancient well. Unexpectedly, he could not bear to do so. When this saber descended, it would be like the ancient Buddha lamp. To sever all worldly ties. Little Ant looked up to avoid it and looked at the jade Buddha in the Buddhist niche. The one-leaf abbess discovered that her pitch-black eyes were more like an ancient well than her heart. She couldn't help but laugh. She was just a child. Any girl who grew such beautiful long hair would not be able to give it up. Because of her inconceivable talent, was her heart also unsettled? He clasped his hands together. Chanting the name of Buddha, a head of fine black hair is like 3,000 strands of worry. Severing the strands of emotion means severing your worries. Don't be reluctant. Only with sacrifice can you gain. But he didn't know that in Little Ant's heart, it didn't matter if he didn't have hair. So what if he didn't have a body? She didn't care about it at all. Be it this head of black hair or the 3,000 worries, they were originally born for him, so how could he give them up so easily? The one-thought master said, shaving is entering the school of Buddhism. The necessary ceremony meant getting rid of all worries. If you cultivate wholeheartedly, if you can't pass this trial, then you will die. You can't become a disciple of Buddhism. Little Ant did not say anything. He took out the diamond pearl and placed it in front of the Buddha. Needless to say, a supreme-grade spirit artifact was nothing to be pitied about. The one-thought master remained silent for quite a while before letting out a long sigh. He allowed her to cultivate in the Pure Moon Nunnery, but he also made up his mind. He could not let a mere Li Qingshan affect this supreme genius of Buddhism. Buddha is merciful. Perhaps he should let him suffer a little and retreat in the face of difficulties. In the blink of an eye, Li Qingshan had already been forced to the wall by mind enlightenment. A glaring, golden avatar appeared on mind enlightenment's body. It wielded a golden, half-transparent monk's spade, which he smashed down. Dang, a loud sound. Li Qingshan raised his wind-entwining blade to block the monk's spade. His arms trembled, and the web between his thumb and forefinger felt like splitting. The power that came from mind enlightenment was far more powerful than any Vajra strength talisman. A nick immediately appeared on the wind-entwining blade. Under the power of the monk's shovel, it produced a painful groan and twisted. There was a flash of green light, and the clear stream sword shot out from Li Qingshan's sleeve, stabbing towards mind enlightenment's forehead. With a clang, it was knocked away. The golden body was unscathed. You're like an ant trying to shake a tree. Piss off. Mind enlightenment pressed down on the monk's shovel. Li Qingshan thought to himself, the Buddhist cultivation method sure is impressive. If I did not manifest my demon form, I would have to use the cursive sword to get through this golden body. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he smiled. As it seemed, there was no need. A petite figure leapt over the wall, her black hair drifting about. He did not think too much about it. He just felt like she still looked prettier with hair. The one-thought master saw this too. He immediately questioned the one-leaf abbess, junior sister, didn't I say that she's forbidden from emerging before she reaches the first layer of the Guardian King's scripture of demon subdual? Why did you let her go? He had cast down restrictions where Little Ant cultivated in seclusion. Not only could no one disturb her, but even Little Ant could not leave unless she reached the Guardian King's scripture of demon subdual. Apart from him, only the one-leaf abbess could let her out. He had left behind a lot of food and precious pills for her. It was enough for her to cultivate for a while. Before the two open doors, the one-leaf abbess stood blankly. She did not answer. She only murmured, "That's impossible." The one-thought master understood the reason very soon. In the water mirror disk, Little Ant's aura had already reached the 6th layer. With her vitality and the pills the one-thought master had left behind, she used an afternoon and a night to push her cultivation up by another 3 layers. As for condensing a sea of qi that troubled countless qi practitioners, it was just like how she had taught Li Qingshan in the past. She had no idea how difficult it was. When she saw mind enlightenment, a rare sliver of anger appeared on her face despite her usual expressionless face. Golden light erupted from her body. The Bodhisattva lowered her head, showing mercy to the 6 realms. The Guardian King glared furiously, subduing the 4 demons. She raised the Vajra high into the air and changed shape in the air, turning into a huge, golden sword in the end. She swung it towards mind enlightenment's back. Just now, the One Thought Master still had any doubts, but he was finally convinced now. She had indeed reached the first layer of the Guardian King's scripture of demon subdual. It was impossible for the Guardian King's pearl to achieve something like this. Mind enlightenment sensed danger and swung his monk's spade backwards. The 2 tremendous forces collided and produced another deafening rumble. Mind enlightenment stared at the Guardian King's avatar in disbelief. He retreated and slammed into the rock wall behind him heavily. The rock wall trembled and rubble fell down. Little An used the force to leap backwards and nullify the tremendous force. The 2 Guardian Kings stared at each other furiously. Although the Guardian King's avatar Little An had unleashed was slightly smaller, it seemed to be tangible. With the support of the Guardian King's pearl, it was no longer weaker than mind enlightenment. All the spectating monks were dumbfounded. Was this really junior sister Little An? They were not the only ones. Even the One Thought Master was the same. For the first time in his life, he did not feel joy over his disciple's progress. Instead, he felt a hint of mixed fear. This was a terrifying talent. The Guardian King's scripture of demon subdual was a Buddhist secret technique that the One Thought Master believed Little An would not be able to comprehend easily. Compared to the path of white bone and great beauty, which was a supreme ability that allowed one to go from Buddhism to the demonic and become a white bone bodhisattva, it was definitely not difficult at all. However, under Oxen's guidance, she forcefully learnt this ability in her state as a ghost. Afterwards, she read through Buddhist scriptures, constantly deepening and comprehending it. The Guardian King's scripture of demon subdual was the same as the Buddhist scriptures she had read in the past. It was only for her to comprehend the essence of the path of white bone and great beauty, and it began to produce a strange change. Since even Buddhas could become demonic, so what if she was a Guardian King? For the first time, the slovenly Daoist priest, Ju Tong, felt that having a disciple like her was not necessarily a good thing, as perhaps he could enter secluded cultivation for a few months, only to discover that his disciple had already become even more powerful than him when he emerged. He no longer held any hope that Yu Zijian could surpass Little An. Actually, if Little An went to the school of Taoism, even with her supreme talent, her rate of improvement would only be astonishing at most. The One Thought Master was correct. She was indeed fated with the Buddha, but she was not a follower of the Buddha, but an enemy of the Buddha. There was a saying that only your enemy would understand you the most in this world. What she wanted to do was become an enemy of the Buddha. Just this willpower alone had surpassed the regular monks. The entire room fell silent. All of the school leaders were knowledgeable. They understood the Guardian King's scripture of demon subdual very well. Even though they were not as shocked as the One Thought Master, they were still quite a bit. The slovenly Daoist priest asked the One Thought Master, "How long did it take you to reach the first layer of the Guardian King's scripture of demon subdual?" The One Thought Master said, "I joined the school of Buddhism when I was 7. I practiced qi while practicing the Buddhist Dharma. When I was 25, I reached the 9th layer and gained the recognition of my master, the previous school leader, the Zimming Master. I switched to the Guardian King's scripture of demon subdual and comprehended it a year later, reaching the 1st layer." Then how long did it take her? The One Thought Master said with difficulty, "A single night." And, switching to the Guardian King's scripture of demon subdual at the 9th layer was over 10 times more difficult than when Little An was at the 3rd layer with only the innate method of condensing qi as a foundation. This was no longer within the realm of geniuses. He was a deviant, a monster. The slovenly Daoist priest patted the One Thought Master's shoulder. Liu Changqing sighed gently. Originally, he wanted to use some methods to force Li Qingshan out of the school of novels. Of course, It was impossible for him to switch to other schools. If he continued to stay in the 100 schools of thought, he would be breaking the rules of the 100 schools of thought. He could give him some benefits and recommend him to other schools. As the ruler of a prefecture, this would not burden him at all. Those who wanted to achieve great things could not be bothered with trifles. But now, he had to reconsider this plan. At the very least, he had to change the word force to persuade. In this child's heart, Li Qingshan clearly occupied an extremely important position. Even though time could erase everything, it would not take her too much time to reach his current level. He did not want, and probably had never wanted, to endure the hostility of a person like that. In the Ansrava temple, little Anne was currently engaged in an intense battle with mind enlightenment. The Vajra sword and the monk's spade constantly clashed, creating tremors that made the bells in the surroundings ring. Chapter 294. Collapse of will. Little Anne could not expose the power of the path of white bone and great beauty. Originally, it would have been impossible for her to contend against mind enlightenment, a 10th layer Qi practitioner. However, the supreme grade spiritual artifact the One Thought Master had bestowed upon her, the Guardian King's Pearl, played a crucial role at a time like this. Supreme grade spiritual artifacts were not items that Qi practitioners could completely control. Only foundation establishment cultivators could unleash their true power. However, as soon as the Guardian King's Pearl was in Little Anne's hands, she could use it. When she reached the first layer of the Guardian King's scripture of demon subdual, she unleashed its full effects. Its power was no weaker than when it was in the One Thought Master's hands. In Li Qingshan's hands, the cursive sword calligraphy that could barely be regarded as a supreme-grade spiritual artifact possessed such power despite not being able to refine it completely, let alone the fact that a true supreme-grade spiritual artifact could unleash its full power. In Little Anne's hands, the Vajra sword was like an embroidery needle. She used it to the limit, swinging, stabbing, flicking, and sweeping. When she swung it, it seemed like it could split a mountain. In Li Qingshan's eyes, he could not help but think of the thick, heavy vertical stroke from the cursive sword calligraphy. When she swung it, it seemed like it could cut off the flow, just like the gentle, casual horizontal stroke from the cursive sword calligraphy. She had mastered the sword intent within the 3 scrolls of the cursive sword calligraphy, and the Vajra sword turned into a streak of golden light. Many of the school leaders were proficient with the sword, and Liu Changqing was one of the best among them. Right now, he carried a sword on his waist. This was not an ornament, but a true weapon for killing. The Confucian disciples of this world were not pedantic scholars who could not even truss up a chicken. Apart from literature and etiquette, swordsmanship was a compulsory subject. Carrying a sword on many formal occasions was also a standard of etiquette. He stared at the water mirror disc and subconsciously gripped the hilt of his sword. The sword intent that drifted like clouds and was as powerful as a startling dragon made him feel surprised. Suddenly, he sensed the gazes of the various school leaders gather on him. He knew he had lost his composure, so he smiled bitterly. This is definitely not swordsmanship that a child should possess. She was only 10 years old, so how could she comprehend such a profound path of the sword? Even if she was a genius in the sword Tao, how could that dense and shockingly fierce murderous aura be explained? Although mind enlightenment was also proficient in martial arts, how could he be a match for her? Moreover, his actual combat experience was far less than hers. Against Little Anne, whose cultivation was much lower than his, he actually couldn't gain the slightest advantage. The more he fought, the more apprehensive he became. Why? What was going on? Namo Amitabha, something must be wrong. Li Qingshan originally wanted to lend Little and a helping hand, but when he saw the situation, he felt relieved and simply stood aside to watch the battle. In the past battles, when he worked together with Little Anne, she would mostly play the role of an assassin. He would attract the enemy's attention in the open and create an opportunity, while she would grasp the opportunity and kill in a single strike. It would be fine if she did not attack, but once she did, she would definitely heavily injure her opponent. However, a fair one-on-one duel like this was rare. To her, this was a rare opportunity for her to put her swordsmanship into practice. Without Li Qingshan, Xiao An naturally changed her strategy. She no longer pursued a sure-kill strike that maximized its power. Instead, she was like a master of calligraphy who wrote a piece of calligraphy. She was methodical and endless. A few strokes formed a word, and 100 words formed a famous piece of calligraphy. Even Li Qingshan was extremely surprised that Little An could improve to such a level. Apart from feeling happy for her, he also sighed slightly. He felt that even the ox demon, tiger demon, and spirit turtle combined did not seem to be as powerful as the path of white bone and great beauty. His cultivation was not high enough, so he was unable to unleash the power of these 3 cultivation methods. However, Little An had not even reached the first layer of the path of white bone and great beauty. Right now, she was barely at the rudimentary stage of exploration. Her future improvements were basically unimaginable. As it seemed, he really had to work hard on his cultivation when he returned this time. He could not fall behind. Even if it was the fragile pride of a man, he still wanted to always have the ability to take care of her. Just what was Brother Ox's arrangement? He did not understand. Perhaps he would only obtain the answer the moment he opened the Sumeru ring. The child's sword is about to form. Mind enlightenment is about to lose, said Han Anjuan. His comprehension of the path of the sword was not as deep as Liu Changqing's, but he was extremely sensitive to the situation of the army. Yes, the situation of the army. In his eyes, the battle between the two of them was like a clash between 2 armies. Mind Enlightenment's army was massive, but their morale was unstable. They were at a loss when to advance or retreat. On the other hand, Little An advanced step by step. After a series of planned assaults, sneak attacks, and ambushes, the army's morale rose and fell. Mind Enlightenment's army gradually became exhausted. Although the angle was different, they all saw the same outcome in the end. Once the name card was completed, they would be ambushed from all sides. Little An raised her hand, but the Vajra sword slowed down as if it had suddenly become heavier. With every inch it moved, it would come to a halt. Every movement and every stillness left behind a clear sword after image. At the same time, he pushed the might of the Guardian King's art of demon subdual and the might of the cursive sword calligraphy to the limit. It seemed extremely slow, but Mind Enlightenment just happened to feel like he was in dire straits with nowhere to run. Under the attention of so many monks, how could he accept an outcome like this? He suddenly bellowed out, and the Guardian King's avatar bellowed out at the same time. The bell in the temple rang out loudly, and the monk's spade shone with golden light. This was the first time he had used the spiritual artifact's power. He suddenly moved several times faster as he swung down diagonally. "I'll kill you, you monster." Li Qingshan suddenly stood up. He had never expected the primary disciple's counterattack to be so startling. The One Thought Master said, "Oh no." He vanished. However, neither of them could save him in time. Little An's body paused slightly from the shock. It was impossible for him to dodge the spade. He remained expressionless, but the Guardian King's avatar's expression changed slightly. It suddenly became filled with indescribable fury. The fury of the Guardian King was for purging diamonds and demons. The fury was the fury of righteousness and dignity. However, the Guardian King's avatar Little An displayed was much more profound and terrifying. It was tempted to destroy all living creatures. Just what kind of fury could make a Buddhist great figure who had almost become a bodhisattva create the path of white bone and great beauty, swearing to kill all living creatures and slay Buddhas? This was the first time she had felt it at all. The light on the Vajra sword dimmed, and it underwent a change that no one noticed. Under the influence of the boundless fury, it swung upwards. Clang! There was a sharp sound within the swaying bell. The Vajra's monk's spade was forcefully cut in half, dispersing as light. Mind Enlightenment stared at it blankly. He doubted whether he was dreaming or not. How could the Vajra monk's spade he had created with a high-grade spiritual artifact be cut in half? Only his master had come in person. He could not help but look around in search of the One Thought Master, but all he saw was the Guardian King's avatar with its back to the rising sun in the east. It seemed to be covered in golden light as it raised the Vajra sword high into the air. Little An said gently, "Die." The Guardian King bellowed, "Die." The golden light condensed on the Vajra sword and fell towards Mind Enlightenment's forehead. The One-Thought Master had already arrived above Ansrava Island. Originally, he had come to save little Anne, but for some reason, his primary disciple had fallen into dire straits in the blink of an eye. He wanted to save him, but it was already too late. He called out in the air, "Little Anne, stop." However, how could his voice be faster than the Vajra sword? Even if Little Anne heard him, she would never stop. She carried the abyssal fury of the great figure of Buddhism from the path of white bone and great beauty. There was a flash of golden light, and the monks were dumbfounded. Time seemed to stop. The entire Ansrava temple fell silent. Then, a crack appeared. With the tip of the Vajra sword as the point, the crack extended for dozens of feet, revealing a terrifying black crack. The enlightened Zen monastery, which was blocking the crack, was split apart by the sword. The central cultivation hall still stood majestically for a moment before collapsing. Mind Enlightenment collapsed to one side. His golden avatar had already vanished. His chubby face was filled with fear as he stared at Li Qingshan. Just now, in the nick of time, Li Qingshan had kicked him aside, which was why he managed to survive. Otherwise, he would have suffered the same fate as the cultivation hall. The One-Thought Master descended from above. "Little Anne, you dash." However, he had no idea what to say. Little Anne dispersed the golden avatar and smiled sweetly at Li Qingshan. "You've come." Li Qingshan gave her a thumbs up. "Impressive." The surroundings fell silent. A new disciple managed to hold her own against the primary disciple on the second day she joined the monastery. This had already exceeded the imaginations of all the monks, and she had actually defeated the primary disciple. Everyone's minds blanked out. They all doubted whether they were dreaming or not. The One-Thought Master said furiously, "Mind Enlightenment, what's going on? Tell me clearly." Li Qingshan frowned. This baldy was probably going to run his mouth again. Mind Enlightenment climbed to his feet and knelt before the One-Thought Master, knocking his head against the ground 3 times. He said, "Please be wise, Master. This is all my fault. Because of Master's love for junior sister Little Anne, I became envious, which led to me making things difficult for fellow Li Qingshan. I've also broken the precepts of anger and attacked fellow Li Qingshan first. Please punish me, Master." Originally, Li Qingshan thought Mind Enlightenment would complain first. He had prepared a series of rebuttals, but he was immediately left speechless. The One-Thought Master was stunned as well. "Mind Enlightenment, you? I'm willing to resign from my position as the primary disciple of the School of Buddhism and pass it to junior sister Little Anne. Please forgive me, junior sister." Then Mind Enlightenment said to Li Qingshan, "Thank you for saving my life, fellow." Mind Enlightenment's face was pale, and his eyes were dim, but there really was no longer any resentment. He definitely did not have any hidden intentions. No matter how powerful the enemy was, he would always endure and seek revenge, confident that there would be a day when he could exact revenge. But right now, the enemy he faced was a child who had become a Qi practitioner yesterday and defeated him today. To be able to reach the position of primary disciple of the School of Buddhism step by step, how could he not possess some intelligence? However, it was exactly because he was intelligent enough that he felt despair. Although Little Anne's strike had not landed on him, it had shattered his arrogance, jealousy, and anger, forcing him into a state of epiphany. Chapter 295. So-called wall reflection was both a method of cultivation for Buddhists, as well as a method of punishment. 3 years of wall reflection was 3 years of house arrest. During these 3 years, they could not communicate with anyone, could not move about freely, and could not have any form of entertainment. It was even more terrifying than being imprisoned. The dullness was enough to drive a regular person mad. It was also a great test of the mind for Buddhist disciples. This talented but rather impetuous disciple had always been the One-Thought Master's favorite disciple. In the past, the One-Thought Master would definitely be overjoyed if he volunteered to face the wall in the cliffside grotto, but at a time like this, he probably felt like giving up on himself. The more talented they were, the easier it was for them to become dejected and depressed compared to regular people once they suffered setbacks. Have you really thought it through? Yes. Mind enlightenment lowered his head deeply into the ground. Thinking back to all the years he had spent in the Ansrava temple, all of his pride and status had vanished with this word. He was filled with endless disappointment and sorrow. Tears fell like rain as he sobbed aloud. The one-thought master rubbed his head. Don't cry, don't cry. This might be good for you. Master, I've embarrassed you. Mind enlightenment hugged the one-thought master's leg like a wronged child. He had returned to the time when he first joined the Ansrava temple and he was still a little novice monk. No, you've always been my best disciple. You have to keep it together. The one-thought master could not help but redden. The monks in the temple all shed tears as well. Their first senior brother had many problems, but he had always taken care of them. Now that he was going to face the wall for 3 years, they felt sad too. Li Qingshan rubbed his nose and thought, why do I feel like Little An and I are the bad guys? After crying, mind enlightenment seemed to ease up a lot. He bid farewell to his master and junior brothers and went to the cliffside grotto by himself to cultivate. From beginning to end, he never glanced at Little An again. That child made him feel fear. This fear did not come from the strike that Little An had almost killed him. Instead, it came from the strike that had cut through the Vajra monk's spade. Although it had only lasted for a short moment, he felt a bone-chilling coldness that suppressed his power and will. His indestructible Vajra monk's spade had snapped under that power, or in other words, his will. The one-thought master watched mind enlightenment leave before turning around. Looking at Little An, he opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. Should he reprimand him? Should I praise him? But no matter which one it was, it didn't seem right. Only one thing was certain. He wouldn't be the child's master for long. You've mastered the first level of the Vajra subdual art? Yes, master. The crowd burst into an uproar. The monks looked at each other at a loss. They could see their own expressions on each other's faces. The Vajra subduing demon art was taught in the 100 schools of thought at the prefectural level. 1_1 could already be considered a secret and powerful technique. At the peak of cultivation, one could form a Vajra relic, just like the Daoist golden core realm. Little An suddenly asked, Master, are you afraid? The corner of the one-thought master's eye twitched. He chanted the Buddha's name several times, stopping only after quite a while. He took out his primary disciple's tablet. He placed it in Xiaowen's palm. From today onwards, you are now the chief disciple of my Buddhist school. Martial prowess alone isn't enough. You also need to be profound in the Buddhist Dharma and be able to withstand the doubts of your junior brothers and sisters. Little An said, Yes, master. The one-thought master wanted to give him a few more words of advice, but he ended up sighing gently. Don't forget to uphold the Buddha's will to love your fellow disciples. You shouldn't have used that strike on your fellow disciples. He was reluctant to let Little An take up the position of primary disciple right now, but who else in the Ansrava temple possessed the ability to replace mind enlightenment's position? Even if they could, how long could they sit there for? Was it half a year or 3 months? As a result, Little An became the youngest primary disciple in the history of the 100 schools of thought of the Clear River Prefecture. If it were not for Li Qingshan's existence, he would be the primary disciple with the lowest cultivation in history. Little An wanted to retort, but Li Qingshan pressed down on her shoulder and shot her a glance. The one-thought master is right. Why don't you thank master? Little An said obediently, Thank you, master. The one-thought master frowned and said sternly, Li Qingshan, before Little An reaches the first layer of the Guardian King's scripture of demon subdual, no one is allowed to disturb her. That's my order, so why do you keep pestering him? His beloved disciple had lost his status as the primary disciple and was sent to prison, so how could he not be angry? He was unable to lash out at Little An, so he obviously went to find the troublemaker Li Qingshan instead. The one-thought master, the disciples of the 100 schools. We're of the same breath and branch, sharing weal and woe. Can't he even come to Ansrava Island to find someone? Before Li Qingshan could say anything, a voice rang out from the direction of the forest of pagodas. Turning around, he saw Liu Chuanfeng riding over on a huge, white crane. After holding hands with Sun Fubai, he even took out some alcohol and dishes, drinking a few cups together. When he received the news, he paled in fright and rushed over in a hurry. Right now, Li Qingshan was like a golden ingot to him. If anything happened to him, the School of Novels would probably be crippled. By then, he would not even have a place to cry. Master, Mind Enlightenment has publicly humiliated our School of Novels, harming our friendship with the Academy. He even tried to harm us over a slight disagreement, so why are you blaming us instead? Liu Chuanfeng leapt down from White Crane Mountain and landed before Li Qingshan, clasping his hands. When Li Qingshan saw how his wide sleeves fluttered in the wind and his green robes drifted about, he really did seem rather graceful, which was the first time his opinion of him had changed slightly. The one-thought master happened to be rather infuriated, but when he saw how Liu Chuanfeng was bold enough to make a fuss before him, he widened his eyes. There was no need for him to unleash his guardian king's avatar. A great, dignified pressure crushed down heavily. Liu Chuanfeng bowed deeply. I'm sorry. It's all my School of Novels' fault. Please forgive me, Master. Damned disciple, why don't you apologize to the Master? Li Qingshan grinned and resisted the urge to slap him across the mouth. With a school leader like that, was there any need to worry about the School of Novels not being crippled? In the end, the matter was left unsettled. Li Qingshan took Little and back to Cloudwisp Island for a visit. Along the way, Liu Chuanfeng tried to approach him several times, but he avoided him. He did not want Little and to be influenced by someone like him. Returning to Cloudwisp Island, they arrived in the bamboo courtyard. There was already someone waiting there. The leader of the School of Confucianism, Liu Changqing, stood with his hands behind his back, listening to the rustling of the trees with his eyes closed. A while later, he opened his eyes just now. It's been so many years, but the scenery here is still so beautiful. It's just a pity. Liu Chuanfeng obviously knew what he meant by pity, but all he could do was smile dryly and bow. School leader Liu, long time no see. However, Liu Changqing did not seem to see him. He said to Li Qingshan honestly, Li Qingshan, what are your conditions for leaving the School of Novels? Let's hear it. He did not treat Liu Chuanfeng as a human at all. Liu Chuanfeng's smile stiffened, but he dared not show any displeasure. He looked at Li Qingshan for help, almost pleading. However, Li Qingshan did not look at him. He said to Liu Changqing in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing, Sir Liu, can I join another school if I leave the School of Novels? Liu Chuanfeng's face was ashen. Liu Changqing shook his head. No. Even if you leave, you can only leave as a disciple of the School of Novels. However, I can recommend you to a very impressive sect for cultivation, the Pine Sough Courtyard of the Tianhu Mountain. It's quite renowned across the entire Green Province. The head of the courtyard is already a Golden Core Master who has undergone 2 heavenly tribulations. You'll have a much better future there than in the 100 schools of thought of the Clear River Prefecture. Liu Chuanfeng had already lost all hope. No one could turn down something as good as this. Li Qingshan said, apologies. Thank you for your kind intentions, school leader, but please forgive me for being unable to accept it. Liu Changqing frowned. What conditions do you have? Feel free to tell me. Li Qingshan smiled at Little and held her hand. No matter what conditions you have, I won't accept them. We can't be separated. Liu Changqing said, do you know that there's a saying that it's better to forget about each other than to help each other in difficult times? All good things must come to an end. Separation is only a matter of time. If you stay here, she'll leave you behind very soon with her cultivation speed. By then, what will you do? If you go to the Pine Sough Courtyard, you might be able to see her again in the future. Or are you trying to use her for your own benefits? Be it patient guidance or clever words, Liu Zhangqing's every word struck at a vital point. Li Qingshan was unable to maintain his smile. In the end, he let out a gentle sigh. Perhaps you're right. Little Anne's heart tightened. Liu Changqing smiled. However, I've already heard far too much about the great principles of this world. Right now, I just want to follow my heart. My heart tells me that I want to be with her. To be honest, I don't believe in forever, but the longer, the better. He shrugged his shoulders. Until death do us part. The wind rustled, the bamboo forest swayed, and the shadows swayed. Liu Changqing had already left. He believed that he had a good eye for people, but when such a man said such words, it meant that his beliefs were as firm as a boulder, unshakable. Liu Chuanfeng said excitedly, "Thank you, thank you." The School of Novels had escaped a calamity. Li Qingshan said, "I didn't do it for you." Liu Chuanfeng said, "Then thank you anyway. I'll go prepare lunch to celebrate you officially joining the School of Novels." Li Qingshan said, "It's only 9 o'clock now." But Liu Chuanfeng had already floated into the bamboo house, humming a song. He saw Little An's big eyes rolling with tears. "Why are you so moved?" "I'm doing it for myself. Didn't you hear? I'm using you, idiot." Li Qingshan rubbed her little head. Little Anne wiped away her tears and took out a glistening pill from her 100 treasures pouch, passing it to Li Qingshan. This was a Buddhist pill the one thought master had given to Little Anne. Judging from its glow, it was not as good as a pill like the virtue accumulation pill, but it was not too far off. Li Qingshan smiled bitterly. "I'm just saying. You better keep it for yourself." Little Anne insisted. She seemed like she was going to cry if he did not accept it. Li Qingshan rubbed his nose. All he could do was accept it. He felt strange, so he dismissed these thoughts. "Let's go. I'll take you somewhere nice. In the depths of the courtyard, in the pavilion above the lake." The rocking chair swayed gently. Li Qingshan held her in his arms, smelling the faint fragrance of sandalwood on her. He stroked her silky hair gently as he gazed at the lake. Her eyes were closed. She seemed to be asleep. "I'm doing it for myself." He was not lying. He did not just have the noble thought of taking care of her and protecting her. With her by his side, he was finally no longer alone. Chapter 296. On the Dragon Snake Lake, a flying shuttle glided across the water surface and arrived outside Cloudwisp Island. The leader was a muscular man with a full beard. On his left was a young man with a dark complexion, and on his right was a tall young man with bulging eyes. They were all wearing navy blue clothes, and the word Mo was engraved on their waist tags. They were the 3 people who had entered the zombie cave with Li Qingshan in the past and killed the zombie Daoist. Hao Pingyang put away the flying shuttle and sized up the quiet Cloudwisp Island that seemed to be deserted. He frowned and asked, "Did you hear me wrong? He really joined the School of Novels?" Zhong Lanqing said, "That's right, it's here. He's already famous in the 100 schools of thought." He Isha said, "He's a famous fool, isn't he? He actually dares to insult the Daoist family head. He must be tired of living." Hao Pingyang glared at him. Zhong Lanqing hurriedly said, "Yisha, how can you say that? Qingshan saved us in the past." He Isha said with bulging eyes, "He's just using us to complete the mission. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't have gone underground, and Jin Yuan and Jin Bao wouldn't have died." "Then what are you still doing here? Why don't you scram?" Hao Pingyang roared. Ever since he came back from the zombie cave, he felt that He Isha was a despicable person and had distanced himself from him. This time, it was Zhong Lanqing who persuaded him. Remembering that the 3 of them had gone on an adventure together in the past, it was just now that Zhong Lanqing called him along. He Isha tilted his head and didn't say a word, but his face was filled with stubbornness. Hao Pingyang coldly snorted and strode forward. Zhong Lanqing sighed and followed. He Isha also moved his feet. He wasn't here to thank Li Qingshan for saving his life. Instead, he was here to see Li Qingshan's miserable state. The School of Novels was really a joke. Qingshan, Qingshan. The familiar roar traveled through the bamboo forest and into Li Qingshan's ears through his junchi. When Li Qingshan walked out of the courtyard, Hao Pingyang was walking out of the bamboo forest. When he saw Li Qingshan, he was pleasantly surprised. He quickly walked over and patted Li Qingshan's shoulder. He said happily, "You really are here." Li Qingshan said, "Brother Hao, long time no see." And Zhong F equals. Book C Pavilion Web Brother He. Heh. The 6th layer of Qi refining? How did you train? It hasn't even been a year. Hao Pingyang's current cultivation level was the same as before, still in the 6th layer of qi refining. The last 4 meridians of the 8 extraordinary meridians were already extremely slow and difficult to cultivate. When he heard that Li Qingshan had gone to the School of Novels on Cloudwisp Island, he rushed over to look for him. However, he did not know that Li Qingshan was already in the 6th layer of the aura refining realm. Zhong Lanqing was also surprised. Just like before, he was still in the 5th layer of qi refinement and was preparing to condense his sea of qi to break through to the 6th layer. Li Qingshan's cultivation speed. It was astonishingly fast. The one who was most shocked was He Isha. After returning from the zombie cave, he had made another breakthrough in his cultivation, reaching the 5th level of qi refining. When he came to see Li Qingshan, he was full of confidence. He was prepared to look down on him and admire his downtrodden appearance to find some balance. Who would have thought that the insignificant 2nd level qi practitioner would break through to the 4th level in less than a year? Now that he had reached the 6th layer, he found it increasingly difficult to find balance in his heart. Hao Pingyang turned around and saw Little Anne standing quietly under the eaves. He also had a deep impression of this beautiful child. Isn't this Little Anne? Were his eyes playing tricks on him? How did Little Anne also become a 6th layer qi refining? Zhong Lanqing said, "Senior apprentice brother, you were busy making cannons in the workshop. Didn't you hear about this? Little Anne is a heavenly meridian's prodigy. She reached the 3rd layer in 4 hours. During the attribute test, she even attracted the attention of the heads of the various families. But now she's only in the 6th layer. Could the rumors be wrong?" Li Qingshan briefly explained what had happened. Hao Pingyang and Zhong Lanqing did not know what to say. She cultivated the 1st layer of the Vajra demon subduing art in one night and defeated the top disciple of the school of Buddhism, enlightenment. If these words had not come from Li Qingshan, they would not have believed it. They looked at Little Anne in surprise and saw that there was indeed a token of the top disciple of the school of Buddhism hanging on her waist. Hao Pingyang grinned and said, "I seem to have met an extraordinary person. Should I greet her?" When ordinary disciples saw the top disciples of the various families, they had to greet them and call them senior apprentice brother, let alone a major family like the school of Buddhism. In Zhong Lanqing's memory, the top disciple of the school of Buddhism, monk enlightenment, was an extremely arrogant person. He really could not connect the top disciple of the school of Buddhism with Little Anne. Li Qingshan said, "Brother Hao, you must be joking. Don't just stand here. Please come in." When they arrived at the hall, they invited the 3 to take a seat. Little Anne went to find a tea set and served them tea. The 3 hurriedly stood up and took it. Hao Pingyang did not care about trifles, so he did not mind, but Zhong Lanqing and He Isha felt flattered. On the other hand, Li Qingshan was calm. After Little Anne served the tea, she sat beside him obediently, just like before. He Isha was depressed. Be it Li Qingshan or Little Anne, they had both reached a much higher realm than him. Jealousy rose in his heart. The heavens were so unfair. He had cultivated for so many years, but he could not compare to Li Qingshan in a year or Little Anne in a day and a night. After a while, Zhong Lanqing could not help but sigh. The school of Buddhism is fine. It's a good place to go. Qingshan, with your talent, it's a pity to enter the school of novels. Li Qingshan sipped his tea and said nonchalantly, "There's nothing bad about the school of novels." Hao Pingyang said loudly, "That's right. What's bad about it? The environment here is perfect for cultivation. Do you have to learn the techniques of the school of novels just because you want to enter? With your talent, Qingshan, you will definitely reach foundation establishment in the future. You can find any good cultivation technique then. What Brother Hao says makes sense." Li Qingshan smiled. Hao Pingyang seemed crude, but he was actually very meticulous. Moreover, his concern and encouragement were even more touching. Zhong Lanqing was also a steady and good person. Only He Isha had a strange temperament. He stared with wide eyes, thinking about something. Hao Pingyang changed the topic. "Have you chosen your course?" Li Qingshan said, "Not yet. I heard there are many courses, but I have no idea what to choose. In the 100 schools of thought, From Contention Island to the various islands, there would be classes. From artifact refinement and alchemy to history books, there would be classes. Disciples of other schools could come and listen. However, most new disciples would focus on learning the techniques of their own schools when they first entered the 100 schools of thought. Since Li Qingshan was not willing to learn the techniques of the School of Novels, these courses were extremely important and also his goal. Hao Pingyang said, "That's perfect. We'll help you choose. There are many ways to learn." Lanqing, do you have a course list with you? Yes. Zhong Lanqing hurriedly took out a piece of paper from his 100 treasures pouch. There were many small words printed on it. Each word was neatly written and of the same size. It was obviously done by a machine and not by a human hand. Li Qingshan looked down and saw the names of the courses written on it. There were things like divination and divination, identification of spiritual herbs, Yiwu Qi breathing method, and so on. They were arranged according to the date. There were over 10 days of courses, and the time and place of the classes, as well as the names of the instructors and professors. Apart from these courses that were directly related to cultivation, there were also courses that taught poetry, calligraphy, etiquette, and even the appreciation of music. There were too many to count. This was all the knowledge that Li Qingshan needed the most. It could assist him in understanding everything about the cultivation community. He was eager to learn too, but with so many courses, he really had no idea how to choose from if he really had to choose from them. Moreover, he noticed that some of the courses were marked with prices. For example, the courses at the School of Music required a few spirit stones to attend. Hao Pingyang said, "Some of the courses are considered the secrets of the schools, so we naturally can't teach them to outsiders for free. Besides, the professors also need to eat. But since you're the chief disciple, it's easy. You can learn all the courses for free. Could it be that there are secrets in the School of Music's courses? They also charge spirit stones?" Li Qingshan asked curiously. Hao Pingyang smiled and said, "The School of Music is mostly female. If they don't charge spirit stones, there will be a lot of men going to every class to fool around." He winked at Li Qingshan. "If you have time, you can go take a look. Maybe you'll even get married. Anyway, it doesn't cost spirit stones. It's really enviable." Li Qingshan smiled and said, "Do Qi practitioners lack women? Can't they be found outside? I came to the 100 schools of thought to cultivate, not to go on a blind date." Hao Pingyang said, "You're wrong. How can women in the mortal world compare to the charm of female cultivators?" Li Qingshan couldn't help but think of Jiyu Yangying and realized that Hao Pingyang was right. Who didn't have a father and a mother? There were only so many combinations of facial features. Jiyu Yangying didn't look any fairer than a woman in the mortal world, but her every frown and smile could really move people's hearts. This had nothing to do with the art of seduction. As the saying goes, the appearance changes according to the heart. If there's something inside, there must be something outside. The word temperament was no longer illusory. At least the word qi was real. However, Li Qingshan didn't agree with Hao Pingyang's suggestion. If you spend all your time on women, can you still be considered a qualified cultivator? Hao Pingyang said, "The path of cultivation is long. If you walk alone, won't you be lonely? If you have a cultivation partner, you'll be in a good mood. Perhaps you'll be able to go further. There are quite a few partners like that in the 100 schools of thought, such as the one beside you." Li Qingshan looked at Zhong Lanqing in surprise. He had never thought he would have a partner too. Zhong Lanqing's dark face blushed slightly in embarrassment. Hao Pingyang said, "When we go out for fun, this guy never follows us. That's what I like about him. Honest people don't lose out. Brother Hao, don't you have one?" Li Qingshan asked with a smile. Temperament was also suitable for men. Hao Pingyang was not exactly handsome, but he was forthright and generous, which made him extraordinarily charming. Zhong Lanqing immediately said, "Originally, there were people who took a liking to senior brother, but he spends most of his free time in the workshop. As soon as he leaves the academy, he spends his time drinking. Who can stand it?" Hao Pingyang laughed aloud. "I'm too busy with my own matters, so how can I be in the mood to deal with them? Then why are you still trying to persuade me? Li Qingshan broke into laughter. The 100 Schools of Thought was rather similar to the universities of his past life. It was free and open, but it was even more so. Here, it was fine even if you were unwilling to attend a single lesson. As long as you let the leader of the school know, no one would care if you wanted to travel for a few months. You just had to hand in spiritual stones every year. As for the disciples of the 100 Schools of Thought, they were not like the university students from his past life either. They were true prodigies. Chapter 297. How Pingyang said, "Even if I don't have the intention, listening to their music is a rare pleasure." Book C Pavilion Net. Of course I won't miss this opportunity. If there's a chance, it might really be as you say. Li Qingshan licked his lips. The two men looked at each other and smiled. Zhong Lanqing said, "Don't say any more. There are children here. Hurry up and choose your courses. Have you decided on your cultivation method?" Li Qingshan nodded. "Yes, the gooey water condensation method. I won't change it." "That's good. Do you have any hobbies? Talismans, formations, or alchemy? Which one do you want to learn?" "I want to learn about all of them. Brother Zhong, do you have any recommendations?" Li Qingshan saw that there were over a dozen courses related to alchemy on the list. The names and professors of each course were different. He had no idea how he should choose. How Pingyang said, "You've asked the right person. Lanqing has attended almost all of these courses. He's famous for his diligence." Zhong Lanqing smiled modestly. "I'm also an amateur. But I should learn about them all. Although it's an outer path, it's good for cultivation. But I can't be too distracted. It's best to focus on one, at most two. If there's too many, it won't be good. If it's possible, I'd like to learn all of them. But I'm not in a hurry. Right now, I want to focus on alchemy. Formations and alchemy will be supplementary." Li Qingshan smiled. He had a long journey ahead of him. Naturally, he had to make ample preparations. Zhong Lanqing agreed. Alchemy is indeed the best. Almost all the schools have alchemy classes. There are different levels and emphasis on different things. But the best are still the professors from the School of Taoism and the School of Medicine. "Qingshan, do you have any foundation?" Li Qingshan said honestly, "I've only learned how to make a batch of qi gathering pills from someone, and the results were average." Zhong Lanqing said, "Then it seems that we should start from the basics. It just so happens that the academy entrance examinations have just ended, and there are many new classes like this." Then, Zhong Lanqing recommended a few courses related to alchemy to Li Qingshan, explaining the pros and cons of each course in detail, including which professor was impatient and taught extremely fast. If one's brain was slow, it would be easy for them to keep up. Which professor was slow and liked to drag things out? In the end, he decided on a course for the School of Medicine called Basic Alchemy Techniques. There would be a course every few days for several months. This was exactly what Li Qingshan wanted. He had just fallen out with the head of the Daoist school. If he were to attend the lecture now, even if the sloppy Daoist could tolerate him, his disciples would probably cause trouble for him. He just wanted to cultivate in peace in the 100 Schools of Thought and improve his cultivation. He didn't want to compete with others. Then, Zhong Lanqing helped Li Qingshan choose a few courses related to talismans, formations, and forging artifacts. He gave Li Qingshan a simple understanding of the history and general knowledge of these subjects before deciding on his interests and direction. Among them, Hao Pingyang specially recommended an artifact forging course from the School of Moism. He said he would take Li Qingshan to visit the Divine Mechanism Island of the School of Moism when the time came. After choosing these core subjects, Li Qingshan discovered that he still had plenty of time. He could choose a few subjects that he was interested in to fill up his time, such as going to the School of Music to listen to some tunes. Apart from that, is there anything else I need to take note of? Zhong Lanqing said, then there's choosing missions. Missions? Hao Pingyang said, when we went to kill the zombie Daoist last time, it was a mission. After we returned, we received quite a lot of spiritual stones as a reward. As it turned out, The disciples had to find their own way around basic necessities in the 100 schools of thought. Apart from a few outstanding disciples, they had to find their own way around pills for cultivation. It was not as easy as it was in sects. However, they would not order their disciples around like sects either, forcing them to do this and that. Instead, it would be like the Hawkwolf Guard, where they would directly set a price. If they were willing to do it, they could earn spiritual stones and pills. I don't really lack spiritual stones and pills right now. Li Qingshan had only used up a small portion of the resources he had obtained underground. There was no need for him to waste his time on this. Zhong Lanqing shook his head. These missions are closely related to your cultivation. It's not just for earning spiritual stones. Book C Pavilion Web. What do you mean? For example, the most common alchemy missions. You can accept them as long as you know how to refine qi gathering pills. The academy will prepare the materials for you, and all you need to do is hand over a certain number of qi gathering pills within a certain amount of time, and you'll complete the mission. I see. Li Qingshan immediately understood that if he was skilled at alchemy, he could earn some extra pills from these missions. However, if he was bad at alchemy, he would have to work for nothing, and he might even lose spiritual stones. As a new alchemist, the chances of him losing money were clearly quite high. However, even if he lost money, he could still accumulate a tremendous amount of experience in alchemy rapidly. Otherwise, just gathering the random spiritual herbs would take quite a lot of effort. He could not help but admire the minds of the people who set up these missions. Their methods of exploitation were just too brilliant. Zhong Lanqing said, another example would be the mission we did last time. It basically provided you with actual battle experience. There are also some missions that test your technique. You should familiarize yourself with the academy first. You can visit the Secretariat Hall on Contention Island when the time comes. The three of them chatted and laughed. Time passed extremely quickly. Before they knew it, the sun had already risen to the middle of the sky. Isha said nothing. He sat to one side, glancing at Li Qingshan from time to time. Who knew what he was thinking? Suddenly, Li Qingshan stopped talking and gazed at the bamboo forest outside the courtyard. Originally, he thought Liu Chuanfeng had returned, but all he saw was a handsome man in black clothes emerging from the bamboo forest and making his way towards the courtyard. How Pingyang became stern. It was another primary disciple. He was the primary disciple of the school of legalism, Hua Sungzon. Why's he here? Zhong Lanqing thought, I suddenly remember that Li Qingshan is a Hawkwolf Guard. Don't tell me he's here to denounce me. After all, Li Qingshan has joined the school of novels. Even if he's the primary disciple, it won't be glorious. Isha's stiff face immediately lit up with a smile. The three of them dared not slight this influential figure. They bowed and said, Greetings, senior brother. Hua Sungzon nodded slightly in return. He glanced at Little and beside Li Qingshan. He was well informed, so he already knew about what had happened on Ansrava Island. If it were not for Wang Push's assurance, even he would have struggled to believe it. Then when he saw her cultivation at the 6th layer, he sighed inside. Whoever dared to call themselves a genius before her would be shameless. He cut right to the chase. You turned down Prefect Liu? Li Qingshan said, yes. Hua Sungzon sighed with a smile. There's nothing I can do about that. However, old Wang told me to pass on a message to you. What message? Hua Sungzon turned around and saw Liu Chuanfeng descending from the sky on a white crane with a lunchbox in one hand. He said, I'll tell you later. Li Qingshan immediately understood that the message was obviously related to Liu Chuanfeng, and it was clearly not something good. However, it was not easy for him to maintain such a demeanor even when facing Liu Chuanfeng, who was like a street rat. Qingshan, I'm back. The white crane disappeared as soon as it landed. Liu Chuanfeng stood still. He was slightly surprised to see so many people there. When he saw Hua Sungzon standing there, he took the initiative to bow and said, So it's Commander Hua. Your presence brings light to my humble abode. Please forgive me for not coming out to greet you. Although both of them were in the 10th layer of Qi practitioner and Liu Chuanfeng was the head of the school, their statuses were not just one level apart. On the other hand, Hao Pingyang and the other two bowed respectfully. Although the School of Novels was despised by others, a 10th-layer Qi practitioner was not someone they could look down on. Hua Sungzon returned the bow. He did not show any disdain, nor did he pretend to be respectful. He looked around and said, "This place is so quiet that even I want to move in." Liu Chuanfeng said, "As long as Commander is willing, I'll be waiting for you at any time. There are plenty of rooms here." The two of them chatted for a while before Liu Chuanfeng said, "It's getting late. Get ready to eat. Today, I've asked the 100 Flavors restaurant to put in a lot of effort to prepare a feast. My senior brother will be here soon. Qing Shan, you've met him before." Hua Sungzon said, "Is it elder son? Then I'll have to ask for a cup of wine." He looked at Li Qingshan and said, "Consider it my congratulations to you for joining the School of Novels." Li Qingshan smiled. As expected, Sun Fubai was also a disciple of the School of Novels. For Hua Sungzon to call him elder son, it could be seen that as long as one had a good character, whether one was a disciple of the School of Novels or not, one would be respected. Liu Chuanfeng then casually invited Hao Pingyang and the other two to stay. He Isha was a little tempted. Not only could he get a free meal, but he could also get to know the top disciple of the School of Legalism. Where else could he get such a good deal? However, Hao Pingyang refused. The difference in their statuses and cultivation levels was too big, so it would not be convenient to eat at the same table. "We still have some matters to attend to, so we won't disturb you. Qingshan, I'll treat you to a drink when you have the time." Li Qingshan quickened his steps and caught up with them. He gave a sea of qi pill to Zhong Lanqing. "Thank you for the trouble, brother Zhong." Zhong Lanqing quickly refused. "How can I accept this?" Hao Pingyang said, "Since I'm giving it to you, just accept it." "What about mine?" Li Qingshan said, "It's not like you're condensing your sea of qi. I'll treat you to a drink in the future." "Haha, you must be joking. If I say it's my treat, then it's my treat." Zhong Lanqing expressed his gratitude sincerely. Right now, he needed a sea of qi pill the most. With this sea of qi pill, he would have a 30% more confidence in condensing his sea of qi. It was truly a timely help. He Isha watched from the side with envy. He was also in the 5th layer of the qi refining realm, so how could he not want this sea of qi pill? Unfortunately, Li Qingshan did not even spare him a glance. After the few of them left, Hua Sungzon asked, "That tall and thin person just now was he Isha, right?" Li Qingshan asked, "How did you know?" "I'll tell you later." It was impossible for Hua Sungzon to personally inquire about such a trivial matter. However, he knew that among the Mo disciples Li Qingshan knew, there was a person named He Isha, who harbored ill intentions towards him. Hua Sungzon could guess who He Isha was just by looking at the three of them. Li Qingshan said, "So mysterious." At this moment, a few women suddenly appeared out of thin air in the courtyard. Every one of them was a first-class beauty with exquisite features and excellent figures. They took out the food and wine from the lunchboxes and placed them on the table. Their clothes were also very revealing. As they moved, they would occasionally reveal their naked bodies. Chapter 298. They're all small paths, small paths. Booksy Pavilion. Liu Chuanfeng didn't seem to realize it at all. Instead, he spoke proudly. He even glanced at Li Qingshan, and when he saw the latter's surprised expression, he became even more delighted. His goal was to lead Li Qingshan onto the path of no return to the School of Novels. Li Qingshan was indeed sizing up the women. Their voluptuous breasts and buttocks indeed had the ability to attract the attention of every man. However, that wasn't all he was looking at. Although the women all had smiles on their faces, their eyes were dull and lifeless. They were like those computer-generated beauties on game posters from his previous life, or some sort of exquisite blow-up doll. Of course, this was much more realistic. They were probably like the characters in Liu Chuanfeng's erotic novels. Who knew, they might even perform well in bed. But what use was that? He might as well find a brothel and have a good time. At least, it would be with a living person. Li Qingshan felt a deep sense of sorrow. No wonder the school of novels was looked down upon so much. He was always using the school of novels to do such lowly things. It was so despicable that even he, the first seat of the school of novels, wanted to give him a few punches, not to mention that little Anne was watching curiously from the side. Li Qingshan said in a low voice, "Liu Chuanfeng, you'd better stop before you go too far." Liu Chuanfeng was also annoyed. How dare he be so rude to him in front of an outsider? Did he really think that he was a fake clan head? However, when he met Li Qingshan's furious eyes, he immediately recalled the slap that was as sharp as a knife this morning. His puffed-up chest shrank back, and he said embarrassedly, "We're all scholars. Can't we just talk things out? Look at you. You've made Commander Hua laugh at you. Hurry up and eat." Li Qingshan was used to seeing people fall out with each other over the slightest disagreement, so when he saw Liu Chuanfeng acting like this, he felt very uncomfortable, as if he had done something wrong. He was a person who bullied the strong, not the weak. A 10th layer Qi practitioner like Liu Chuanfeng was probably hard to find under the heavens. Hua Sengzon shook his head. It was rare for a dignified family head to end up like this. Coincidentally, Sun Fubai walked in from outside the door. When he saw the illusory women, he frowned. "Junior brother, what are you doing?" Liu Chuanfeng opened his mouth. What nonsense. Hurry up and retract your spell." Sun Fubai's snow-white eyebrows were almost knitted together. This junior brother of his could be considered a talent in cultivation. It was already not easy for him to reach the 10th layer of the Qi practitioner when the school of novels was in such a decline. However, sometimes, his brain was not very sharp, and he did not know how to pay attention to the situation when he spoke or did things. Liu Chuanfeng quickly dispersed the illusory women. With a clatter, the bowls and chopsticks in their hands fell to the ground. He quickly picked them up and conjured a stream of water to wash them clean. He placed the bowls and chopsticks on the table, frowning and pursing his lips like a wife who had been wronged. Hua Sengzon cupped his hands and said, "Elder son, long time no see." There was a hint of friendliness and sincerity in his tone. "What elder son? Just call me Uncle Fu." Sun Fubai grabbed Li Qingshan's hand. "Young man, we meet again. I didn't expect you to really come here. I didn't expect you to be from the school of novels either, Uncle Fu." Li Qingshan seemed to be implying something. This old man's plans were really deep. Sun Fubai said, "Sai, you've seen the situation. The school of novels is currently in a bit of a slump. You won't blame me for asking you to fill in these 3 words, right?" Li Qingshan said, "Of course not. If it weren't for you, Uncle Fu, I'm afraid I would have nowhere to go now. Although this place is a bit down, it's quiet and suitable for cultivation. Let's eat," Liu Chuanfeng said softly. Sun Fubai raised his hand and said, "Please." At the banquet, there was a round of toasting and toasting. Although Little An didn't say anything and Liu Chuanfeng couldn't say anything, Hua Sengzon and Sun Fubai were present, so there was no awkward silence. With the beautiful scenery of the bamboo forest in front of them, it could be said that both the host and the guest were enjoying themselves. In the afternoon, Li Qingshan followed Hua Sengzon to the shore of Dragon Snake Lake. There was a vast expanse of mist that stretched as far as the eye could see. Hua Sengzon organized his words and tactfully informed Li Qingshan. Wang Push's warning was so tactful that if Li Qingshan didn't listen carefully, he would think that Wang Pushi was encouraging him. Li Qingshan said, "Even if he didn't say it, I wouldn't have wasted my time doing this. By the way, what's up with He Isha?" Hua Sengzon explained the whole story and how He Isha hinted that Li Qingshan was the murderer during his questioning. Li Qingshan was furious when he heard that. What a scoundrel. I've saved his life time and time again, but not only is he not grateful, he even dares to accuse me. No wonder he doesn't dare to talk to me just now. He wasn't a magnanimous person. It wasn't in his character to not take revenge. He had to find an opportunity to teach He Isha a lesson to vent his anger. Hua Sengzon reminded him, "In the 100 schools of thought, you can't use weapons. If you kill someone here, no one can protect you." Li Qingshan said, "Just put a bag over his head and beat him up to vent your anger. Do it cleanly and don't leave any evidence," Hua Sengzon said with a smile. Li Qingshan smiled as well. That doesn't sound like something a disciple of legalism should say. Li Qingshan, as the Scarlet Wolf commander of the Clear River Prefecture, I'm informing you that you've been arrested. Prepare to be punished. Hua Sungzon became stern before suddenly breaking into a smile. Does that sound like it? His expression changed constantly, like when the ice on a lake cracked and the gentle spring water surged over. Before he knew it, the ice had melted and turned into gentle ripples. Li Qingshan could not help but think of a saying he had read in his past life. There are no girls in the world who can resist a smile from Jiang Feng, and there are no heroes who can resist a gentle strike from Yang Nantian. Hua Sungzon possessed the legendary bearing of Jiang Feng. Looking at himself, he could probably only develop toward someone with strength like Yang Nantian. TSK, there probably aren't a lot of women in the world who can resist your charm. It's no wonder that sect master Qiu is so infatuated with you. Hua Sungzon smiled. We're just friends. Li Qingshan said, it doesn't matter whether we're friends or not. If she's interested in me, I definitely won't turn her down. Hua Sungzon said, if there's no love between us, then even if we rely on each other, it'll only add to our loneliness. Li Qingshan said, I think you have nothing better to do. Hua Sungzon smiled. You can say that. There was nothing Li Qingshan could do about how unruffled he was. He thought of something and teased, though, you're willing to offend your friends to help me. Don't tell me you have some sort of special hobby. Hua Sungzon said extremely seriously, you overestimate yourself. Li Qingshan sniggered and studied him. It's not like I can't make do. Hua Sungzon couldn't take it either. Someone asked me to take care of you. Li Qingshan said, you're finally telling the truth. It's Jiyu Yangying, isn't it? Suddenly hearing someone directly refer to her by her name, Hua Chengzan was slightly taken aback. As a matter of fact, he even became rather annoyed. However, with his great self-restraint, he did not show it. He only asked, how did you know? Li Qingshan said, even though I'm not the smartest, I'm at least average smart. The person who asked you to take care of me is definitely not Boss Wang. He hates me more than enough. The commander hates me, but you want to take care of me. This means that the person's status is even higher. Even Boss Wang has to listen to him. I've only seen such an important person, Jiyu Yangying. Hua Sungzon said, a smart person. Your analysis isn't bad. Li Qingshan said excitedly, moreover, I dare say that you're interested in her. Oh, why is that? Li Qingshan said, to be able to remain unperturbed by a peerless beauty like Clan Master Qiu and not be interested in men, it only means that you love someone else. I've only seen one woman who can surpass Clan Master Qiu in terms of charm. I believe that Commander Jiyu wouldn't treat me, Li Qingshan, as someone important. Asking you to take care of me was probably just a casual request. Just a casual request, and you're willing to offend your best friend to protect me. This isn't just loyalty to a superior. Hua Sungzon said, you're too humble. You're not just ordinarily smart, but extremely smart. Li Qingshan said, then you really shouldn't be taking care of me. Why? Li Qingshan grinned. Because we're rivals in love. Even Hua Sungzon was stunned for a while before bursting into laughter. He laughed so hard that he held his knees. You're good, Li Qingshan. I haven't laughed so freely in a long time. Phut, rival in love. Ha 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 ha, this is so interesting. Li Qingshan smiled at him. He was as firm as a rock that was dug out from a ravine. He was obviously not joking. Hua Sungzon also stopped smiling, but the smile on his face did not disappear. Then do you know what we look like? Like what? Like two ants fighting over a mountain. Hey, go away. This is my territory. I can't even move a stone. Li Qingshan said, even if you're an ant, as long as you climb hard, you'll reach the top of the mountain one day. Climb? Do you know? Mountains are constantly getting taller. You've only climbed a small step, and it's 10 times taller. Wake up. Li Qingshan said confidently, you underestimate me. Hua Sungzon said, all right, then I'll definitely take care of you. Let's see how long you can climb. Li Qingshan was surprised. Of course I'll climb until I die. Don't tell me that you're going to pursue a woman as your whole life. He set a distant goal for himself and worked hard to achieve it. However, he did not regard these goals as the ultimate meaning of his life. It did not matter whether it was Jiu Yanging or going to the ninth heaven. If he was killed halfway through his efforts, he could only shrug his shoulders and apologize to Brother Bull. This was the mark left behind in his previous life, and it was also a profound experience in this life. The hunger and cold in the cowshed made the cowherd boy only want to wear cotton clothes and eat meat. To this day, his goal was only equivalent to a bigger cotton shirt and a more delicious meat. He knew better than anyone else how precious these two things were. The warmth of cotton clothes could warm one's heart, and the taste of meat was better than all elixirs. However, they were not sacred, and they could be obtained with a pair of hands. I have nothing better to do, but you won't understand this feeling. Wo Sungzon smiled. Chapter 299. You'll regret it, Li Qingshan said seriously. Wo Sungzon stared at Li Qingshan. Gradually, the corners of his mouth curled up uncontrollably, and he couldn't help but laugh. Li Qingshan raised his eyebrows. Are you done laughing? Wo Sungzon held Li Qingshan's shoulder. Sorry. I really couldn't hold it in. After laughing for a while, he said, I'm willing to take care of you not only because of her instructions. You're really too interesting. If you were a little more handsome, it wouldn't be impossible. Li Qingshan felt a chill run down his spine when he returned the words. Wo Sungzon laughed as he rode the wind and flew into the sky. The smile on his face gradually disappeared, and he muttered to himself, Do you regret it? Li Qingshan turned around and returned to the courtyard. He saw Liu Chuanfeng holding the wine jar and pouring it into his mouth. Sun Fubai seemed to be trying to persuade him. Liu Chuanfeng didn't listen to him. He put down the wine jar and said, I paid for this table of food and wine out of my own pocket. When other masters come to 100 Flavors Tower to eat, the shopkeeper will welcome them with open arms. No matter what they eat, he won't charge a single spirit stone, but I have to pay the bill honestly. If I want to bargain, I have to be looked down upon. What's all this for? It's all to get you to acknowledge the school of novels and learn their method. Sun Fubai said, Junior brother, just say a few words less. Little Anne, let's go. As Li Qingshan spoke, he brushed past Liu Chuanfeng as if he didn't see him. Little Anne jumped up and followed him into the depths of the bamboo basket. Liu Chuanfeng was stunned, and he suddenly threw the wine jar on the ground. Go, all of you go. You're all the same anyway. You all look down on me. Li Qingshan suddenly stopped and said without turning his head, Liu Chuanfeng, please behave yourself. Perhaps you can still get some respect from me, but if you only know how to drink and throw a fit. That was indeed not worthy of respect. The school of novels had fallen to such a state. You'd better think about the source of all this. Liu Chuanfeng was speechless. Well said. A man with a tall crown on his head slowly walked over. He was thin and unsophisticated, and was none other than the head of the Yin-Yang school, Ma Buyi. Sun Fubai thought to himself, Cloud Wisp Island today. It was really bustling like never before. It was him. He had brought this vitality, but how long could he maintain it? Li Qingshan said, Li Qingshan greets master, I didn't know you were coming. What's the matter? As expected. Ma Buyi's gaze fell on Little Anne, his eyes filled with amazement and expectation. I'm here for Little Anne. Have you heard of the cloud bookcase of the 7 lots? Li Qingshan shook his head, but Sun Fubai said in surprise, could it be the supreme secret technique of the Yin-Yang school, the cloud bookcase of the 7 lots? After Sun Fubai's explanation, Li Qingshan learned that the cloud bookcase of the 7 lots was an ancient cultivation technique passed down from ancient times. Its value was even higher than the Buddhist Vajra demon subduing technique, and it was extremely difficult to cultivate. Not only did one have to be extremely sensitive to the 5 elements, but they also had to be able to use them freely. Even in ancient times, there were very few people who could cultivate it. However, once it was cultivated, it would be incredibly powerful. As long as one was willing to learn it, they could use almost all of the 5 elements and yin and yang techniques. The most powerful aspect of the cloud bookcase of the 7 lots was not combat, but divination. It could predict the past and future, and predict the changes of fortune. Little An happens to be the perfect successor for this secret technique. Ma Buyi's eyes lit up. He was eager to see the effects of Little An practicing this secret technique of the school of yin-yang. Li Qingshan said, "Little An is a disciple of Buddhism after all. This probably isn't something we can decide." Ma Buyi said, "I've already discussed it with the One Thought Master. He's agreed." "Don't the two clash?" Li Qingshan was rather surprised. He never thought the One Thought Master would be so generous, willing to let his primary disciple spend time and effort on another cultivation technique. "You have no idea. There are many differences between ancient cultivation techniques and modern cultivation techniques. In particular, they are completely different from Buddhist cultivation methods, so they don't clash with the Guardian King's demon subduing technique. But his cultivation speed will definitely slow down." Li Qingshan immediately saw the crux of the issue. This was also the reason why the One Thought Master agreed to Ma Buyi's request. Little An's cultivation speed was just far too fast, which made him rather fearful for some reason. He obviously did not understand the great wishes made in the path of white bone and great beauty. This was just the instinct of a monk. "That's right, but I think it's worth it." As a Heavenly Meridian's prodigy, Little An might be able to progress smoothly as a Qi practitioner without any obstructions, but once he reaches foundation establishment, this advantage will no longer exist. Every single step further up becomes even more difficult, so his foundation will become especially important. Why don't he use this period of advantage to make his foundation even more stable? Li Qingshan found it reasonable. He asked Little An, "What do you think?" Little An lowered her head in thought for a while like an adult. She glanced at Li Qingshan and nodded in agreement. Seeing how Little An had agreed, Ma Buyi smiled. He was a clever person. Looking at the situation, he thought, this Li Qingshan really is extremely important to her. Does she want to slow down her cultivation speed and wait for him? However, Little An's intentions were not what Ma Buyi thought. It was different from what the One Thought Master and the other school leaders had predicted. As a matter of fact, it was the complete opposite. She was worried about being separated from him, but she was also afraid that she would be the one to fall behind. In the past, Oxen had once told her that his path would be extremely treacherous. She would have to do everything she could to keep up with his footsteps. If she felt like she couldn't persevere, then she should give up on the path of white bone and great beauty. How could she give up on it? Whether it was the Guardian King's scripture of demon subdual or the cloud bookcase of the 7 lots, they were like rocks to mountains compared to the path of white bone and great beauty. Her cultivation speed was actually not particularly fast. Compared to Li Qingshan, who had transformed into a demon, her cultivation still paled slightly in comparison. This was because the path of white bone and great beauty was just far too profound. Even with her talent for comprehension, every single step forward was extremely difficult for her. However, she used the path of white bone and great beauty as a foundation and assumed the appearance of a mortal, which was why she was able to achieve the miracle of reaching the 6th layer in a single day and night. This body condensed from the path of white bone and great beauty might be an astonishing Heavenly Meridian's prodigy in other people's mouths, but to her, it was just an illusion, a reflection of the moon in the water. Compared to Li Qingshan, who practiced both the human and demon paths, she seemed like she had 2 faces, but she actually only had a single path, which was the path of white bone and great beauty. Obviously, she could cast aside this path. She only practiced the Guardian King's scripture of demon subdual. With the budding effects of this ability, she could cultivate it to foundation establishment. It wouldn't be difficult for him to go even higher. However, the requirements of the path of white bone and great beauty did not just lie in talent and comprehension, but also in willpower and mental fortitude. Once the pursuit of the appearance of vermilion, it would surpass the importance of the nature of white bone and the Buddhist Dharma. It would surpass the cultivation method itself. By then, if she wanted to turn back and practice this technique, the difficulty of her cultivation would increase greatly. At the very least, in this world, no one could overcome this obstacle. even with little Anne's talent for comprehension. She would not be able to reopen this closed door. She still had to accompany Li Qingshan to go beyond the 9 heavens. How could she give up on a great mountain for a pebble? On the ice-sword cliff, she had personally witnessed the instant oxen struck. The shock she felt was no less than Li Qingshan's. If oxen wished for the day when Li Qingshan could stand shoulder to shoulder with him, then what right did she have to follow by his side? The Guardian King's scripture of demon subdual or the cloud bookcase of the 7 lots? What a joke. The path of white bone and great beauty was her only choice. As a result, even without Ma Buyi, she would still slow down her cultivation speed. This just happened to provide her with a decent excuse. Moreover, observing the pebble could aid her in comprehending the great mountain. She was rather interested in the divination techniques of ancient cultivators, because such a technique existed in the path of white bone and great beauty. However, her current cultivation was too low, so she could not come into contact with it. Right now, she could only start with the basics and understand it in advance so that she could make some preparations for the future. Ma Buyi said, "This is not the place to pass on techniques. Come with me to Bogu Island." Little An glanced at Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan smiled and said, "Go. Cultivate well with Patriarch Ma. I happen to be meditating in the afternoon." After sending off little Anne, Li Qingshan was just about to return to his room to take medicine and cultivate. However, Liu Chuanfeng suddenly stood up. I have a good place for cultivation here." "Oh." Liu Chuanfeng took Li Qingshan into the depths of the courtyard. There was an empty space basically in the center of the huge courtyard. The surroundings were originally sealed off, so Li Qingshan had not discovered it in the morning. The formation engraved on the empty space was very similar to the spirit-gathering formation Li Qingshan had seen in the secluded cultivation room in the Hawkwolf Guard in the past, but it was much larger and more complicated. Moreover, the grooves on it had all been filled with spiritual stones, and they did not seem like regular inferior spiritual stones. As soon as Li Qingshan extended his hand, he was blocked by a great force. He was unable to take a single step closer to the formation. He could sense that even if he demonified, he would not be able to break through this force. Liu Chuanfeng took out his waist tablet as the leader of the School of Novels. The design of the waist tablet was different from that of regular disciples. It was extremely intricate. Half of it was a rising and falling cloud, while the cloud transformed into various figures, plants, birds, and beasts. Every single one of them was as thin as a mustard seed, yet they were also extremely detailed. Liu Chuanfeng raised the tablet, and the formation flashed slightly. With a hum, it seemed like some mechanism had been activated. Liu Chuanfeng indicated to Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan walked towards the formation. This time, there were no more obstructions. As soon as he entered the formation, Li Qingshan sensed an extremely pure and tremendous power. It was much more powerful than what he felt in the secluded cultivation room in the Hawkwolf Guard. And, he could sense that the formation was not just for gathering the spiritual qi of the world. Instead, it was connected to an even larger and more complicated system. Li Qingshan had a good feeling about it. That was the massive formation that enveloped the entire 100 schools of thought. The formation on Cloudwisp Island was one of the crucial points of the formation. The Lake of Dragons and Snakes had always been a rare blessed land for it to be chosen as the base of the 100 schools of thought, and the paths chosen by the 10 schools of thought were blessed lands among blessed lands. The various islands were connected by underground spiritual veins, and the places they had chosen to construct formations were the crucial points of the spiritual veins. Through the gathering of the formations, the spiritual qi had reached an unbelievable density. It was a rare holy land for cultivation, but only the leaders of the schools had the right to cultivate here. Even primary disciples did not have that right. However, the School of Novels had already declined to such a state, so the various rules were basically useless. Liu Chuanfeng had also witnessed Li Qingshan's wealth, so he was unable to think of anything else that could interest him. Being in the formation, Li Qingshan increasingly felt the importance of the word earth in wealth, companionship, method, and location. Cultivating here, even if qi practitioners could not absorb the spiritual qi of the world, the effects would still be 10 times stronger than cultivating outside. Moreover, he could absorb the spiritual qi of the world, and his qi refinement would experience a qualitative improvement. Although he could not completely understand the value of the formation, he knew that according to the rules of the 100 schools of thought, using any facilities would require a fee of spirit stones. Just as he was about to ask, Liu Chuanfeng said, "Cultivate well." He turned around and left. He had wanted to use the drunkenness to reveal the truth and move Li Qingshan, but he did not expect it to have the opposite effect. Li Qingshan was disheartened and no longer had any hope. It was indeed a waste for such a person to cultivate the techniques of the school of novels. Looking at Liu Chuanfeng's somewhat lonely back, Li Qingshan said, "Wait." Liu Chuanfeng turned around, and Li Qingshan said sincerely, "Thank you." Liu Chuanfeng forced a smile and said, "You're welcome. You're the only disciple of the school of novels. But I'm sorry." Li Qingshan was clear about gratitude and grudges. He would definitely think of ways to repay them, but he could not waste his precious time to cultivate a technique with no future to repay them. Liu Chuanfeng said, "You don't need to say anything. I understand, and I won't force you anymore." Li Qingshan said, "Why do you have to write that kind of book?" Liu Chuanfeng lowered his head and clenched his fists. "I don't want to write that kind of thing. I know that the novels I write are trash, but no one is willing to read them. But no one is willing to read the things that I write seriously. A novel that no one wants to read won't gather any power of faith. Then why don't you just give up on the techniques of the school of novels? With your cultivation of the 10th layer of qi refinement, if you work hard, you have a high chance of reaching foundation establishment. If that's the case, I'll become an ordinary cultivator, and the path of the school of novels will really be severed." The previous head of the school of novels, who was also my master, held my hand before he died and asked me to pass down the path of the school of novels. Although you look down on me, regardless of whether you look up to me or not, I'm still a school of novels. After saying that, Liu Chuanfeng seemed to be relieved. He raised his head and muttered, "Master, I've tried my best." At that moment, Li Qingshan suddenly said, "It's not impossible to revitalize the school of novels." Liu Chuanfeng suddenly turned around. "You're willing to cultivate the techniques of my school of novels?" Li Qingshan said, "I didn't say that." "Then you. But I might be able to help you, but I have a condition. Take back and destroy those novels of yours." Liu Chuanfeng instinctively wanted to refuse. Those pieces of trash were the only treasures he had left. Chapter 300. Tilda. Book C Pavilion. When Li Qingshan awoke from his meditative state, the moon was already high in the sky. Its silvery radiance was like a wash, illuminating the earth. Rows upon rows of bamboo buildings were cut by the moonlight into a crisscrossing scene of light and shadow. On the ground, there was also a pillar of light that shot up into the sky. He suddenly realized that he was in this pillar of light. It was the spiritual light gathered by the formation. The true qi in his sea of qi became more and more abundant. Under the suppression of the spirit turtle and the purification of the Sumeru ring, it was like a boundless, pure lake, without any ripples. However, as long as he needed to, he could also raise a monstrous wave and destroy everything in front of him. Li Qingshan smiles. With the help of this magic formation, the Lianqi stage will not be an obstacle for him. He steps out of the magic formation and walks along the long corridor of light and shadow to his residence, a bamboo house facing the lake. "I didn't even have time to tidy up after I made my choice this morning." He was going to stay in the 100 schools of thought for a long time, so he needed to tidy himself up. Light flickered in the bamboo basket, and faint voices could be heard. Li Qingshan smiled and pushed the door open. Liu Chuanfeng and Sun Fubai, who were sitting across from each other, turned their heads together. "Qingshan." Li Qingshan walked to the table, sat down cross-legged, and calmly asked, "Have you decided?" "I've decided." Liu Chuanfeng's eyes were red as if he had been crying. Agreeing to what Li Qingshan said was equivalent to denying all his past efforts. It also meant that the characters he had created would leave him forever, never to appear in this world again. Although they were fake and lifeless, they had accompanied him through countless days and nights. If it weren't for Sun Fubai's advice, he wouldn't have been able to make such a decision in such a short time. Sun Fubai said, "We'll wait for daybreak. I'll order my men to recall and destroy those novels." Li Qingshan said, "That's not necessary. Let them fade naturally." Huh? Liu Chuanfeng's eyes widened. Li Qingshan said, "All I need is determination. I hate people who are unwilling to sacrifice anything and just want to sit still and wait for others to save them. Luckily, you're not one of them." Liu Chuanfeng felt as if he had been saved from death's door. She grabbed Li Qingshan's hand and thanked him profusely. When he calmed down, Li Qingshan said, "Then let's begin. How do we start?" Liu Chuanfeng and Sun Fubai looked at each other. Li Qingshan shrugged. "Of course it's to teach me the techniques of the school of novels." You're willing to learn?" Liu Chuanfeng asked in disbelief. Li Qingshan's attitude was quite firm at the beginning. "Not necessarily. I have to understand it first, but I might learn it. I'm not a savior. I can't possibly not understand the school of novels." "I'll save the school of novels," Li Qingshan said matter-of-factly. His principle was to do it to the end. Liu Chuanfeng's face was full of excitement, but Sun Fubai's heart was filled with worry. Would it be possible to bring this decaying body back to life by injecting fresh and powerful blood into it? Or would it be a waste of this blood? But no matter what, the school of novels, which had stagnated for many years, began to move forward again. "Senior brother, tell me." Sun Fubai cleared his throat and began the lesson. The techniques of the school of novels weren't difficult to cultivate. They didn't even need to cultivate another technique. They only needed to use the gooey water condensation technique as the foundation. They only needed to condense a divine talisman in their body. Divine talismans were a type of spiritual talisman. But they were different from ordinary spiritual talismans. Spiritual talismans were documents of heaven and earth. Cultivators could use them to communicate with heaven and earth, but divine talismans could communicate with another special power. It was the power of faith that came from the hearts of living beings. Cultivators who possessed divine talismans would be able to live in the mortal world. Mortals believed that this was the characteristic of gods. The name of the divine talisman was the Talisman of Great Creation. In the distant past, an ancient cultivator had replicated the twisting form of the underground spirit vein. That was the embryonic form of the Talisman of Great Creation. The first step for a disciple of the school of novels was to condense this divine talisman. This wasn't difficult for Li Qingshan. He estimated that he would be able to do it in 10 days at most. The attribute of the water armor played a crucial role. But this was the simplest step for a disciple of the school of novels. Gathering the power of faith to strengthen this divine talisman was the most difficult step. It wasn't easy to write a novel that could become a legend. But in Li Qingshan's previous life, he had personally seen many people do it. He had personally witnessed the birth of many legendary characters. If the divine talisman of great creation existed in that world, they would definitely appear in this world alive. So what was he going to do now? Find one of the books and copy it. Seeing that Li Qingshan was willing to learn the methods of the school of novels and didn't need to destroy his own novel, Liu Chuanfeng regained his spirit and said proudly, "Although you look down on me, it's really not easy to write a novel. If you write it yourself, you might not even be able to compare to me." Li Qingshan agreed with him. He wasn't the type to sit down and write novels. Putting aside the fact that he couldn't remember so many words in his previous life, even if he could, would he be able to change everything? Those stories that were filled with modern tastes probably wouldn't fit the mindset of the people of this era. In the end, they would only be treated as the dreams of a madman. Even if he could really copy out a legendary novel, how many years would it take for it to accumulate? Even if he succeeded in the end, it would only be his problem. It wouldn't be considered as saving the school of novels. Sun Fubai had also thought of this problem. He sighed with some worry. "This isn't easy," Li Qingshan said confidently. "I think you guys are mistaken about the most important problem." "What?" "Whether it's novels or divine talismans, they're all just opportunities. The most important thing is the medium." "What do you mean by medium?" This new term left Sun Fubai and Liu Chuanfeng rather confused. Li Qingshan explained slightly, it's the so-called channel of dissemination. Even if you write a beautiful novel, it'll be pointless if no one reads it. Liu Chuanfeng said in disagreement, if you think that's the problem, then you're underestimating us a little too much. Only then did Li Qingshan learn that Sun Fubai had an extremely large business in the mortal world. In the Clear River Prefecture, all of the major bookstores were under his name. All of them were under his name. As long as Liu Chuanfeng wrote them, no matter how unbearable the content was, the Mo family's printing press would be able to print them out in large quantities and place them in bookstores all over the country. Every single copy of the book was cheap and could even be given away for free. It was all useless. Li Qingshan smiled. Is that all? What else? Liu Chuanfeng said. Li Qingshan said, I was born in a small mountain village. There wasn't a single bookstore there, and I haven't seen a single book in over a decade. You can count the number of literate people there with a single hand. So what? Liu Chuanfeng was at a loss. It was very normal for ignorant people from mountain villages to be illiterate. Those people looked down on even the scholars among the mortals, let alone the mighty Qi warriors. However, Sun Fubai seemed to understand something. Li Qingshan added, you mentioned earlier that the officials of the school of Confucianism who watch over a region will condense a divine talisman in their bodies, right? Yeah. The divine talisman is called the talisman of great virtue. It's actually the original talisman of virtue of the school of Taoism. Virtue was an extremely important term to ancient cultivators. The difficulty of cultivation was great, and diamonds and monsters posed a great threat. It forced them to use all the power they could. The two types of divine talismans used two completely different powers in people's hearts. One was faith, and the other was gratitude. After ancient cultivators did good deeds, there would often be commoners willing to erect a longevity tablet and worship their benefactor day and night. Although the talisman of virtue couldn't turn fake into real like the talisman of great creation, it could turn illusion into reality. However, it had the effect of turning misfortune into fortune. In that chaotic era where diamonds roamed, luck was even more important than power. Cultivators often ran into a dog around a corner. You can tell it's a demon general at a glance. In such a predicament, it didn't matter what kind of genius you were. You could only end up as a snack. What? A foundation establishment cultivator? Did you think a demon commander wouldn't come out for a walk? There were also powerful mutants and terrifying demonic cultivators. The power of an individual was truly too insignificant. Even if one cultivated in seclusion for the rest of their lives, it was inevitable that disaster would come from the heavens just by sitting at home. Thus, learning divination and accumulating merit became essential subjects for cultivators. Being able to predict such a situation, or even having a bit more luck to avoid such a situation, became crucial. However, in this era, there was no need to worry about such situations. Although cultivators still fought fiercely against each other, compared to diamonds, ghosts, mutants, and demonic cultivators, they appeared extremely gentle and adorable. Spending effort on accumulating merit became somewhat of a loss. In the Confucian school, only the unworthy disciples would walk the path of an official. This caused many cultivators to sigh at the collapse of morality and the decline of human hearts. Sun Fubai said, Qingshan, what do you mean? Li Qingshan said, what I mean is that you've all been mistaken about your own identities from the very beginning. What novelists pay attention to is not how to make up stories, but to be like the officials of the Confucian school, managing this 3,000 li of land and trying to make as many people as possible the disseminators of stories. You might think that those people are very foolish, but when have we ever needed wise people? Isn't it precisely because a bunch of fools came to believe in that monster that the monster became real? To tell the truth, I don't have any prejudice against the things you've written. I just don't like them. But what I don't like doesn't mean that everyone else doesn't like them. I believe that they don't have that high of a requirement for a story. In fact, compared to the poems and songs written by those great scholars, they'll even prefer the novels you've written. The audience of a scholarly novel will never be able to compare to that of a commoner. Liu Chuanfeng's eyes lit up. If he really reached that step, it wouldn't be difficult for him to break through to the foundation establishment realm. But then he said in distress, "But they can't read." Booksy Pavilion. He couldn't possibly spend a few years teaching an old farmer how to read, could he? This is just the most long-term plan and strategy. If we can't teach old farmers how to read, why can't we teach children? We don't lack money, so we can set up hundreds or thousands of private schools and teach children to read for free. Sooner or later, they'll become the cornerstone of novelists. Sun Fubai was also stunned by Li Qingshan's plan. This kind of vision had completely exceeded their imagination. Even the Confucian school, which emphasized education without discrimination and blessings, wouldn't think of setting up a private school. It would be best if they didn't know how to read for the rest of their lives and live peacefully as ordinary people. But this plan seemed so reasonable. They had always been thinking about how to write moving novels, but they didn't think about how to cultivate readers, especially from these lowliest and ignorant children of farmers. Perhaps it was because he came from a mountain village that he could think of this. The idea of a private school was simply too good. They could even use novels as initiation reading material. Of course, they couldn't use the kind like Liu Chuanfeng's. So this was the reason why he was determined to have Liu Chuanfeng destroy those books. It was like a beacon of light had been lit up before them, and as they thought about it, the beacon of light became the sun very soon. Li Qingshan gave them time to digest it before continuing. If you look closer, it's not just words that can spread stories. In his era, there were still not a lot of people who were willing to sit down and read, but through various mediums, more gods had been created in the past 20 years than in the past 2,000 years. Sun Fubai's train of thought had already been cleared up. You mean, we need storytellers, singers, actors, and everyone who can spread stories for us. Afterwards, we'll unite them and establish an association. We'll call it the Cloud Wisp Association. Li Qingshan extended his right hand and suddenly clenched it before swinging it. We'll have them travel to every corner of the Clear River Prefecture and tell the stories we've written. In this world, these people were truly inferior. They were looked down upon everywhere. Their status was even lower than farmers. Who knew how many worlds separated Qi practitioners from these people, yet he said he wanted to use their power now. Liu Chuanfeng and Sun Fubai had never even considered it before, but after careful consideration, they found it to be very reasonable. Originally, when Li Qingshan said he could save the school of novels, they did not completely believe it. They only wanted to give it a try. But now, they all believed it would work. If they continued with Li Qingshan's plan, the school of novels would have a future. Stop writing at your desk. Go out and establish all of this. It might take some time, but as long as we succeed, many people will believe us even if we say the end of the world is coming next year. By then, what kind of power will we be able to use? The power of the end of the world. Li Qingshan smiled. Sun Fubai and Liu Chuanfeng were so excited that they could barely contain themselves. There was only a single thought in their heads: the school of novels could be saved. Uncle Fu, this matter will be very troublesome. You'll need to use the power you have in the mortal world to find as many helpers as you can to complete it bit by bit. Sun Fubai waved his hand with a smile. It's not troublesome at all. At his age, his cultivation had stopped advancing a long time ago. There was not much point in persisting with cultivation anymore. However, if he really could succeed with this, it was not impossible for his cultivation to advance to a whole new level, reaching a realm that he would have never imagined in the past. The power gathered by the divine talismans had always been a power that surpassed the conventions of cultivation. Whether it was for the school of novels or himself, he would definitely do everything he could. The reason for the rise of the school of novels was laid on this night with the bright moon. To be continued, tilde. The Booksy Pavilion. Chapter 301. In the tea house, an old man wearing an old robe stood in front of a table on a high platform. He was telling the story of Emperor Shengzu defeated the Western barbarians. Although it was an old story that everyone knew about, when it came out of his mouth, The customers in the tea-house were mesmerized by it and forgot to eat the fruits on their plates. Sun Shuping was originally a scholar, but like most of his peers, he didn't make a name for himself. As the saying goes, 100 useless scholars are useless. Once there is no hope of becoming an official, those who do well will become an advisor to others. Those who don't do well will open a private school and become a teacher. Of course, there were those who ended up on the streets and became beggars. His life was neither good nor bad. Because of his ability to speak, he became the disciple of an old storyteller and became a storyteller. Because he was literate and well-read, his accomplishments in this field were even higher than his master's. Unknowingly, decades had passed and he could be considered to have made a name for himself. A string of ear-piercing bird cries rang out. Sun Shuping's mouth did not stop moving as he looked over with a frown. He saw a fat man covered in silk, carrying a birdcage as he walked into the courtyard. He casually squeezed his way to the front of the stage and sat down. The bird seemed to be frightened and its calls became even more shrill, causing everyone to glare angrily at it. However, they seemed to be afraid of the fat man's power and dared not say anything. Sun Shuping had no choice but to stop and smiled. "Sir, birds are not allowed in the tea-house. May I trouble you to hang it outside?" The fat man rolled his eyes. "Hang it outside? Do you know how much my bird is worth? If I lose it, you'll pay for it. You tell your story and it calls its own. You guys compete and see who is better. Don't worry, I won't give you a single copper coin. I'll give you more than these poor people." Sun Shuping's frown deepened. He slammed the gavel and said, "So what if you foresee the future? Listen to the next chapter." He ended the book with an old saying that would not change for 1,000 years. He flicked his sleeves and left. In the tea-house, cheers rang out, not only for the story, but also for the integrity of the storyteller. Many copper coins were thrown onto the stage. His disciple, Little Shatu, rushed onto the stage and picked up the coins while bowing to everyone like a little monkey, causing laughter. "Ouch!" Little Shatu cried out in pain and fell to the ground. Blood flowed down from his forehead and a blood-stained silver horn fell onto the stage. Sun Shuping hurried over to help his disciple up. He pointed at the fatty and said angrily, "You, tell me more. I have plenty of money." The fat man sneered and tossed a piece of silver in his hand. If I support you, you're a character. If I don't support you, you're just a stupid storyteller. You dare to throw a tantrum with me? Do you know who I am? I'll smash you to death with money, you old thing." Book C Pavilion Net. A streak of golden light flew down from the upper floor and struck the fat man's head. It bounced off and landed on the stage. It was an ingot of gold. When he looked at the fatty again, he saw that his face was already covered in blood and he had directly fainted. "Mr. Sun, our shopkeeper invites you in." A strong man somehow flashed and appeared in front of Sun Shuping. When Little Shatu saw the gold, he hurriedly covered his head and picked up the gold. He took a bite and exclaimed in surprise, "Master, it's really gold. It's such a big piece." His head immediately stopped hurting. He had never touched gold in his entire life. A child who grew up in a tile-roofed shop wasn't as precious as gold. Sun Shuping felt a bit sad. Storytelling was a lowly profession and anyone could scold it. He had experienced this many times, but he didn't want this child to suffer for the rest of his life. He decided to change his profession. As his mind ran wild, he followed the man to a private room on the second floor. He lifted the bamboo curtain and saw an old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion sitting there. His clothes weren't particularly luxurious, but it was obvious that they were made of the best and most comfortable material. He didn't exude any arrogance, but just sat there quietly, giving off an aura of a crane among a flock of chickens. Based on his many years of experience, he felt that this noble person in front of him didn't seem like someone who would come to this kind of place to listen to storytelling. It was more likely that he was a cultivator, so he didn't dare to slight him. He respectfully bowed and said, "This junior is Sun Shuping. Thank you for your help." Sun Fubai looked up and down at this famous storyteller within a radius of 100 li. He nodded slightly in satisfaction and once again confirmed Li Qingshan's thoughts. If this storyteller spoke, even the most ordinary story would become much more vivid and interesting. Brother, have you heard of Cloud Wisp Society? No. Now you've heard of it. This isn't the place to talk. Come with me. Sun Fubai stood up and walked out the door. Little Shitu was holding his head with one hand and holding the gold in the other as he stuck his head out of the door. But I only know how to tell stories. Sun Shuping was taken aback. He struggled to imagine why a noble person who could casually toss around gold, a legendary cultivator, would look for a storyteller like him. Then that's enough. Sun Fubai rubbed Little Shitu's head. There's plenty of gold. Little Shitu immediately felt like his head no longer hurt, and his blood stopped flowing. After Sun Fubai left the 100 Schools of Thought, he immediately gathered the managers of the major bookstores and made an announcement to the various cities and districts of the Clear River Prefecture, recruiting people. At the same time, he personally visited the most famous storytellers and singers within the Clear River Prefecture. According to Li Qingshan's plan, these people's greatest use was not storytelling and singing, but as mentors who would pass on their experiences and become the core of the Cloud Wisp Society. At the same time, he found an estate in a corner of the prefectural city to serve as the headquarters of the Cloud Wisp Society. Under the impetus of absolute power and wealth, the Cloud Wisp Society that Li Qingshan envisioned was rapidly established. However, he still had no idea when it would be able to unleash its power and how much power it would be able to unleash. As Sun Fubai ran around, Li Qingshan arrived on the Divine Mechanism Island of the School of Moism, preparing to attend his first lesson after coming to the 100 Schools of Thought. Hao Pingyang and Zhong Lanqing waited there under the iconic, huge arched door of Divine Mechanism Island. The island was filled with various strange machines and tall structures. A group of wooden horse puppets galloped past, filled with a strange sense of vitality. They entered a grand building shaped like a conch shell. It looked like shit to Li Qingshan. It also spiraled upwards, stopping at around the second or third floor before entering the room at the center of the spiral. The circular room seemed like a conch shell had been turned upside down. It was shaped like a staircase. Many people were already seated there, waiting, chatting in groups of 3 or 5. Apart from the disciples of Moism in their ink-green uniforms, there were also many disciples from other schools in uniforms of other colors and styles. Although Li Qingshan's set of green, bamboo-colored robes was the only one of its kind, it did not stand out among the crowd. However, all Qi practitioners had sharp ears and eyes. Glancing over, the topic of discussion would change silently. Chapter 302. A mocking voice came from the crowd. Li Qingshan raised his eyebrows and looked back to see who dared to provoke him. Was it the Taoist disciple of that sloppy old Taoist? Or was it a Buddhist disciple who was dissatisfied with little Anne? All he saw was a young man in white dressed like a Confucian scholar with 2 beautiful girls beside him. Chem? A Confucian disciple. Who are you? Tell me your name. Chu Tian snorted. Don't pretend you don't know me. I am Chu Tian. Li Qingshan found him vaguely familiar. He suddenly remembered. Wasn't this the genius who had the 5 elements constitution during the attribute test? However, they had never interacted with each other before, so no matter how he looked at him, he was completely unaware that he had caused Chu Tian to lose 1,000 spirit stones. Even if he had known, he would have scolded him and said that he deserved it. Seeing that the other party had come with ill intentions, Chu Tian did not bother to be polite and said, "I've always been too lazy to remember the names of small fries." Chu Tian's eyes widened in anger. No one had ever dared to look down on him like this since he was young. All right, Li Qingshan. This young master has come to humiliate you a little. If you just accept it obediently, then so be it. Making this young master happy is your blessing, yet you're still bold enough to jump up and talk back. You have no idea what kind of trouble you've caused. I see that you're a talent. Now, admit your mistake and call me boss, and we'll be brothers. Li Qingshan was dumbfounded by what he heard. He never thought there would actually be such a weirdo in the world. Even his anger vanished. He frowned at Chu Tian before turning to Hao Pingyang. Is there something wrong with this person's head? Hao Pingyang and Zhong Lanqing were also shocked. They did not expect Chu Tian, one of the top 3 geniuses of the entrance exam, to have something wrong with his head. Li Qingshan was the chief disciple of the school of novels. Although he had attracted a lot of disdain and hostility, those who came here were all new disciples. Who would make enemies just for a moment of fun? That would be stupid. But this genius Chu Tian did not have such considerations. He said something that shocked even the onlookers. The young girl beside Chu Tian pouted coquettishly. "How dare you say that about our big brother Tian? Do you know that our big brother Tian is?" Before she could finish her sentence, Li Qingshan had already pulled Hao Pingyang away like he was hiding from a madman, which immediately made her face bright red. Chu Tian angrily said, "Li Qingshan, stop right there. Are you afraid of this young master? If you're scared, then call me boss. Otherwise, I won't let you off." Li Qingshan said, "There is only one person in my life who deserves me to call him Laro Da. It looked like shit. Stay away from me. Don't think that I won't dare to step on you just because you're shit." The quarrel between the two had already attracted many onlookers. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd roared with laughter. Hao Pingyang laughed. What a wonderful metaphor. Hua Chenglu and Yu Zijian stood to one side as well. They had received guidance from a senior as well. Out of the various introductory courses for forging artifacts, this professor from the School of Moism taught them the best. Hua Chenglu smiled. Li Qingshan was still the same as when she first met him. He was extremely arrogant. Chu Tian never thought he would become a laughingstock instead. He was utterly furious. Just when he was about to lose his temper, someone called out, "The professor is here." The disciples all returned to their seats. Although Chu Tian was filled with hatred, he was not bold enough to start a fight in front of the professor. The 100 schools of thought seemed open and free, but they were not without rules. As for those rules, they were upheld by the school of legalism, known for their strict laws. Hao Pingyang and Zhong Lanqing used this opportunity to bid farewell. They could be regarded as senior disciples of the school of Moism, so they obviously could not waste their time. Then, he came to listen to these basic lessons, saying that he would pick him up after class and bring him around the Divine Machine Island. Li Qingshan did not even glance at Chu Tian again. He found a seat towards the back and sat down. The entire lecture hall was shaped like a huge whirlpool. He sat at the edge of the whirlpool. This habit came from his distant past life, which made him sigh slightly. However, as soon as he sat down, an empty space immediately appeared beside him. In particular, a female disciple of the school of Confucianism was filled with disgust. She hid 7 or 8 steps away. Li Qingshan smiled and did not mind at all. Suddenly, he heard Chu Tian's voice. "Now you know who's the shit." Li Qingshan frowned. There was a gust of fragrance beside him, and Qian Rongji sat down beside him. She smiled. "Nice clothes." Chu Tian was surprised. Qian Rongji was the woman he had taken a fancy to. He immediately felt like he had been betrayed, so he turned his head away furiously. "What is it?" Li Qingshan did not look away. A skinny, grey-haired old man walked in with a few boxes in his arms. He stood at the center of the whirlpool, on the circular lectern. Afterwards, he began to drink tea by himself. Everyone was surprised, but none of them dared to whisper to one another. They conversed with their true chi. Qian Rongji asked, "Where's little Anne? Why isn't she with you? We don't seem to be on good terms yet. We can talk about her." Qian Rongji revealed a sorrowful expression. Li Qingshan could not tell if it was real or fake. "She's learning the cloud bookcase 7 lots from Ma Buyi in the school of Yin-Yang. If you have something to say it quickly." Li Qingshan could disdain Chu Tian's so-called genius provocation and immediately scold him back. However, when he spoke to her, he had to raise his guard. He did not want to become enemies with her over such a small matter. Moreover, he felt that her concern for little Anne was not fake. Even if Chu Tian gnashed his teeth in hatred, he did not care. However, if there came a day when he felt her hostility, then he could only kill her. "Thank you. Wei Zhongyuan, do you have time? So urgent." Qian Rongji supported her cheek with one hand. "Revenge should be taken early. I'm not asking you to kill him right now. I still need to plan." Revenge? Yours or mine? Of course it's mine. Qian Rongji touched her smooth cheek. That slap, she wanted to return it 10 times, 100 times over. She said leisurely, I can't wait to tell Vice Sect leader Wei in detail how I tortured Wei Yingjie to death bit by bit. Then, I used the same method on him again. Hihi, there is nothing more fun in life than this. Following the principle that the enemy of my enemy is my friend, Li Qingshan took a deep breath and suppressed the urge to curse. What a motherfucking pervert. Qian Rongji seemed to be enjoying Li Qingshan's expression very happily. It was as if the voice in her heart had finally found someone to listen to, and that person had no choice but to listen. In return, I can help you investigate that Chu Tian's background. He won't let this matter rest. There's also that female instructor who intends to harm little Anne. We'll talk about it when the time comes. That old man is starting to speak. Li Qingshan said casually. He didn't agree nor reject. In any case, Wei Zhongyuan had to die. As for that female instructor, he would just kill her if he met her. It would also be a little fun for him. However, he didn't know that this kind of thinking was no different from a pervert in the eyes of ordinary people. On the podium, the professor finally stopped drinking his tea. He revealed a satisfied expression and coughed twice. Fellow Taoists, this old man is Meng Shiqi. The two of them stopped talking and focused on the lecture. That professor named Meng Shiqi didn't say anything, but once he did, it was like a river bursting its banks. From the origin of refining to the development of refining, his voice reverberated in this whirlpool-like lecture hall, clearly entering everyone's ears. Some people say that refining and alchemy are all external paths. That's true, but it's precisely these external paths that allow you all to sit here in peace and not worry about the invasion of fiendish demons. As for those fiendish demons that only cultivate internal paths, they can only retreat and hide in the depths of the mountains. This was Li Qingshan's first time coming into contact with the Tao of refining, so he listened especially attentively. This Meng Shiqi was indeed as Zhong Lanqing said. His lecture was excellent, full of wit and captivating. Although his cultivation was only at Qi refinement level 8, he could be considered an expert in the field of refining. After roughly explaining the history and meaning of refining, Meng Shiqi began to teach the true Tao of refining. Li Qingshan was fascinated by the lecture. Only then did he realize that the Tao of refining was actually so profound. From the initial modification and fusion of materials to the insertion of spirit talismans and the inscription of spirit formations, every step was extremely difficult. What's more, he didn't expect these external paths to be so closely related. The spirit talismans of refining and the talismans of the Tao of talismans were not the same, but they were essentially the same. Talismans were a type of text that was used to communicate with heaven and earth. There were close to 1,000 common talismans and the effects they could produce were countless. In the process of refining weapons, the insertion of spirit talismans was an indispensable step. Therefore, it was necessary to have some understanding of the Tao of talismans. Above spirit weapons were dharmic weapons. Spirit formations had to be inscribed in order to produce more powerful and complicated effects. Qi practitioners naturally didn't have that ability. However, if one wanted to become a true master of refining weapons, it was necessary to have some basic understanding of spirit formations. Li Qingshan knew that he had to revise his lecture. However, he felt an indescribable joy in his heart, as though he had found a direction in the darkness. After lecturing for 2 hours, Meng Shiqi returned to the most basic of refining weapons, changing the state of materials. A good blacksmith has to go through many steps to refine a sword. The basics are forging, hammering and quenching. They require a furnace, a huge hammer, a small hammer, a bellows, a water tank, a grindstone, and many other tools. However, for us, a weapon tripod is enough. In fact, we don't even need a tripod. After the lecture, he picked up the wooden box that he had brought. There were many small square wooden blocks placed neatly in it. He let the disciples in the front row pass them to the back. Meng Shiqi asked them to turn it into a ball without destroying the wood grain as much as possible. The material of the wooden block was pine wood. It was relatively soft and easy to change its shape. If one wanted to learn refining weapons, he had to be able to use his own strength to change the shape of the material. Li Qingshan also got a pine wood block and immediately began to practice. He slowly injected his true qi into it and followed the method that Meng Shiqi taught him to let his true qi gradually fuse with the wooden block. With the extremely pure true qi and the gentle and easy to manipulate nature of the gooey water true qi, he succeeded in this step on the first time. When he began to change his true qi, the shape of the wooden block also twisted and changed a little. It was as though it was no longer wood. It also became water with the gooey water true qi. Chapter 303. Li Qingshan's confidence was boosted. After trying for a long time, he finally removed the 8 sharp corners of the pine wood block, but the wood grain was broken inch by inch. It was a complete mess. In a moment of panic, he couldn't help but inject more true qi into it, and the wood block immediately shattered with a bang. He then looked at Qian Rongji, who was beside him. She wasn't any better than him. Qian Rongji casually crushed the pine wood block and smiled. Looks like none of us are geniuses. But it wasn't too bad. Li Qingshan believed that as long as he was a little more stable, the entire ball wouldn't be a problem. However, he still had to carefully experience how to maintain the pine wood grain. There were also many qi practitioners who tried for a long time but couldn't even achieve the first step of merging qi and objects. Naturally, they couldn't change the shape of the pine wood in the slightest. If they were too anxious, they would inevitably break the wood block. Meng Shiqi mocked, "If you can't even do this, it proves that you don't have talent in smithing. You don't have to listen anymore. Save yourself some time." Some qi practitioners were proud and arrogant. Moreover, this Professor Meng was only in the qi refinement realm. Some of them stood up and walked out. Then, Meng Shiqi smiled and said, "Actually, I also failed in my first smithing." Everyone was stunned. Meng Shiqi said, "Arrogance is the biggest obstacle to learning. If you don't even have this bit of patience, you really don't need to learn smithing. Don't forget, hard work makes up for your shortcomings. Alright, raise your results for me to see." Many pine wood balls were raised. Of course, if they were too inferior, they would be too embarrassed to take them out. Meng Shiqi's gaze fell on Chu Tian's hand. The wood ball in his hand was perfectly round with clear grain. There was no break at all, as if it was carved from the wood block. "Fellow Daoist, please stand up. What's your name?" "Chu Tian." "Well done." Chu Tian proudly enjoyed everyone's admiring gazes. He thought, "Of course, I'm a genius. Hard work makes up for my shortcomings." He didn't forget to look at Li Qingshan. Qian Rongji transmitted her voice, "I'll say it. Nowadays, it's rare to see such an innocent and cute enemy." Li Qingshan smiled, but he didn't know if she understood. There was no break in between. Meng Shiqi only stopped speaking when the 4-hour lecture ended. He rubbed the back of his neck and stretched. He said, "We're already here today. I'm getting old. I feel tired after standing for a while." He twisted his neck, and with a sudden crack, his head fell off his shoulder and rolled off the podium. Scarlet blood gushed out like a small fountain. This warm classroom suddenly turned into a terrifying murder scene. The lecture hall was filled with cries of surprise. The female Confucian disciple who had a look of disgust on her face towards Li Qingshan shrieked. Chu Tian's expression changed. He didn't expect to witness a murder on his first day at the 100 Schools of Thought. Furthermore, with his cultivation, no one saw who did it. How did he do it? He instinctively released his protective zhenqi. In the lecture hall, everyone was in danger. Meng Shiqi's body was still standing straight. The head on the ground said, "Aya, I used too much strength." The headless body walked down from the podium. The headless body walked off the podium, picked up the head, and put it back on his shoulder. The lecture hall was dead silent. Everyone was dumbfounded. Li Qingshan sniggered. He never thought this professor from the school of Moism would have such a twisted sense of humor. If he used a puppet to teach, then so be it. Not only did he use a puppet to teach, he even used this trick in the end. He had long since noticed that the person teaching on the podium was not a living person at all. It was not a living person at all, but a puppet. Although it looked exactly like a human and gave off the aura of a chi practitioner, the smell it gave off was extremely strange. Drinking tea and coughing were all to create a false impression. It could fool most people, but it couldn't fool his six senses. The blood it spat out in the end was not human blood at all. However, it was really amazing that the School of Mo's puppet skills were so exquisite. This lesson must have left a deep impression on the new disciples of the School of Mo. Looking at Qian Rongji again, she looked normal. Although she didn't have six senses as sharp as his, he would be surprised if she couldn't see through it. For Chu Tian to be praised like this by a puppet, it was really hard for people to look up to him. Puppet Meng Shichi said, "Sharp and meticulous observation and calm and rational thinking are more important to the path of forging than turning a wooden block into a round one. The latter can be achieved by anyone with more practice. However, if one lacks the former, it will be hard for him to become a forging master." The atmosphere in the lecture hall relaxed, and laughter could be heard everywhere. Although they knew they were fooled, Meng Shichi, who was hiding somewhere, had won everyone's admiration. However, many female cultivators' faces were still pale. Chu Tian retracted his protective zhenqi. His face was red. He felt that Meng Shichi's words were pointing at him on purpose. Puppet Meng Shichi used his hand to point out the disciples who had not shown any surprise just now. He asked them how they could tell he was a puppet. Li Qingshan did not believe the puppet possessed the ability to think, but it did possess the ability to judge, such as which ball was rounder and which people's expressions changed less. All of this should have followed some sort of procedure. Compared to battle, this was nothing difficult. The pair of eyes that were no different from a real person's should have been the key. When it was Li Qingshan's turn, Li Qingshan stood up. His mouth moved a few times, but he did not produce any sound. Afterwards, he sat down. The puppet professor said extremely sincerely, "Thank you." Li Qingshan smiled. As it seemed, he was right. There was a roar of laughter. Hua Chenglu cheered inside. Just now, she had finally gotten her revenge for being fooled. Apart from being bold, this guy really was smart. She could not help but think of that rainy night in Lakeside City, Grandma Shimon's roar, and how he clasped his hands in an extremely graceful manner in a dark alley in his straw cape. This blurry memory suddenly became clear. Even if a man like him had a bad luck in life and accidentally joined the School of Novels, he would still be able to achieve something. After asking everyone, Puppet Meng Shichi bowed deeply. "Thank you for your suggestions." He pointed at his head. "I've already stored it here. I'll continue improving it when I get back. Just now, I'll give each disciple a box of pine wood as a reward." The disciples who saw through the puppet walked up to the platform one by one and received their boxes. "Practice more." Puppet Meng Shichi repeated this sentence. When it was Li Qingshan's turn, he wanted to accept the box, but the puppet professor grabbed it firmly. "I might be a puppet, but you can't fool me." Li Qingshan knew that the person talking to him was no longer the puppet before him. He smiled. "Yes, Professor." Puppet Meng Shichi released his hand and patted Li Qingshan's shoulder. "I've heard about you from Pingyang. Come often in the future." Li Qingshan put away his notebook and walked out of the tall conch-like building. It was already dusk. Before he knew it, an afternoon had passed. Holding the small wooden box, he felt extremely fulfilled. This was his first lesson, and he had finally taken another step forward. Hao Pingyang and Zhong Lanqing were waiting under a street lamp on the opposite side of the road. Yes, it was a street lamp. The long pole lit up a dim yellow light that illuminated a large part of the road. There were already small insects lingering under the light. "Li Qingshan, stop right there." Li Qingshan was about to walk over when a shout came from behind him, attracting many people's attention. "I almost forgot about this person." Li Qingshan turned around and said to Chu Tian, "Boy, what do you want?" The Academy of the 100 Schools strictly forbade personal fights. The person who struck first would be punished even more severely, and it would not be enough if they just suffered some physical pain. They would still be able to play the hero in front of others. The punishment was actual spiritual stones. Li Qingshan had originally hoped for a stable environment like this, but now he was a bit unhappy. If they were in the wilderness, he would go up and pinch this boy to death. He wanted to see what other trump cards he had other than the 5 elements body and whether they were stronger than him. Chu Tian said, "I want to challenge you to a bet. Do you dare to accept?" Li Qingshan was pleasantly surprised. "There's such a good thing." Chu Tian was startled by Li Qingshan's expression. His heart was beating like a drum, but he quickly calmed down. Li Qingshan was only in the 6th layer of qi training. Even if he knew the body refining technique, there was nothing to be afraid of. "Do you accept or not?" "Okay, what do you want to bet? Tell me." "Martial arts, of course. Or do you want to see who's more of a good-for-nothing?" "In that case, I can't compare to you, haha." Chu Tian laughed a few times, but when he realized that no one responded, he stopped. Li Qingshan said, "Okay, no problem. Time, place, and wager." Chu Tian said, "The place will naturally be the School of Military's Great War Island's Great Martial Arts Field. The wager will be 1,000 spiritual stones, no, 2,000 spiritual stones. The time will be 3 months from now." He wanted nothing more than to teach Li Qingshan a lesson right now, but he couldn't help but feel uneasy. That was why he pushed it to 3 months from now. After he came to the Confucian school, he received the 5 elements palm personally taught by Liu Changqing, which allowed him to cultivate 5 kinds of true qi at the same time. 3 months was enough for him to achieve small success. At that time, not to mention the 6th layer of qi training, even the 9th or 10th layer would be no problem. On the other hand, Li Qingshan's progress in the School of Novels would definitely be slow. With this, there was no need for him to use something like that to have an absolute chance of victory. He could not help but feel slightly complacent over his intelligence, but he was also worried that Li Qingshan would not accept it. "All right, then 3 months from now." Li Qingshan agreed immediately. What he lacked the most right now was time. In 3 months, he would basically be able to digest all the pills he had accumulated in his 100 treasures pouch. It would be enough for him to increase his strength as a demon and a human cultivator. Chu Tian's words were exactly what he wanted. With just a few words, they agreed on the wager. Li Qingshan turned around and left. "Hey, Li Qingshan." Hua Chenglu rushed over and grumbled, "Why didn't you greet me when you saw me? So much for going through thick and thin together back then." Yu Zijian said, "Big brother Li." Chu Tian saw 2 more beautiful women approach Li Qingshan, and his jealousy burned even brighter. Hua Chenglu said secretly, "You can't fight him. You definitely won't be able to win." "Why?" Chapter 304. This was the first time Li Qingshan had heard of this term. He spread his hands and said, "Since I've already agreed, who cares what it is? Sure, it's not that easy to fight in the 100 schools of thought." Hua Chenglu raised her index finger to her lips. Seeing that many people were paying attention to them, Li Qingshan whispered, "It's not a good place to talk. My friend asked me to go to the Baiwei building. I'd better go. I heard it from my brother. The legalists have a gathering tonight, so I won't be going. Anyway, be careful." Hao Pingyang said, "Is that Commander Hua's sister? I didn't expect you to be so familiar with the Hua family. They're all good people." Zhong Lanqing worriedly said, "Do you really want to fight Chu Tian? Haha, that kid is courting death." Hao Pingyang was full of confidence in Li Qingshan. Back then, when he was only in the 2nd layer of qi training, he was already very powerful. Now that he was in the 6th layer of qi training, why would he be afraid of a kid at the same level as him? Li Qingshan smiled and said, "Come on, let's go eat." Although the words reincarnation of a celestial being made him somewhat concerned. In the 100 Flavors Tower, Xiao Chen gazed at the dragon snake lake under the setting sun. He drank until he was tipsy. The sky had already darkened, and he returned to Cloud Wisp Island. While Liu Chuanfeng was biting his pen, deep in thought, a lone lamp on the table shone brightly, illuminating the entire room. "You want to duel with someone?" Li Qingshan took off his shoes in the corridor and sat down on the table. "Yes, let me see. How is it going?" Liu Chuanfeng was preparing for his new novel. Of course, there wouldn't be any erotic parts, so it could be spread through various channels. It's just the beginning. Sigh, what's so good about a duel? It's better to stay at home and write novels. Liu Chuanfeng quickly took back the manuscript. If I win, I'll get 2,000 spirit stones. Kill him. By the way, do you know what the reincarnation of a deva is? Liu Chuanfeng said. Why do you ask? That Chu Tian seems to be the reincarnation of a celestial being. Li Qingshan took out a piece of pine wood, injected it with true qi, and continued his refining. What? Don't agree. Reason? You know that there's always a sky beyond the sky, right? The so-called celestial beings are those who are beyond the heavens. Because of various reasons, they meet their end, but their spirits do not vanish, and they reincarnate into this world. They are born with a strange appearance, and their bones are clear, and their fate is deep. Moreover, once they are enlightened, they become even more powerful. The reincarnation of a deva. No wonder. Li Qingshan pondered. He had seen his fair share of qi practitioners, be they friends or foes, but this was the first time he had met someone like Chu Tian. With Chu Tian's temperament and intelligence, it was truly inconceivable that he could reach the 6th layer of qi training at such a young age. It turned out that he was a transmigrator just like him. The world was so vast, and there were countless people who had fortuitous encounters and opportunities. He wasn't the only one, and the world beyond the heavens didn't belong to him alone. Liu Chuanfeng said, "You don't have to be afraid of losing face. A duel between the disciples of two families requires the consent of the heads of both families. It's fine as long as I insist on not agreeing." "No, you have to agree." Li Qingshan crushed the pine wood in his hand. Don't worry, I'll win." Li Qingshan took out another pine wood. He didn't believe that he couldn't beat a stupid bird, no matter who he was reincarnated from. However, he wouldn't be careless. Raising his qi training level was naturally the most important thing, and he still had a trump card. Liu Chuanfeng couldn't dissuade him, so he could only agree. After a few more words, Li Qingshan borrowed Liu Chuanfeng's waist tablet and went to the cultivation formation. A faint spiritual light illuminated his entire body. He took out the supreme-grade spiritual artifact, the cursive sword calligraphy, from his 100 treasures pouch. This was the strongest trump card he could use in his human form. Even before he had formed his sea of qi, the power of this supreme-grade cursive sword calligraphy was already terrifying. It was enough to threaten 9th-layer qi practitioners. Now that he had condensed his sea of qi, it was an extremely crucial qualitative change for qi practitioners. The true qi in his body was more than 10 times stronger than before. If he could truly refine it, he believed that no qi practitioner would be able to withstand a light strike from him. At that time, no matter what trump card Chu Tian had, he only needed to use the cursive sword calligraphy to teach him a lesson. Originally, the supreme-grade cursive sword calligraphy definitely couldn't be shown to others. It was like a child holding gold and walking through a busy market. But now, as his strength increased and the environment of the 100 schools of thought became more stable, the various family heads wouldn't likely come to snatch it from him. Even if they had such thoughts, they had to consider the consequences. After all, he was now the head disciple, and little Anne was a peerless genius recognized by the various family heads and the head disciple of the school of Buddhism. It was like a child had finally grown into a teenager, walking from a busy market to a school. His safety had greatly increased, and he had some confidence to show off to others. Li Qingshan unfurled the cursive sword calligraphy and gazed at the crisscrossing sword slashes. He brought the fingers of his right hand together like a sword and subconsciously followed the movements of the sword, dancing around a few times. Although he could not comprehend the sword intent within immediately like Xiaoan, he gradually felt like he had gained something. Compared to when he had first obtained the cursive sword calligraphy in the mountain bandit's lair, his insight and experience had increased more than tenfold. He could gradually understand many things that he couldn't understand. Li Qingshan gestured for a while and decided to get down to business first. He held the two sides of the scroll with both hands, and the gooey water true qi in his sea of qi immediately surged, rushing toward his two arms and pouring into the cursive sword calligraphy. The strokes of the cursive sword calligraphy lit up one by one. They were more numerous and brighter than they had ever been in the past. Refining a spirit artifact was a privilege that only Qi practitioners who had condensed a sea of Qi could have. They had to use their own true Qi to leave their own imprint on the spirit artifact, causing the sea of Qi in their dantian to resonate with the spirit artifact itself. If it was a flying sword or a flying knife, they could control it. However, refining a supreme-grade spirit artifact seemed a bit difficult for Li Qingshan, who was only at the 6th level of Qi refinement. After more than half of the strokes on the cursive sword calligraphy lit up, they stopped, their true Qi running out. A blue light flashed in Li Qingshan's eyes. He had naturally chosen to refine the spirit artifact in this formation because he had a plan in mind. Specks of light that could be seen with the naked eye flashed in the formation and merged into his body. His nearly depleted dantian sea of Qi was once again filled up and rushed into the cursive sword calligraphy. The brilliance dyed the strokes, illuminating the joy on Li Qingshan's face. Just as he was about to succeed, the smile on Li Qingshan's face froze. The process of refining the spirit artifact stopped once again, but it wasn't because he didn't have enough true Qi. Every stroke of the cursive sword calligraphy was twisting and trembling, its brilliance flickering. Li Qingshan thought, oh no. With a flip of his hands, he directed the cursive sword calligraphy outwards. At the same time, the cursive sword calligraphy shone with dazzling light. Sharp, terrifying sword Qi surged out. The sword Qi was disorderly and the sword intent was aimless. However, Li Qingshan felt a bone-chilling coldness as he held the cursive sword calligraphy. The power that a supreme-grade spirit artifact had erupted with was far too terrifying. If it had been directed at him, even heavy injuries would be considered light unless he transformed beforehand and unleashed the spirit turtle's profound shell. There was a flash of light, and the sword Qi and sword intent seemed to have never existed in the first place. Time seemed to stop for a moment. With a crack, the pillars of the bamboo building suddenly split apart. Afterwards, as if some sort of mechanism had been triggered, the exquisite, lofty bamboo building shattered into thousands of pieces. It did not collapse, but scattered. Li Qingshan felt his field of vision widen. A fan-shaped empty space appeared before him. The formation was originally located in the very center of the courtyard. Now, he could see the bamboo forest outside the courtyard. Heavens, what are you doing? Liu Chuanfeng heard the disturbance and rushed over. Seeing this, he was dumbfounded. I'm refining a spiritual artifact. Li Qingshan answered honestly. He even showed the cursive sword calligraphy in his hand. He had already made up his mind. If he needed to, he would show the cursive sword calligraphy to others, so there was no need for him to hide it from Liu Chuanfeng. The two of them were in the same boat anyway. That's a supreme-grade spiritual artifact. You're actually refining a supreme-grade spiritual artifact. Liu Chuanfeng had already known that this primary disciple of his was not as poor as regular Qi practitioners. However, he was still greatly surprised when he took out a supreme-grade spiritual artifact. Li Qingshan said, "What, can't I? My true Qi is very pure." Liu Chuanfeng said, "Do you have any common sense? Forget the 6th layer, even if you were at the 10th layer, you still wouldn't be able to refine a supreme-grade spiritual artifact. It's not a matter of whether your true Qi is pure or not. It's something that surpasses the abilities of Qi practitioners. It's something that only foundation establishment cultivators can do." Li Qingshan was surprised. "But little and can use the Vajra pearl once he obtains it." Liu Chuanfeng said, "Using it is one thing, refining it is another. Do you know what the 100 schools of thought say about little Anne? What do they say? Evildor, monster. Mediocre opinion." Li Qingshan said disdainfully. However, he also understood that, as someone who cultivated the gooey water condensation method, he could temporarily forget about breaking through this norm of cultivation. "No wonder you dared to duel with Chu Tian." Liu Chuanfeng glanced at the nearly half-destroyed bamboo tower again with lingering fear. Although he was in the 10th layer, if he fought, the one who would die would definitely not be Li Qingshan. Even if he couldn't refine it, as long as he could use it, how many Qi practitioners could resist? Li Qingshan said, Of course I wouldn't fight a battle unprepared. He has a trump card, but it's not like I don't have one either. Sigh, I have to issue another mission for Mohist disciples to repair it. The spirit stones allocated by the higher-ups aren't even enough for me to go to the tower for some sightseeing. Liu Chuanfeng sighed, then winked at Li Qingshan. Hey, beloved disciple, when you win 2,000 spirit stones, do you want to invite me to have some fun? Li Qingshan rolled his eyes. Who's your beloved disciple? Let me tell you, don't go to that kind of place in the future. I don't get along with the sect. Who knows when they'll kidnap you to deal with me? When that time comes, I'll tell them to kill you. Chapter 305. Tilda. Chapter 41 Refining Cursive Sword Writing, Part 2, Li Qingshan said, Can you block Begonia's charm technique? Then. Of course I can't. Alright, I'll listen to you. You're the boss, okay? Then we'll be brothers from now on. As Li Qingshan spoke, he recalled what Chu Tian had said to him. He couldn't help but laugh heartily, and the slight gloominess from failing to refine the cursive sword calligraphy was swept away. Impudent. Liu Chuanfeng blew his beard and glared at him. He also laughed. In Li Qingshan's eyes, although Liu Chuanfeng was full of flaws, there was one good thing about him, and that was that he did not put on airs. Perhaps it was because he was used to being beaten up by others that he did not have the arrogant and domineering attitude of ordinary qi practitioners. Li Qingshan asked, How many spirit stones does the School of Novels get every month? Liu Chuanfeng squatted down outside the array and said, Now, I get more than 20 pills every month. Oh right, you're the first disciple, so you can also get 10 pills every month from now on. Together with the disciples you manage, you can get about 40 pills every month. How pitiful. Li Qingshan shook his head. However, when he thought about it, he could earn more than 20 spirit stones by doing nothing all day and occupy such a precious place for cultivation. It was no wonder that the 100 schools of thought wanted to kick him out. Liu Chuanfeng retorted, Qi refining realm patriarchs all earn this much. The main reason is that they have too few disciples. Li Qingshan said, Then how do we calculate it specifically? Liu Chuanfeng said, That's complicated. It's mainly dependent on the number of disciples and their cultivation, which is converted into a numerical value. Also, doing more missions and winning in various competitions can also increase the numerical value. On the other hand, if a disciple violates the rules and makes mistakes, the numerical value will be reduced. In short, the better a family develops, the higher the income of the family head, and the more resources he can allocate. Sigh, if you can reach the level of Buddhism and Taoism, I will also give you a top-grade spiritual weapon. I remember these words. Let's do our best. Li Qingshan had a new understanding of the School of Novels situation. Although it was very low, it also meant that they had a bright future ahead of them. Most importantly, although this piece of cake was small, they did not need to share it with so many fellow students. The number of people who could have a bite might not be any less than the disciples of those great clans. However, the premise of all this was to make this cake bigger. Li Qingshan was full of confidence in this. Liu Chuanfeng said excitedly, Don't worry, I'll break through to the foundation establishment realm very soon. At that time, just the salary of the clan head alone will increase tenfold. Furthermore, the true strength of the School of Novels can only be displayed after reaching the foundation establishment realm. Although the School of Novels could turn illusions into reality, they were restricted by two factors. One was the power of faith, and the other was the cultivator themselves. The former was like electricity, while the latter was like a transformer. No matter how strong the electricity was, if the transformer was not powerful enough, it would not be able to convert it into usable electricity. Go write your novel. Li Qingshan smiled and waved his hand. Since he was already a disciple of the School of Novels, it was only right for him to do his part for the school as long as it did not affect his cultivation. After Liu Chuanfeng left, Li Qingshan put away the cursive sword calligraphy with slight regret. Then, he took out another scroll of the cursive sword calligraphy. There were 3 scrolls of the cursive sword calligraphy in his hands. One was a supreme-grade spiritual artifact, one was a high-grade spiritual artifact, and one was a middle-grade spiritual artifact. Right now, he was holding the high-grade spiritual artifact, the cursive sword calligraphy, which he had obtained from the black-clothed man. He had already refined a high-grade spiritual artifact, the clear stream sword, and was very confident about this. 15 minutes later, several dozen strands of sword chi shot into the night sky. Li Qingshan had failed once again. He began to find it rather difficult to accept, as he had clearly succeeded once already. However, he understood the reason behind it after some thought. Although he had refined the high-grade spiritual artifact, the clear stream sword, that was because the clear stream sword was of the water element, while he cultivated gooey water true chi. The spirit turtle's method of sea suppression had granted him extraordinary senses for the water element, which was why he could refine it so easily. Even after these various advantages were taken into account, refining a high-grade spiritual artifact would not actually be that easy for a 6th-layer chi practitioner. He would usually use a middle-grade spiritual artifact as well. However, Li Qingshan did not become dejected. In the next moment, he took out the weakest cursive sword calligraphy. Its original name was the sword chi calligraphy, and it had come from the auction of the School of Miscellany. It was only a middle-grade spiritual artifact. Li Qingshan let out a sigh of relief. Perhaps he should have started with the weakest cursive sword calligraphy right from the beginning. He had been a little too eager for success. As he channeled his true chi into it, the cursive sword calligraphy glowed. Before he could even celebrate, the light suddenly began to tremble, on the verge of collapse again. Although it was only a medium-grade spirit artifact, its explosiveness was far beyond that of an ordinary medium-grade spirit artifact. However, Li Qingshan did not dodge at all. He stared straight at the cursive sword calligraphy, and the light stabilized once again. Not only did it stop radiating outwards, but it even retracted bit by bit. Suddenly, Li Qingshan saw the twisted strokes suddenly move. No, it was not the strokes that moved, but countless swords swinging about. The strokes were the trajectories they left behind, like the footprints left behind by a traveler in the desert. However, compared to the traveler, the deep footprints were so brief and insignificant. Li Qingshan did not know who he was, but he felt a sense of admiration from the bottom of his heart. When Oxen praised the author of the cursive sword calligraphy, he still did not understand the deeper meaning behind it. Just how capable was this person to gain Brother Ox's recognition? Now, however, he began to understand a little. Perhaps this sword style should not have appeared in this world. As he sighed, Li Qingshan finally finished refining the cursive sword calligraphy. However, before he could even let out a sigh of relief, something happened. Several dozen strands of sword chi suddenly swept back, flowing through his meridians and rushing into his sea of chi. As soon as the sword chi entered, his sea of chi immediately began to churn. He felt waves of piercing pain. Spirit turtle suppresses the seas. Li Qingshan bellowed out. The spirit turtle's demon core appeared, and the several dozen strands of sword chi were firmly suppressed, immobilized. However, they refused to shatter under such pressure. They condensed into something tangible, swimming about in his sea of chi. Li Qingshan was still shaken. He felt a layer of cold sweat appear on his back. If his original body were not a great demon with a tough body, his tendons and vessels would have been severed already. If he did not know the spirit turtle's method of sea suppression, he would not have been able to avoid the fate of his core being destroyed either. He hadn't expected the cursive sword calligraphy to have such a vicious trap. Right now, he was incomparably glad that he hadn't refined the supreme-grade cursive sword calligraphy. He didn't even want to think about what would have happened if the violent sword chi that had destroyed more than 10 bamboo buildings had erupted in his body. He had basically witnessed the dangers of the cultivation community once again. He could imagine how the people who had obtained the cursive sword calligraphy before him would refine it happily, only to be killed the next moment. Suddenly, he felt like something had appeared in his head. Tilda. Chapter 306. There was an additional sword. The countless swords that had danced in his eyes had now merged into one in his heart. It was as black as ink, and he swung it to his heart's content. Li Qingshan seemed to sense something and left the formation. He came to the bamboo forest and took out a sword from his 100 treasures pouch. His arm hung down naturally, and the tip of the sword pointed towards the ground. Suddenly, like a willow in the wind, it rose high and pointed towards the sky. Not far away, an old bamboo was cut open from bottom to top. Li Qingshan did not have the time to be shocked. In his mind, the black sword suddenly fell down. Li Qingshan moved with the sword, turning around and slashing horizontally. The sword chi was like an illusion, and a patch of bamboo fell with a crash. At this moment, it was not the person controlling the sword, but the sword controlling the person. Li Qingshan followed the sword move in his mind and jumped around like a spirit ape. The long sword in his hand disappeared, and only the sword light around him flickered. Wherever it went, it destroyed everything. The sword move and sword intent were extremely sharp. All the sword lights suddenly retracted. Li Qingshan held the sword in front of him with one hand and stroked the spine of the sword with the other. The cold blue light shone on his determined face. So that was how it was. The greatest use of the cursive sword calligraphy was not to defeat the enemy, but to record and pass down the path of the sword of that cultivator. As for the sword chi that went against the flow, it was not a sinister trap, but a way for future generations to experience the sword intent within. It could also be considered a kind of test. If one had talent like Little and could comprehend the sword intent to such a degree just by looking at it, they would be able to control it even if the sword chi went against the flow. But if it was a mediocre person, they would not be qualified to receive this kind of inheritance. But Li Qingshan could not help but think that that cultivator would not have guessed that his cursive sword calligraphy would be split into so many pieces. But if it was the complete cursive sword calligraphy, then just how terrifying would this test be? The black sword in his mind would not be as simple as dancing around a few times. Just the terrifying sword intent it gave off would be enough to instantly destroy the mind of a normal cultivator. He had really obtained something incredible. Li Qingshan suddenly smiled and threw the sword away, stabbing it into a rock. He leapt up and used a few soft bamboo branches as leverage. In a few steps, he arrived at the eastern side of the island, where there was a small hill covered with jagged rocks. He leaped out of the bamboo forest. While he was in midair, he gathered his chi in his dantian and spread his arms wide. The dozens of crisscrossing sword chi suppressed in his dantian shot out and silently sank into the mountain. Only some of the mountain rocks could not withstand the gravity and cracked. Apart from that, there was not much sound. A cricket was originally fluttering its wings on a mountain rock, chirping loudly. At this moment, it had completely stopped and fell from the rock. There was not a trace of injury on its body. Originally, the entire slope was filled with the cries of insects, but now it had all returned to silence, killed by the scattered sword intent. So this was the correct way to use the cursive sword calligraphy. Li Qingshan understood. He poured his true chi into the cursive sword calligraphy, causing it to flow back and hide in his dantian. Just how shocking would its power be when it suddenly exploded in battle? Of course, since he could comprehend the path of the sword within the cursive sword calligraphy, he obviously would not be harmed by the cursive sword calligraphy. Li Qingshan instead used a brutal method to forcefully suppress the sword chi. But he believed that while he was not a genius, he was not an idiot either. He had already refined it. As long as he spent some time, he would naturally be able to comprehend the sword Dao of the cursive sword calligraphy. Of course, he would only be able to comprehend the sword Dao of the cursive sword calligraphy. Suddenly, a light flashed in his mind. Li Qingshan suddenly understood why the cursive sword calligraphy had been split into so many parts. He also understood how to fuse them together. It was precisely because he could not pass the test of the complete cursive sword calligraphy that he had split it up. He did not need to be proficient in the art of refining tools. As long as he refined the cursive sword calligraphy and fused the sword chi in his dantian, he would be able to achieve the effect of fusing them. Li Qingshan took out the high-grade cursive sword calligraphy. As long as he could refine these two cursive sword calligraphy, he would be confident of winning against any chi practitioner, let alone Chu Tian. But first, he had to completely comprehend the sword Dao of the cursive sword calligraphy. It was a pity that Little Anne was not here, or she would definitely be able to help him. Perhaps she had sensed his call, but when Li Qingshan looked back, Xiaoan arrived on the ripples, arriving before him with a smile. In the school of yin-yang, Ma Buyi placed his tall hat to the side, a slightly dazed expression on his face. Based on the complexity of the cloud bookcase of the 7 lots, he was already prepared to spend several months teaching her. The cloud bookcase of the 7 lots was divided into 7 main parts. The profoundness and complexity of each part was several times greater than the gooey water condensing qi method, a 5-elemental formula. The difficulty of completely mastering the 7 parts would increase exponentially. Ma Buyi explained the first part in great detail and was about to explain its wonders in detail. Little and said, "Please continue." Ma Buyi frowned, but when he thought about how the person sitting in front of him was a rare genius, perhaps it would be easier for him to teach her if she completely understood the entire part. Thus, he taught her the entire cloud bookcase of the 7 lots. Before he could say anything, Little An asked, "Anything else?" Ma Buyi said, "No. Thank you." Little An stood up and bowed before turning around and leaving. She was in a hurry to see Li Qingshan. Ever since she came to the 100 schools of thought, she seemed to spend a lot more time apart from him. She disliked it very much. Ma Buyi asked, "Where are you going?" "Isn't that all?" Ma Buyi said, "Do you understand?" Little An said, "I understand a little." Ma Buyi immediately asked her a few questions. She answered them fluently without even thinking. She did indeed understand a little. Of course, this did not mean she had completely grasped the cloud bookcase of the 7 lots. However, the more profound parts could only be slowly comprehended through cultivation. It was not something that could be explained in a few sentences. As a result, she answered very accurately with a little. However, in order to reach this level of understanding a little in the past, Ma Buyi had spent years under his master's careful guidance. Now, he could finally understand what the one-thought master felt a little. Having a disciple like that could basically make a master experience a wondrous sense of defeat. He said reluctantly, "Just talking about it doesn't count as understanding. You need to practice it." As a result, all Little An could do was sit down. Because it was not the Buddhist Dharma, she was unable to progress as quickly as the Guardian King's scripture of demon subdual. After spending an entire day and night, she reached a rudimentary level with the cloud bookcase of the 7 lots. Ma Buyi waved his hand in confusion. "You can go. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask me." Little An bowed again before turning around and leaving. She stood on the waves as her sleeves fluttered in the wind. She arrived on Cloud Wisp Island and found Li Qingshan with a single glance. She smiled sweetly. Li Qingshan immediately asked Little An about the path of the sword in the cursive sword calligraphy. Sure enough, although Little An had never refined a single scroll, her comprehension of the path of the sword in the cursive sword calligraphy surpassed Li Qingshan's. When Li Qingshan heard her words, he immediately felt that he had benefited a lot. Furthermore, Little An also gained much inspiration from Li Qingshan's experiences, improving her sword technique. However, comprehension was the most complicated feeling. Sometimes, Little An did not know how to explain it to Li Qingshan. So, she picked up her sword and sparred with Li Qingshan using the sword techniques in the cursive sword calligraphy. Day and night, 2 figures, one large and one small, chased each other in the sea of green bamboo. Their swords clashed, producing clanging sounds as large swathes of the bamboo forest fell. Liu Chuanfeng's heart ached as he watched. The bamboo building had just spent a lot of spirit stones to issue the mission. If this continued, the quiet Cloud Wisp Island would probably be shaved bald by the 2 of them. Although it was said to be 2 people, it was actually just Li Qingshan alone. Little An's sword chi was like a rainbow, but it was extremely condensed, not harming even a single branch or leaf. But after a few days, the number of green bamboos falling greatly decreased. Only then did Liu Chuanfeng feel relieved. After more than 10 days, a spring rain fell, and the bamboo shoots broke through the soil. The spring wind danced, the sea of bamboo rose and fell, and the sky was filled with a fine drizzle. Li Qingshan and Little An stood among them. The lake and mountain scenery in the distance were all blurred in the rain, as if they were in an ink painting. Holding bamboo swords, They sometimes approached and sometimes distanced themselves. The swords in their hands rarely clashed. Every movement they made seemed to have a tacit understanding. It did not seem like they were sparring with swords, but more like they were dancing. At first, Li Qingshan had used a low-grade spirit artifact sword. Later, he changed it to a low-grade spirit artifact, and then to an ordinary sword, until the bamboo sword he was using today. He had personally forged it using artifact refining techniques from the bamboo forest under his feet. Of course, this was not to show off. The higher one's control over sword qi, the lower the requirements for materials. If it were the original Li Qingshan, even a metal sword would have been reduced to smithereens. At this moment, it also proved that he could finally comprehend and control the path of the sword in the cursive sword calligraphy. However, when it came time to truly face an enemy, the stronger the weapon, the better. If he wanted to play the sword in hand but sword in heart against a truly powerful opponent, he would be looking to die. Li Qingshan was relieved. He had finally completely mastered the path of the sword in the first volume of the cursive sword calligraphy. He no longer needed the spirit turtle to suppress it. The sword qi swam freely in his sea of qi like fish. He suddenly called out, "Little Anne, use your full strength." The bamboo swords vanished, turning into a swath of sword qi. Some were heavy, some were light, some were slow, some were fast, some were straight, and some were twisted. This was the first time Li Qingshan had comprehended the intricate changes. He no longer unleashed all of his sword qi at once. Little Anne smiled as well. Golden light erupted from his body. He wielded the Vajra sword and stabbed it downwards. Steady. Clang. 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 Like the chime of a bell, only a few strands of sword qi left behind a few shallow marks on the Vajra avatar. The rest was completely unscathed. Buddhist cultivation methods sure are shameless. Li Qingshan grinned. It was obviously no problem for the sword qi to pierce his protective true qi, but it was impossible for it to pierce Little Anne's golden avatar. Chapter 307. Li Qingshan took out another scroll of the cursive sword calligraphy. With this low-grade cursive sword calligraphy as a foundation, he was confident that he had the ability to refine it. However, after hesitating for a long time, he finally put it away. The counterattack of sword qi was fine. But the sword intent entering his brain was far too dangerous. The brain was known as the spirit platform in the cultivation world, and it was even more important than the Dantian sea of qi. Furthermore, it was extremely fragile. If his meridians were torn and his Dantian was destroyed, there was still hope for him to recover. However, if his brain was damaged, it would be best if he went crazy. He wasn't in any life-threatening danger right now, so there was no need for him to take this risk. At this moment, the bug pouch at his waist trembled. Li Qingshan opened it and let Milopt out. Milopt's body seemed to have grown a bit longer. As soon as he came out, he twisted his body and crawled around the bamboo forest like a gust of wind. "I'm suffocating." Spring and summer were when insects were the most active. Being trapped in the bug pouch, he naturally felt very uncomfortable. Li Qingshan felt a bit ashamed. Ever since he entered the 100 schools of thought, he hadn't had a single day of leisure. During this time, he had been completely focused on the path of the sword and hadn't had time to care about his friend, Milopt. After letting Milopt move around for a while, he opened the bug pouch. "Bear with it for now. I'll take you to eat some good food later." When they returned to the bamboo courtyard, Liu Chuanfeng said, "You're finally out. Give me 2,000 spirit stones." Li Qingshan said, "What 2,000 spirit stones?" Liu Chuanfeng laughed. "Of course it's the duel with Chu Tian. Liu Changqing has already agreed. You have to thank me this time." Li Qingshan counted out 2,000 spirit stones and gave them to him. He asked curiously, "Why should I thank you?" It turned out that when word of Chu Tian's duel with Li Qingshan had reached the Confucian school, Liu Changqing had originally disagreed. As the prefect of a prefecture, he could be considered a gentleman, and this matter concerned Chu Tian's safety. The two geniuses of the 100 schools of thought didn't want to have an internal dispute. Then, Liu Chuanfeng gave full play to his talent for ridicule, proclaiming everywhere that Li Qingshan would win and Chu Tian would lose. How could Liu Chongqing bear to see him succeed? In a fit of anger, he agreed and set a date. Naturally, the bet had to be submitted to the 100 schools of thought in advance. Moreover, this matter also involved another clan within the 100 clans. When Li Qingshan heard this, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. If the duel didn't work out, then it would be fine if they didn't fight. He didn't have any deep hatred with Chu Tian. In this aspect, Liu Chuanfeng was really powerful. During this time, Hao Pingyang and Zhong Lanqing also came to visit. Twice, she asked him why he didn't attend the lecture. However, seeing that Zhong Xian was cultivating his swordsmanship, Zhong Xian didn't disturb him and left. They also knew about the bet between Li Qingshan and Chu Tian. Right now, increasing their own strength was the most important thing, so they could only temporarily put artifact forging aside. Li Qingshan said, "Uncle Fu hasn't returned yet?" Liu Chuanfeng said, "Senior brother sent a message back. The framework has basically been set up. The Cloud Wisp Society is about to open for business. When the time comes, we'll be invited to participate." Li Qingshan admired Sun Fubai's ability. In such a large area, and with so many resources, to be able to reach this step in 20 days was truly not simple. If he were to do this, he probably wouldn't be able to do it even in half a year. This wasn't a lack of intelligence, but a gap in experience and connections. It really was like having an old man at home was like having a treasure. Very good, but at the opening ceremony, "I'm afraid I don't have time to attend it. I'm preparing to go into seclusion for a period of time." Seclusion. Liu Chuanfeng immediately understood that this was for the battle with Chu Tian. Li Qingshan had more to consider. Milopt was his friend, not a mount. He couldn't let his friend stay in the bug sack all day. However, Chu Tian's wager was also one of the reasons. His original plan was to slowly take medicinal pills while learning alchemy, accumulating more knowledge and resources to ensure that he could continuously refine medicinal pills. Now, however, he changed his mind. A lion should use its full strength when hunting a rabbit. Li Qingshan asked, "I heard you say that there's a cave abode for seclusion on the island, right?" There were many facilities on the island that chief disciples could use for free, and the cave abode for seclusion was one of them. Liu Chuanfeng said, "Can't you just go into seclusion here? The spiritual qi there isn't even as good as here. I have my own plans." Li Qingshan brought on to Contention Island and found the instructor in charge of managing the cave abode. Seeing that it was two chief disciples who wanted to choose a place for seclusion, Li Qingshan was one thing, but An's name shook the 100 clans. How could the instructor dare to slight her? "Fellow Taoists, are you going into seclusion separately, or together?" "Together. Both of you, please follow me." The instructor didn't waste time and brought the two to a large hall. The floor shook and quickly sank. A huge hollow had been dug under Contention Island, separated into more than 10 levels. Each level had many cave abodes for seclusion for the disciples of various clans to cultivate. Each cave abode was tightly shut and separated by layers of formations. No aura could be sensed from inside. Li Qingshan sensed that the closer they got to the bottom, the denser the spiritual qi became. The surging spiritual qi blew upwards like the wind. It directly descended to the lowest level of the hollow, and just now, it stopped steadily. The instructor handed a disc-shaped object to Li Qingshan. "This is the key. This is the lowest level, and there's only one cave abode for seclusion. The spiritual qi formations are the best, and it's very spacious. Two people can cultivate inside without disturbing each other. If an ordinary disciple wanted to use it, it would cost a dozen or so spiritual stones every day." Li Qingshan said, "I wonder if we can peek inside from the outside." The instructor said, "That's impossible. Not only are there layers of formations here, there's also spiritual interference. Even family leader Liu's water mirror disc can't penetrate it. Not only can't we see through it, but people from the outside can't even enter. Once the cave abode is closed, it can only be opened from the inside. It can't be opened from the outside." "That's not entirely true. There are ways to open it, but it's under very special circumstances. For example, the 100 schools of thought were attacked by external enemies, or you didn't pay the school fees you should have paid. Li Qingshan smiled and clasped his hands. Thank you for your guidance, instructor. Both of you are people with great futures. It's my honor to be able to help you. Please prepare your own food and water. If there's nothing else, I won't hold you up. Li Qingshan entered the cave abode and activated the key again. The stone door closed with a bang, and several formations began to operate. Although the spiritual chi here couldn't compare to the formation on Cloudwisp Island, it wasn't much worse. Moreover, it was safer and more secretive. Li Qingshan released Milopt and took out all kinds of food he bought from the 100 Flavors building as compensation. Tongan looked at each other and pinched the tip of her nose. Watch me defeat you with my sword chi after I come out of seclusion. Chapter 308. The news of the battle between the primary disciple of the School of Novels, Li Qingshan, and the genius with the 5 elements constitution, Chu Tian, had only just spread through the entire 100 schools of thought. The news of Li Qingshan and Little and entering secluded cultivation kicked up another wave. Hua Chenglu clenched her fist. What an idiot. Yu Zijian complained, what's wrong with me? I wasn't talking about you. Many disciples sat on cushions in the surroundings, and they all looked over. Please be quiet, the two of you, reminded the professor who was currently teaching alchemy in front of the Daoist Palace. Hua Chenglu stuck out her tongue. Just what was wrong with Li Qingshan? She really had warned him for nothing. However, upon further thought, that man's stubbornness had always been extraordinary. Otherwise, why would he have given up on the opportunity to curry favor with the Hua family and left so decisively? After the lesson, Yu Zijian wandered around Wuwei Island with Hua Chenglu. Yu Zijian said, that big brother Li might not necessarily lose. Isn't he in secluded cultivation? Back then, when she saw how overbearing Chu Tian was, she could not help but stand on Li Qingshan's side. Hua Chenglu said, what do you know? How can his cultivation speed compare to? She suppressed her voice, the reincarnated celestial, Chu Tian? Only that wretched demon, Little Anne, has a chance. Even if they were not Heavenly Meridian's prodigies, reincarnated celestials' cultivation speed would still surpass regular cultivators. It was said that this was because the remnant comprehension of cultivation from their past lives remained in their hearts. As a result, they could often deal with bottlenecks that regular cultivators encountered with a flash of inspiration. This brat is going to lose face this time. If he chooses to fight Chu Tian immediately, he might even have a chance at victory. Secluded cultivation? Wang Pushi sneered. Hua Sengzon said, he can't be judged by normal standards. Since he's bold enough to agree to it, he's confident in victory. Since when did you think so highly of him? Wang Pushi was surprised. Hua Sengzon said, Old Wang, you're just biased, which is why you can't see his merits. Think about it. He went from the pine tree outside Qingyang City to the 100 schools of thought. How long did it take him? How many difficulties did he face? Has he ever lost? Wang Pushi was silent. All right, when the time comes, I'll bet on him. On Ansrava Island, the one thought master had gone into secluded cultivation without even informing his primary disciple. He could only smile bitterly and let her be. Seclusion, if seclusion is useful, then what's the point of having geniuses? Chu Tian laughed heartily and said to the two girls beside him, Brother Tian is the best, he won't lose to that barbarian. More than 2 months later, there were still 2 hours before the duel in the military school's grand martial arena. Many cultivators stopped what they were doing. They had come to watch the battle. There were even a few family heads hiding in the VIP rooms. Naturally, Liu Changqing and Liu Chuanfeng would be there. The slovenly Taoist was so angry that he wanted to see how Li Qingshan would make a fool of himself. In Wang Push's eyes, Li Qingshan was still a member of the Hawkwolf Guard at the end of the day. The other school leaders who had nothing to do with this also wanted to see just how much Chu Tian, who was said to be a reincarnated celestial, had grown. Li Qingshan obviously only played the role of a touchstone. However, From beginning to end, Li Qingshan did not appear. The door to the secluded dwelling on Contention Island did not open either. In the end, Han Anjuan declared Chu Tian to be the victor and handed him 4,000 spiritual stones. Chu Tian raised his head and laughed. He's smart. Otherwise, it'd be even uglier. I'll definitely take back what I've lost. Brother Tian is so powerful. You've subdued the enemy without even fighting. Liu Changqing glanced at the pale-faced Liu Chuanfeng and sneered. Wang Pushi cursed aloud. All he knew was that he was out of his mind, which was why he would bet on Li Qingshan. If it was not the secluded dwelling, there was no special reason. He was tempted to go over and drag Li Qingshan out. He wasn't afraid of losing. It was just some inferior spiritual stones, but he couldn't lose like this. Hua Sengzon frowned. Qingshan is at a crucial point in his cultivation. He can't stop. Why can't he stop cultivating his fart qi? I think he's clearly scared. Scared? The great martial arts field was in an uproar. Those who lost spiritual stones cursed aloud, while those who won couldn't help but mock them. The so-called novelists had once again become the laughingstock of the 100 schools of thought. The slovenly Daoist priest rubbed his chin. That kid didn't look like someone who would avoid a fight. Could he have been infected by that coward Liu Chuanfeng? In the underground dwelling on Contention Island, Li Qingshan had indeed forgotten about the duel. Although Little An remembered, he didn't remind him. Even if he did, Li Qingshan definitely wouldn't come out of seclusion right now. The progress of his cultivation had completely exceeded Li Qingshan's initial expectations. Originally, he planned on digesting most of the pills in his 100 treasures pouch before pushing the spirit turtle's method of Qi suppression a step further. However, this step was not a small one. It took him to the edge of the second layer of the spirit turtle's method of Qi suppression. He was only a step away from success. At this moment, the virtue accumulation pill he had won from Begonia and the pills Little An had obtained from the One Thought Master played a decisive role. By now, Li Qingshan had already ingested all the pills he could use for cultivation in his 100 treasures pouch. Only the virtue accumulation pill remained, which he swallowed before refining bit by bit. At a time like this, whether it was the 2,000 spiritual stones on the line or his personal glory, none of them could distract him at all. To him, these three abilities were like the path of white bone and great beauty to Little An. They were his foundation, while the spirit turtle's method of Qi suppression was the foundation of his foundation. It was very likely for the second layer of the spirit turtle's method of Qi suppression to be the key to opening the gates to Demon General. Once he took that step, Li Qingshan would be completely different. The world would be completely different. Time passed by slowly. Who knew how long it had been? Suddenly, resplendent, azure light rose up from Li Qingshan's body. The light actually vaguely formed the shape of a spirit turtle, shaking its head and wagging its tail. It was lifelike. Only when it filled the entire dwelling did it suddenly begin to shrink, shrinking into Li Qingshan's body, shrinking into the tiny spirit turtle's demon core. It was small, but it had grown larger than before. Li Qingshan opened his eyes. Light flowed through them. He felt like his heart was as still as water, extremely calm. He had finally reached the second layer of the spirit turtle's method of Qi suppression. However, he was unable to understand how to break through to Demon General. However, this was within his expectations. Otherwise, undergoing the heavenly tribulation and becoming a Demon General in the 100 schools of thought would basically be insane. No matter how well the underground dwelling was sealed, it would not be able to conceal this aura. By then, he would be surrounded and beaten up by the various school leaders. However, the great door had already opened for him. He could vaguely see the endless scenery inside, and he placed a foot on the threshold. Right now, all he needed to do was pull his other foot back and step in. This process was not as easy as it sounded. Who knew how many cultivators had stagnated at the 10th layer, unable to take that step even after a decade? Who knew how many diamonds had lost their lives to the heavenly tribulation either? He needed to be as cautious as possible and accumulate even more resources to complete this crucial step in his life, his demon life. Even without experimenting, Li Qingshan could sense that even Foundation establishment cultivators would struggle to break through his spirit turtle's profound shell as long as they did not possess a wondrous treasure like Fu Qingjin or had a cultivation as high as the slovenly Daoist priest. Most importantly, he could continue practicing the two abilities of the ox demon and tiger demon that had stagnated. If he could reach the third layer for both of them, it would probably be very difficult for the spirit turtle at the second layer to suppress it. However, if he could only reach the third layer for the ox demon, there would be no problem. As for the ox demon's fist of great strength, its power would become more and more startling as he cultivated it. A tough body would be the most important bargaining chip against the heavenly tribulation. At this moment, Little An reminded Li Qingshan about the duel. Only then did Li Qingshan come to a realization. Looking at the time, it should already be summer outside. He gained a deeper understanding of the concept of time as a cultivator. It was no exaggeration to say that there was no sun or moon in the mountains. Although he felt that it was a slight pity, he did not take it to heart. If he missed it, then he missed it. He would let the kid gloat for now. Was he afraid that he would not be able to make up for it in the future? It was not like he had missed it, so there was no hurry. Then I won't continue. Li Qingshan glanced at the corner. Milupt had also curled up into a ball, absorbing the spiritual qi in the dwelling. He seemed to be even more focused on cultivation than him. This place was obviously more suited for his cultivation and recovery than the bug pouch. Milupt had once been the person with the highest cultivation here, so his understanding of the no time in the mountains was even deeper than Li Qingshan's. Little An nodded as well. Recently, her comprehension of the path of white bone and great beauty had reached a whole new level through her cultivation of the Guardian King's scripture of demon subdual. As for the cloud bookcase of the 7 lots, she needed to spend even more time peering and cultivating it bit by bit. Li Qingshan took out the high-quality cursive sword calligraphy once again. Although he had been focusing on his demonic cultivation, his chi practitioner cultivation was still at the 6th layer. However, this time, he was completely confident. With his previous experience of refining the cursive sword calligraphy and his comprehension of the way of the sword, he did not spend too much effort refining it this time. He succeeded on his first try. Then, it was the most dangerous moment. The countercurrent sword chi was 10 times fiercer than before. At the same time, a sword that was as black as ink appeared in his mind once again. It danced like last time, but the terrifying sword intent it released was like countless needles as thin as a cow's hair, shooting out randomly. The release of sword intent last time only gave Li Qingshan some comprehension, giving him the urge to wield his sword. However, this time, Li Qingshan felt a stabbing pain in his head. He could not even focus. It went without saying that basically no chi practitioner could survive under these circumstances, with their minds in a mess and the countercurrent sword chi attacking them from all sides. However, Li Qingshan bellowed out. The spirit turtle suppresses the seas. The spirit turtle suppresses the seas did not suppress the sea of chi first, but the sea of consciousness. In Li Qingshan's head, he visualized a boundless spirit turtle, pressing down on the pitch-black sword. The terrifying sword intent immediately came to a halt. The power of the spirit turtle dominated everything. This was the greatest reason why Li Qingshan was bold enough to refine the cursive sword calligraphy. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.